finish line, cause we out to get it feeling fine. Keep it up or we'll be creeping up. Running up the mountain steep and rough.
The team hits a shadow of his own and pins Choron to the wall.
As long as he can, the point is allowed to flip down the mayhem, sweep them away. Unbelievable!
Are you ready for the show? Now we caught up in the flow. We gon' give a little more. Ready, set, go.
Another one falls to Muse. Oh no, you can't do this. It's really starting to go off now. What the hell did I just witness?
Pardon? Alright, looks like Pork's back on the menu, boys.
Flip has killed 2, and Z drops at side 3.
It's a double pulse! A double pulse in overtime! Massive opening is shy. Looks incredible. Mary, what? Wait, was that triple collapse?
Where did that come from? Hello everyone and welcome to Watchpoint. I'm Ovely Main. If you're asking yourself, who is she and what is she doing here? Well, so am I. But I'll be filling in as your host for this week, but luckily I won't be doing it alone because joining me is Jonathan Reinforce Larson and of course, Scott Custa Kennedy. Guys, what's up? I'm here, I'm joining you.
This is gonna go places, I feel like. We did our thing last week.
We did.
We did a live stream, we gave you a crash course on the Overwatch League. You're now a professional. That went terribly, so we'll see how this goes.
Terribly? What do you mean it went? Okay, we have to explain for the people who may not be following your stream.
Please do.
I was interested in the Overwatch League. I was interested in the scene. I'm like, you know what? It's been a little bit since I've checked in, and you were gracious enough to put together a PowerPoint presentation for me.
I'm a professional.
Yeah, about all of the teams. You stole graphics from some of your coworkers, and then Johnny, you were there
credits.
as well. No credits.
I just think the end result was a bit disappointing. So I think we're all bracing ourselves because you turned out to be a Fusion fan. So we're just.
We're gonna jump into that a little bit later, there, Johnny. Because I don't understand, you know, what the. We'll get into it a little bit later. But yeah, guys, I'm super excited to be joining you for this Overwatch League, and especially for this week's tournament because I think it's gonna be a lot of fun. So please be nice to me. I will not be nice to them though. I'm not going to be nice to you guys.
Yeah, we expect that. You're not very nice to me this whole time. I feel like you're going to make fun of me and Johnny, and we're just going to, everyone's going to laugh and point at us.
Resist, Costa. Brace yourself. It's fine.
I just love the fact that the way that I know both of you is because I know each of your fiancés.
Yeah.
That's the funniest part of all of this.
Didn't know me, apparently.
Yeah, all me.
Yeah, I'm like, who? No. Oh, you're their fiance. Oh, okay. No, I know where we are now. But regardless, guys, I'm very excited for this desk, and hopefully everyone else is too, because you're stuck with us for the Midseason Madness tournament. But we'll be bringing you the hype plays and hot takes all week long, starting with arguably the most exciting part of the day, the Midseason Madness bracket.
Let's go.
Bracket.
Let's go.
There we go. We have all 4 of our matches on the screen today because we're kicking the week off with 4 games today to see who will move on to tomorrow's matches against our top 4 seeded teams and who will drop into the losers bracket on day 1. So Custa, why don't you explain a little bit how today is going to go in terms of the bracket, because clearly we see that we are seeing 8 of our teams participating today. We're going on tomorrow.
Yeah, so we have these 8 teams playing today. The winners of these matches will then be chosen by the 4 teams that you see on the Tuesday bracket. So they are the number 4 seeds. They get a bye in the first round, and then they will select the winners of those matches. The losers of today's matches, though, they are not out. There is a losers bracket down there. It's just a lot of matches, so it's hard to show in a single graphic. So they will go down to the losers bracket. Everyone has 2 chances in this tournament.
And we, of course, we're starting the day off with London Spitfire taking on Atlanta Reign. Then we're going to see the Shanghai Dragons take on, Toronto Defiant, and then we have, of course, 2 more matches after that. Now, gentlemen, I know that we are only on day 1 of the Midseason Madness tournament, but because it's my first day, I would like to start it off by wildly speculating as to who you have winning the entire thing.
Of course. Of course.
Call
we haven't
your
started.
shot. So we're going to jump right into it. So Reinforce, who do you got? Call your shot.
So, okay, here's how it is, okay? I approached this question and I thought it'd be super boring. Like, how lame of a person could you be to pick a team like the LA Gladiators? So I went with the Shanghai Dragons for this one. I think they're a bit of an underdog going into this tournament. Of course, they won last year. I know they won last year, but they struggled so far this year. They figured out their tank issues going into this one. They're playing the compositions that they did last year that is their, like, claim to fame. So, you know, they're like a band playing the old hits again on tour, and you're like, yeah, finally, you guys realize this is all you have to do and we'll be satisfied. Void can fill in on the Sigma sometimes, like here on Circuit Real, for example. But for the majority of the time, they've chosen to have Fate play the tank role for them. It just makes more sense when it comes to the shot calling for them. Playing these Wrecking Ball dive compositions. Isayaki here on the Ana, but he's playing a lot of Zenyatta too. So the Shanghai Dragons, I really do think that they're a great pick to win this tournament because they found their strength and this is what they're sticking to. They found their identity and they're leaning into it. So many of these other teams around the entire league, they're picking all these different kinds of compositions. They're trying to outsmart their opponents, out-strategize themselves in many ways. Shanghai Dragons, they're pretty much only going to play this throughout the entire tournament, but they're fantastic at it. They are so good at this composition, and I think that strength will carry them through so many of these matches this week.
We're just gonna have to see if that's how it's gonna play out. But Johnny is dancing with the Dragons. So Custa, who are you repping?
I'm going for the boring team, according to Johnny. I'm going for the Los Angeles Gladiators. I don't know how. Apparently, I'm the boring one when you chose the 2021 champs.
You were the king of Clash champs.
Well, yeah, but the Gladiators, that's because they're on the rise. They're an exciting team to look at right now because they have been incredible throughout the entire season. They only have 2 match losses throughout this entire season, and that was the back-to-back reverse sweep. 2 matches that they should have won against the Dallas Fuel and the San Francisco Shock. So the Gladiators, since then, they're on like a 10-match win streak, something ridiculous right now, and it is on the back of this Kevster and Reiner dive. We know Kevster can play the Genji Tracer, Reiner can play the Winston Doomfist, and just the coordination that they managed to have, it is some of the best dive that we've seen throughout the entirety of the league. And then you just look at their backline, they have Shu and Skewed, they have the flexibility to play that double flex support, but Skewed can go over to that Brig if needed. It's just really an exciting team, and the Gladiators are no longer the Sadiators. The big linchpin, I think, of this tournament is going to be Paddy Pan on this Sojin. He is someone who has been inconsistent throughout the season, but he has been incredibly dominant on this Sojin from time to time, and he was, I guess, the kickoff clash standout for that team last time. So will he step up in the LAN once again?
I'm sorry, did you call them the Zadiators?
The Sadiators.
Sadiators?
Yeah, so
I heard Zaddy. I heard the Zadiators, and I'm like, you might be turning me from that team. Like, hold on, what's going on? But explain what you were saying.
So yeah, the Gladiators have inherently always disappointed their fans. This is the first time that they haven't been disappointing us time and time again. So they are no longer the Sadiators. They are well and truly the Gladiators, and I hope they keep me glad throughout this tournament.
All right, I would like to, right here on Watchpoint, coin the term Zadiators, though, because I think that should be their new social media.
Is this some anime thing or something?
Yeah,
No, you've never heard of Zaddy?
No, what's Zaddy?
No. Is it a veggie? It's like a carrot squash kind of thing?
You know what? Let's talk about it later on in the week.
Sorry.
Gentlemen, both of your guesses were pretty good, but also very, very wrong. Because I'm calling it right now, my first prediction ever on the Watchpoint desk, and saying that Philadelphia Fusion are going to be taking it all. Okay, now hear me out. I may be completely and totally biased since I had a friend who is coaching the Fusion for a little bit, and he said, if you don't cheer for my team, I will not be your friend for all of eternity.
That sounds like bias.
No, not at all. And then, Cussy, you had told me that Philadelphia Fusion connected with T1.
Yeah.
T1 has Faker in the League of Legends scene. So, you know, I have to just assume that by association, this is the
very
squad
different in this
that
scene.
is going
Very different.
to pop off. And then in addition to that, Joe Marsh used to sign my paychecks, and I want him to continue doing that. So that's why I think that the Fusion are going to be the ones who are going to take this entire tournament.
So you're on the payroll, is what I'm hearing right now.
maybe I would like to stay on the payroll. Maybe I would like to see that payroll being increased, or maybe I just have such a, like a strong and passionate connection for the Fusion fans. I mean, like, we
And
made
money.
a tweet
Yeah.
and the money, but wait, what?
We should tell you about something about the Philadelphia Fusion.
This is how it is.
Yeah, they're great. As you can tell, they've made it very far a lot of times historically. They have never won anything ever.
Never?
Never.
A playing tournament, but you know.
Play-ins don't really count.
1, 2, 3, 4. That's 6 second place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you can. It's. I've heard it's really fun being a Philadelphia Fusion fans. They're always really cheery on Twitter, and I think you'll fit right in. They complain a lot about how their team is like just doesn't make it, and they're like in a depression cycle. So you.
Is that like a roller coaster?
Yeah, you like roller coasters.
I like theme parks, but you know what all
Yeah.
that graphic showed me with those 6 second place victories? Is that they are due for a championship win. So I am sticking with my guns. It's gonna be the Fusion, first place. Fans, hear me out. We've got this, okay? Now, we all have our opinions as to who will leave this week the winner, so I can't wait for this segment's check-in later this week when we recall our shots. You see what I did there? Listen,
yeah.
I've got a week of this. You're stuck with me for the full week. Buckle in. Now, we've got 4 great games today, and coming up next, we're going to make Custa and Reinforce fight about 3 of them, so don't go anywhere. Hey everyone, and welcome back to Watchpoint. Now guys, I opened up the chat just for a second.
No, don't do that.
I opened up the chat just for a second because I wanted to, introduce myself, see everything, and all I saw was just a flood of, she doesn't know, she doesn't know, as soon as I started repping the Fusion. So I like the chat.
Yeah, you like chat?
I like the chat.
Oh, is he pandering to the audience? I like it. You're going to need it. You need someone on your side when you're a Philadelphia Fusion fan. You need someone to hold as you go
They have
through.
an entire support system laid out.
Yeah, it's impressive, yeah.
All right, please keep feeding me all of these support links for the Fusion in the chat, guys, because I'm going to need it. But we have got so many games to cover today, so why not kick off the day with a game for ourselves? I'm going to turn Reinforce and Custa against each other in a good old-fashioned face-off.
Very intense.
Now, here is how it's going to work. I'm going to assign each of you a side to a matchup, and then you have 45 seconds to tell me why you think your team is going to win. Now, when you hear the buzzer, you better stop talking, otherwise I'm going to curse all your future Overwatch games.
So,
It's gonna be
do
awful.
we get to pick the teams?
No, absolutely not.
all right.
I get to pick the teams. I'm in
right.
charge here.
Okay.
I wrote it in my contract. Must be able to play Puppet Master.
I can do this.
For everyone.
I can do this.
I got this.
Here you go. Okay. Then let's start off with Houston versus Florida. Now, Scott, you've got Houston. Let's put 45 seconds up on the clock and go.
Okay, the Houston Outlaws, they have been an incredibly strong team throughout this season. They have a double flex support meta. I know, I didn't start off very strong with that one, but they have Iris and Lastro. They finally have the proper meta in which they can utilize their pieces. Merit, statistically, is one of the best Sojourns that we have in this league, and they have been leaning onto it. They're going up against the Florida Mayhem. Xe is going to fall over in comparison to Merit, and then you have so many great things like the Dante Doomfist. Dante is going absolutely crazy. They have the option to sub in Piggy, something that they did not have in the kickoff clash. They are just a better team. Yes, they've only ever won one playoff match as a franchise team, but this is the time, Houston Outlaws. Jake, I'm looking at you. I'm no longer in a bathroom. I'm no longer anywhere. I want you to pop off. I want you to take this to the next level. You can't lie to me. You can't hurt me here. I'm in a truck. Let's go, Houston Outlaws.
It's time for you, and I'm glad that you brought that up because I was about to ask you, like, did Jake tell you all this?
No.
Did Jake tell you all this?
Just in my nightmares, he lives rent-free.
Playing a game of telephone like you walk into the bathrooms. Just, Jake, is that you? Give me the strats. All right, that was pretty good. But, okay, Johnny, you are about to do something that no one has ever done before. Defend Florida. 45 seconds up on the clock, and ready, set, go.
Well, first of all, I don't have a bathroom story, so I think I win by default. Like, the Florida Mayhem, they're actually like a respectable team in that regard. They might be known as the Florida Midhem because they can't actually beat any good teams, but they also don't lose against any bad teams. And, you know, Houston Outlaws, Houstonable, of course, it's always Houstonable. So the Florida Mayhem, they just have to show up, and they're essentially going to win this match. It doesn't even matter what they do. They have someone, he's an absolute Chad in the tank role. The energy he brings, he's going to turn up to the server and just dominate the opposition against the Houston Outlaws. Hydron as well, Xe, it doesn't matter who you sub in. They're both really good Sojourns. So in that regard, they're 2 against 1. Okay, Merit, he's 1 good Sojourn player. Florida Mayhem has 2.
You can't play 2 at once, though.
Well, he still has his time.
sorry.
Well, now you don't have your time anymore. But you know what?
I'm sorry, I can't speak when he's speaking.
You can't.
Oh, okay.
You know, I mean, you can if
Weak.
it's funny.
Okay.
Then I'll allow it.
Okay.
I don't know. You just.
Okay. That's my fault. Yeah,
that's,
sorry.
That's okay. 0 points awarded to you. 1,000,000 points.
Yeah.
One! Woo!
There wasn't a point system until 5 seconds ago, but I've just introduced it.
Okay.
And Johnny's.
All right, let's go.
Now, our next matchup is Toronto versus Shanghai. Now, Johnny, you already called Shanghai to win it all, so why not give us your point again? But this time, make it louder and more aggressive like they do in those sports talk shows. So 45 seconds up on the clock, and go.
The Shanghai Dragons, one of the best teams to have ever existed in the Overwatch League. Fate on this wrecking ball, you don't want to mess with him. The way he rolls around the map, controls all the surface area, it's incredibly difficult for the opposition to even move, okay? They don't have any leeway whatsoever, okay? You get claustrophobic when you play against Fate and his wrecking ball because he's so damn good at it. Lip on the Sojourn as well. We know that he was one of the best hit scan players in the entire world, but he's turning up once more, and he might as well be the best Sojourn in the entire league. It's unbelievable what this guy can do in the server, and they're just going to tear the opposition to shreds. Mark my words. They have Flat as well, not a reigning MVP, but he very might be the reigning MVP the way he's been playing the last couple of seasons. I'm telling you, this damage line with Fate as well, and I haven't even spoken about the support line. It's the best support line in the entire league.
No, it is not the best support line in the league. What are we living under a rock?
Good.
Have you been
So
watching them
good.
this season?
You'll have you'll have your 45 seconds. You'll have your 45. But Johnny, I just do want to say that you belong on TV.
Yeah.
Like, that was just excellent. You think that you really have the voice for it. But now, I think that it's time to hear from Custa. Now that I think about it, I think that you actually have the perfect face for radio. So let's go ahead. 45 seconds on the clock for Toronto, and go!
Why would you say that? That was
45,
like,
go!
oh,
Go!
the Toronto Defiant. They are a team that no one is really expecting to pop off. They have no expectations heading into this, but they are the definition of a team where the talent is there. They have Hisu. He is one of the best hit scans that we've had over the last couple of seasons. He is consistent. The backline, Twilight, who is a championship winner, he is incredible. He is one of the best Annas that we have in the league, even Zenyatta that we know from the 2019 GOATS era. They have Chorong standing next to him, one of the best rookie main supports coming into the league. And then Muse is apparently statistically just one of the best Doomfists that we have in this league. He's been integrating some of the Winston where he needs to from time to time. And I just think they're going to be a stronger team, and you can never count them up. Yes, they're going up against the Shanghai Dragons. Yes, they're great. But Johnny's hyping them up, saying that they're the best franchise of all time. They went 0-40 in the first season.
That is true. Even I heard about that.
Everyone loves a good comeback.
Yeah, but the comeback's over. They've already won once.
You've heard the word comebackable before, right?
Yeah.
No,
See?
that's not a word.
See? Comebackable.
No,
People
winnable.
use it. No, comebackable.
Comebackable, that's not
Comebackable.
That's not a word.
It is a word.
It's not a word.
It's a word, and it exists within esports, because if you see a game and it looks like, oh no, I'll hope
It's
this lost,
winnable.
but it's okay, it's comebackable.
No, it's winnable.
Comebackable.
Chat, help me on this one.
No, chat. Help me on that one, okay? We'll take a look after. But next up is a match that we've already seen time and time again before, which makes it a great match to end on. So Scott, do the Fusion Fanatics proud and tell us why Philadelphia is gonna beat Hangzhou. 45 seconds. Go.
I'm getting only some hopium right here. MN3 just put in one of the best individual performances that we've ever seen on Hitscan on that Ashe. He has been dominant at it, and he is going to dominate the Hangzhou Spark in this match. And on top of that, they have Zest, someone who is a Rookie of the Year candidate just off of how good his Genji and his Tracer has been. Bellis Rhea on those dive heroes has been good. Yes, they have not had a great stage. Yes, they have not been living up to the expectations that we had from the beginning of the season, but they always show up in the playoffs. You know, we just looked at a graphic of a lot of seconds. You know what is great about coming second? That means you dominated everyone else to get there. So I think the Philadelphia Fusion is a team that will always show up to the playoffs. Will they win? Probably not. They're going to come second again. But at least they're going to win this match against the Spark.
All right, I'll allow it. You know, I was even going to give you an extra 45 seconds there. You beat out the buzzer. They're not going to come in second. They're going to come in first.
Can I get 1,000,001 points for that, just so I'm ahead of him?
I forgot we were doing points.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure, you get 1 million.
Ha-ha!
We have to hear from Johnny first,
Okay.
although I don't know how you're going to combat that, because that seems pretty flawless to me. But go on, go. Why do you think Hangzhou is going to win? 45 seconds.
So as someone who's new to the scene overall, what if I told you that Hangzhou Spark is the Philadelphia Fusion, but better?
How?
They're Philadelphia Fusion,
How?
but better, okay? Look, they have a pretty similar match record so far this year. They've gone head-to-head against each other many different times. We're not going to talk about who's the better of these two teams when they go head-to-head against each other. But overall, I do think that the Hangzhou Spark still is the better team of the two. I mean, Shy, yeah, he's an incredible hitscan player, and also he cosplays. So I don't know if that's bonus
What
points
does he
for you,
cosplay
but
as?
yeah, well.
It's like anime things.
Some anime woman or something. I don't know. I don't know weeb stuff. I don't know. But they have lots of great other players. And just in time for this, they started utilizing all their players, Costa. The Hangzhou Spark, they're using all their players. This is a great sign.
Can I just follow up that question? You know when
Let's do the follow-up.
You know when he said they're better than Philadelphia Fusion? How did Hangzhou Spark do in the kickoff clash, Johnny? Did they win a map? I think
They didn't win, which is the same as the Fusion. So.
But Fusion was there at the end, coming second yet again.
But they were there! All right, no, the producer is in my ear saying, okay, crazy lady, let's move along. So I think that's what we kind of have to do right now. But it was a lot of fun, and I can't wait to see chat and social media tear you two up over your opinions, because I sure know that I will. Now, for everyone at home, we're just minutes away from the start of Atlanta versus London, so don't go anywhere. welcome back to Watchpoint. We're about to start our first match of the day where the London Spitfire are taking on the Atlanta Reign. Now, this first match of the day should be a banger and a brawler. So, reinforce. London has defined the Reinhardt role in the 2022 season, so what else do they need to do to improve?
Well, they have to utilize that composition because they are so extremely good at it. But now, when you've qualified for the Midseason Madness, you're playing against some of the best teams in the league, and they know what you're going to play. So you're not going to have like the strategic upper hand with the element of surprise. If we take a look at the hero usage stats so far in the Midseason Madness qualifiers, 45.9% Reinhardt usage.
That's a lot.
Look
That's a lot of
at the bottom.
Reinhardt.
That's a lot.
Look at the bottom. Reinhardt usage league average is 5.9. So they're using it 40% more than other teams on average. They love this dude, all right? But it can only get you so far. It's very hard to counter the Reinhardt composition. You have to be extremely good at, taking all these different kinds of angles, poking them down, out-rotating them. But if you take a look at some of Sparker's Sojourn stats as well, I mean, he's been lights out at that hero. So the London Spitfire, in my opinion, they have to pick and choose, really. Of course, you can play the Sojourn with the Reinhardt as well, if you'd like to do that. But I think that the London Spitfire, they're going to have to pick their moments when they want to bring out the Reinhardt this tournament, because they're just simply going to get, overrun. They're going to get poked out against some of the better teams, in my opinion. But it's something you can lean on maps where it really caters to your advantage. On Midtown, King's Row, for example, those kind of maps. Lijiang Tower, right? Yeah. Those are maps where you can really bring out the Reinhardt and gain an edge, and it's going to be hard to counter. But if you have to play Route 66, I mean, just lean on Sparker's Sojourn instead, because I think they've proven so far this stage that they actually can play some of these other compositions, like the Sigma composition, for example. They can force some of these dive compositions if they want to, at a reasonable level. So the London Spitfire, more than any other team in this tournament, in my opinion, they're going to have to choose very wisely whether they want to commit to Reinhardt compositions on certain maps or other more dive compositions on other maps.
And I heard Atlanta has a good Sojourn on the other side as well. I've heard of a player called the Kai Guy. So, Custa, who is the key for this Atlanta Reign squad?
Kai is a great Sojourn, but I don't think he is the key to the success for the Atlanta Reign in this tournament. I actually think it's going to come down to Hawk. Their coach, Brad, has come out on social media and said they don't want to use Gator for heroes like Winston or Reinhardt if they don't want to. They want to use the flexibility of Hawk and just how talented of a player he is and just utilize that so he has more synergy with the rest of the team. This is his hero usage of tanks in the the Mid-Season Madness tournament qualifier so far. He's played a lot of Doomfist, the hero that we know he is very good at, but he has that Sigma in his back pocket. But he's even been playing a little bit of this Winston, Reinhardt, and Wrecking Ball. And I think for the London Spitfire, if you do want to win, you need to get him onto those heroes. You need to get him onto the things that he's not comfortable with.
Right.
If they can end up in this Reinhardt mirror and you're the London Spitfire, that's best case scenario for them. So I think Atlanta Reign has that flexibility, but it is not their strength. That was a disrespectful shout out on the Dove right there.
Dirty.
But Hawks a talented player, excited to see more from them. Atlanta Reign has been an inconsistent team so far this season. Which one of them is going to show up in this tournament?
All right, guys. Well, after hearing from both of you on both of these sides of the team, there's only one more thing to do. Let's pull up the predictions.
Let's go.
Here we go.
Let's get into it.
Who you think are going to be the winners for
It's
today?
gonna be spicy.
Let's go ahead and take a look. And of course, we have Zoe here.
Okay.
London?
Oh!
All right, London. I see how it is.
Johnny went for Spark against
did.
Philly?
I did go for Spark, yeah.
You're
Wow.
off the goop.
Look, I proclaimed my my allegiance with the Hangzhou Spark for this season, and I'm going to commit to that. I think they're a fantastic team. Let's just wait to see the Hangzhou Spark actually winning, and then we'll be all happy.
It's never happened, so we'll see.
Yeah, it seems like we're in agreement everywhere else except for London Spitfire. You win London?
No, you win London.
I win London, but I'm saying right there, you win London?
Well,
With
it's-
a big question mark?
Well, London is like the dark horse. They're the popular team, but are they actually going to win this match? Probably not, but they did win the last time these two teams faced. So you could be right.
I'll tell you something. My buddy Robin used to be the manager for the Spitfire.
Wow.
That doesn't change anything.
And he invited me to
Awesome.
a barbecue at his house the other day. So I'm going Spitfire. I told you, full week of this. But guys, we
Please
need to
don't be
jump
right.
straight into this game.
Please don't
okay?
be right about
We're
your pred.
jumping straight into this game. Watch the prediction come out on top. It's gonna happen. But guys, there's only one way to find out who is going to be victorious with these predictions right now, and that's to jump into the game. So the Mid-Season Madness tournament starts right now.
Bet I beat you to the finish line, 'cause we out to get it feeling fine.
Dude, if that prediction comes out on top,
I know, we're never going to hear the end of it.
of his own and
Barbecue.
pins Joe onto the wall.
As long as he can, the point is allowed to flip now. The mayhem, sweep them away. Unbelievable.
Are you ready for the show? Now we caught up in the flow. We gon' give a little more. Ready, set, go.
Another one falls to music. Oh no, you can't do this. Vince really starting to go off now. What the hell did I just witness?
Pardon? All right, looks like Pork's back on the menu, boys.
Lupus killed 2, and Z drops and snipes 3.
It's a double pulse! A double pulse in overtime! Massive opening is shy. Looks incredible. Mary, what? Wait, was that triple collapse?
Where did that come from?
What is... And good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Mid-Season Madness Tournament. I'm Achilleos here with Avril, and that's right, baby. We are here for some international competition. Avril, congratulations. This is going to be your first international bout that you get to commentate, and it's going to be absolutely wonderful. We'll be bringing you guys the first 2 matchups here of the day, starting off with the London Spitfire going up against the Atlanta Reign.
Yeah, you didn't think I'd skip out of the Mid-Season Madness. Did you? Look, I'm all geared up for Hawaii. This is my best Hawaiian shirt, or close enough that I can handle over here. First time ever casting North American teams. It's exciting for me. I've been watching these teams from afar for so long, finally getting stuck into it here. Opening match of the entire tournament here. Our first ever global tournament set. It's going to be Atlanta Reign versus London Spitfire. I think this is one of the developing North American rivalries from this year that is just so cool to watch.
Yeah, it absolutely is, but can't wait to get in. I love how we actually didn't even talk about what we were going to be wearing. We just ended up kind of coordinating this.
Just on the hive mind. Just on the hive mind.
I'm going to Guam next week, and I was just like, you know what? I'm in a mindset to go to Guam, so I threw this shirt on, and I'm like, oh yeah.
What I like is
so
below you, you've got the pine tree leaf kind of thing going on. I got the flower right above me, fitting with my aesthetic. So we're all geared, we're all set. It's all part of the thing.
We also have the blue and the red, so I'm Spitfire and you're Atlanta Reign.
I'm on the wrong side here.
Yeah,
we got to swap around, but other than that, we're good. We're good.
All right, well, this just worked out beautifully in more ways than one, and none of it was planned whatsoever. I promise you that, chat. But yeah, it's going to be a very interesting series. We'll see who we have for either side, as well as we go ahead and take a look at our starting rosters and get into that so we can get into the action. We'll be taking a look at the Atlanta Reign to kick things off.
Yep, Atlanta Reign. Last time they faced the London Spitfire, it did not go well for them, but honestly, this team still goes from strength to strength, backed up by what I think is still, on the eye test, probably the best Sojin in the entire league here. Had some words from Sefi, their head coach Brad, as well, saying that they've mostly put all their effort into Hawk now in the tank position, so we're less likely to see Gator in F at all. That was one thing that I had a little bit of criticism about their last bout with London, being that it didn't seem like they were very prepared to face London on that neutral, sort of Ryan matchup, right? This time around, I think they're a lot more practice. They've been playing Hawk on the Ryan as well. Hopefully, if we do see that Ryan matchup, it'll be a good one.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they've been saying that, a lot of stock being put into Hawk, wants to be, kind of the centerpiece of this team moving forward. So we'll see how that does look if that matchup does come to fruition. And we can only hope, we can only keep our fingers crossed that it indeed does. We'll have to just wait and see, though, and also see, what the map set is going to be looking like, whether or not it's really going to lend to that Ryan comp style. I think, kind of regardless, we can expect that the London Spitfire are going to do their damnedest to make sure that they are running it no matter what. They seem to be able to kind of fit that square peg into the round hole when it does come down to it. They're just too damn good at the rush composition, but here are starting 5 for the side of the London Spitfire. Almost said starting 6, but that's going to pass. Anyway.
Well, they got more players. They got more players.
Yeah. They do. Obviously, we have seen Poco come in from time to time as well, but this is going to be the starting 5. We've got Backbone, not Bone Back, so we'll be in the DPS lineup.
Well, that's the thing, right? I want to touch up on that. That's, I think, one of the key conversations I have about this team is that when Backbone goes to the flex support, it's more than likely that you are seeing the dive, right? They're bringing Shax to play the Tracer, Hardy goes to the Winston, Backbone plays a Zen. That's one of their key looks that they've been showing, and I think that's important for the London Spitfire because early on, especially the kickoff clash, they were kind of like a Ryan one-trick team, and that's, fair criticism, didn't look like a flexible kind of team roster at all. Christopher, though, has kind of developed them into a much more flexible team now that we're seeing a lot more of the dive coming through. That's not just looking at the Ryan, and they've been kind of match up against the Dallas Fuel even on that as well. So that's been super impressive to see. But it does also lead to the fact that I think the read on their roster and what they bring to the table is a little bit predictable. Like I sort of mentioned earlier, Shaq's coming in, Backbone going in, you know exactly what they're going to play.
Yeah, so it does kind of have that just translucent aspect, I suppose, as to what the playbook includes. But again, this is a team that has shown time and time again that they are just so darn good at what they like to play that even when you know what's coming, it can be difficult to deal with. We'll see if the Atlanta Reign are up to the task as we take a look at our map set. It's going to be Lijiang Tower, selected by the London Spitfires. They do come into this as the higher seeded team. And then we will have the loser select from there on out as we make our way through the bracket.
And Lijiang Tower makes a lot of sense as the selected map here for the London Spitfire, given that I think of the control map pool, this was the friendliest one for Ryan Rush. I mean, we've had comments from DP, the head coach of Vancouver Titans, saying as much as well. But, I mean, a very strong opening. They certainly aren't going to be picking Ilios. I think if we go to 5 maps, if we go anywhere in that sort of territory, Atlanta will be wanting to take us more towards those less Ryan-friendly maps. Really test out to see how good Hardy's Winston really is, how good the rest of the London Spitfire's dive can really be.
It's the all-time Atlanta having the upper hand when it does come down to these control maps, so we'll see how they fare right here at the start of the mid-season Madness tournament. Let's go ahead and dive into the action. For now, Hawk jumping forward, takes the teleport, is going to be out there on that Doomfist. Sparker going to be on the Sombra.
No surprises here. I mean, I think you do want to be playing something like a Doomfist on this map. It does also play directly into Hardy's Reinhardt, being a very good matchup for Hawk. Something Hawk is extremely practiced on, but playing this all the way since the start of the entire season. We'll have to see how eventually this sort of dive goes for Atlanta Red, because they're also playing the Genji version, which is a pretty reasonable matchup into Hardy as well.
Oh, the pin out of nowhere. Hardy always manages to kind of weave these ones through. Kai gets caught up, ends up going down. Hardy going to be out of fire. This corridor gets shifted over to Sparker. Hardy still going to be hovering at about half HP, but London Spitfire make their way onto the point to stop the contest from going through on the side of the Atlanta Reign. The wall comes up, they wrap around the side, they find OG, Hawk goes down, but Nero managing to trade one back. Got rid of the Immortality Field as well to boot, but now has to try to run out of here. Deflect comes up just in time to keep himself safe, can exit and grab that health pack, but it is going to be the London Spitfire gaining control of the point first and foremost.
I gotta say, Hardy's consistency on these long-range pins is unbelievable. He keeps finding stuff like this, just opening kills. It's almost like he's playing a slow Doomfist, but he's able to land these one-punch hits all the time. Just, you know, tons of damage onto a player like Kai. You get the hack coming through from Spark on the Hawk as well. That's the other adaptation that London do make, because as much as say that London can't be predictable, you can also predict what Atlanta are going to run. They're going to have the Doomfist out, so they want to have the option to hack their Doom away.
Already a good opening kill as OG goes down and Landon finding that frag there. Gets rid of the enemies. Zenyatta further going to be slowing up. Nice ice block there from Backbone, takes a bit of damage, pops that one. Itchy trigger finger, keeps himself safe. The cleanup comes through as Kai goes down once more, and that's going to be really delaying this build up here on the overclock. Nano actually committed to the fight here as Hawk is trying to stay alive. Window comes out. It's going to be a little bit wonky. Still enough of an angle to try to play through, but now the blade is going to be pulled out by Nero and he instantly evaporates. Landon cuts him down to size. Hardy going to be antied out here for the moment that his corridor goes forward onto the Rhine, but he is perfectly fine. The kills continue to fly through. The London Spitfire win out the fight.
It's great targeting from the London Spitfire, right? They're constantly at a 5 versus 4 advantage. It just seems like Atlanta Reign can't be the ones to find the opening frag. Losing OG at the top of it is going to be really damaging to Atlanta's Reign's ability to get in on that fight, and then beyond that as well. You see the Nano come up from UV onto Hawk to save him. You're not going to find this Nano Blade, but even if you had the Nano Blade, even with the Blade coming through, Nero instantly shut down by this kind of defensive Lizard, and now the Earth Shatter coming through. Oh. They just want to get a solo kill. That's enough.
It's just bullying. It's absolutely bullying. They shatter him, they pin him to death after the hack comes through. Hawk, just not a damn thing he could have done in that situation. Goes down, now the EMP gonna be pulled through. OG losing out on his shielding is a quick and easy target. Sparker finds the elimination. Now Sound Barrier gonna be used as they take the fight further.
That's the map.
Aggressively forward here towards the side of the Reign, and as you say, that should be this round of Lijiang done and dusted. No one can touch the point as Hawk goes straight back in, doesn't get an opportunity to try to use that Meteor Strike, and it's 100% to 0 kickoff here for the Spitfire.
And speaking of untouchable Kilios here, guess what? There have been only a single death on the London Spitfire side. Hardy died, I think, in the opening fight, and that's it. Nobody else in the entire London Spitfire roster here in that opening Lijiang night market actually went down. Backbone, Sparker, Admiral, Landon, deathless on night market. And they had the pacing behind them. They had everything behind them in terms of snowballing the ultimates. They won every single fight. Atlanta ranked consistently down 4 versus 5 at the start of these fights. And you look at players like Hardy, he knows that he has a massive advantage when the Earth Shatter comes through. That's one of the quirks about this kind of Ryan versus Doom matchup, is when the Shatter is there, it's always going to be a free Shatter. Rain are going to try and, I would guess, sort of counter this one with a Fire. Look, it is backed up by Mercy. That's actually a little bit strange because when we see Fire in the APAC, especially on this map, typically you don't play the Mercy with it anymore. You just play the Zen. So we'll see how that works on the ground now, where UV is the only literal support for the rest of the players.
Yeah, only a couple times it feels like we have seen the Mercy coming through. Backbone going to be slept, but you see Hadi just rotating over, keeps him covered, making sure that they cannot get an elimination on him. He does go into the ice block a little bit earlier on there, but will be able to exit to safety here as Nero continues to try to weave around the side. The hack comes in, they're looking for the elimination, and Sparker is going to find it. OG, as he had to retreat, seems like the answer is going to be yes, because no res to be found. Sleep out onto Hadi just around the corner, but he's going to be woken back up. Got his beauty sleep through, and Hawk gets taken down by Admiral in the meantime, and London Spitfire will once more lock down the point first and foremost.
Yeah, you need to see a lot more damage coming through from Nero, but unfortunately a brilliant hack to come through from Spark. The manual, even 1 second Gilios seems to be enough to take down this far. Once that player number shifts again, we have another 5v4 in favor of London. They play that situation perfectly, and don't lose anybody for that. They have the opening cap again, and they're very steadily building up towards the first ultimates.
Good direct hit there on to Landon, but unable to find the follow-up. He tucks inside. Keeps himself safe yet again. A hack going to be dropping Nero down to the ground. In the meantime,
good snipe.
High headshot. Backbone just sending out that right click, finds the elimination, and it's the supports bullying Hawk. This time it's Landon coming up with the elimination as the Doom Fist once more goes down. 37%
High swap.
the side of the Spitfire, and Rain are struggling to find a way in.
And this is going to damage their dive opportunities as well, because now you can't really get this Tracer comboing with Hawk. Hawk kind of just ends up having to go in by himself. Nano's about to be available, but the timing ends up all being off because Rain wanted to go for Rocket Barrage. With 2 players going down, they can't make a play anymore. Still got to look for it though.
Okay, yep, very quickly there's the Immortality Field going to be cleared up. Nero with the barrage, able to find Landon at the end. Admiral still alive, still holds on to that sound barrier. Should he decide to use it? In the meantime, Backbone comes up with 2 eliminations. Hawk and Ultraviolet both going to be taken down, and now the beat is dropped. Admiral shielding up the rest of the squad. Backbone just pulling away, just dodging out of these shots, throws at the wall, tries to keep himself protected.
No ice block.
Nowhere to go, so Nero will be able to pick him off in the end, as you say. The ice block just coming off cooldown at the very end, I do believe. Nero instantly, however, going to be hacked, and the turnaround comes through as the Pharmacy duo gets taken down out of the sky. Hawk re-arriving. Manages to jump back across the opposite side of the gap as he looks for a follow-up hack here. And with him chunked down to about half HP, Hawk has to play this out slowly.
Blaze is still available. This is a really difficult situation. It's still a free shatter. There's nothing to block with the shatter. So when Hawk goes in, he's not going to be able to use his meter strike. Putting pressure on Hardy is absolutely correct. They need to get Hardy down, and that's the one key play that can swing this.
Yeah, that they do. Hawk down, weaving his way into the back of the point. The Blizzard comes through, just looking to zone them off, but it doesn't occupy the entire space, so they still can continue to try to keep this one contested. Admiral riding up into the skies. Right-click kill finds Nero, takes him down. Is at the ready, I do believe, but just not quite safe enough there for OG. Also got hacked out. There's going to be the Dragon Strike thrown through, and finally the Atlanta Rain will get a taste of pointage here in Lijiang Tower. They managed to get the cap coming in. Hawk going to be pinned over into the wall. The Fire Strike not going to be able to kill, and now Hadi. The question is, has he overstepped? The barrage going to be thrown in. He sends the Fire Strike up towards the Farah, but his attention is being twisted and turned to too many sides. He ends up going down. Barker back in the meantime. Throws a kill out on Takai, and that's going to be the point flip here back in favor of the London Spitfires. Hadi looks back over. OT starting to bleed away as it does continue onward. The Nano Boost comes online, throws it out instantly onto Hawk, and Nero narrowly survives, pulling back out of the window. Kill, however, does manage to come through in the end. Sparker finding it, but Hawk turning to the side, gets rid of Backbone. Takes down that pesky Tracer, and that's going to be a lot of the delay tactics now taken away from the side of the London Spitfire. Sparker, however, once more does manage to find Con. The point has been cleared out. That's the flip there for the side of the Atlanta Rain. Hawk going to be stunned up. He continues to go lower and lower. All the heals being pumped now into that Doom Fist. He manages to stay alive, and now
they're going to go for it.
Strike online for the beat gets dropped. The EMP goes through. Hawk, Nero, both going to be taken down. The Fire Strike, the follow-up one from Hadi finds OG. The flip is back into the hands of the side of the London Spitfire, and that should be the closeout. Kai returning, will find Sparker, gets him with a rail, but Admiral will once more get his hands dirty, and there it is, a 2-0 closeout from the London Spitfire. Hadi drops the C9 in the chat. I disagree with that one, sir, but I can congratulate you on the map win all the same.
Look, at this stage, I think both teams just going to spam C9 no matter what the game state is. It is what it is that we see here in this kind of NA rivalry. But London Spitfire, my goodness, that last fight lasted forever. Hardy literally dies twice, respawns twice. They still use ultimates to try and keep it going. That one flip they had for London Spitfire really making a big difference towards the end there because it put the pressure back on the Atlanta Reign after the Reign had used everything, and then London Spitfire started to come back into their own ultimates. I like the sound barrier, I like the EMP to close things out as well, and special mention going out to Admiral here, who will finish the entire map deathless. The only player that did not die at all, not a single death on all of Lijiang Towers.
Golf claps for Admiral. A wonderful performance from him and the London Spitfire in general. Fantastic way to kick things off. So they get the victory there on their pick of Lijiang Tower. Atlanta Reign, though, we'll get to answer back. We'll see what map they have selected for us when we return from the break. So don't go anywhere, guys. Mid-season madness continues in just a few.
Yep.
And I just realized that I was muted, so there we go. But welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Saying a flawless start.
Welcome to Achilles, everyone.
Not so not so flawless for me in the end of it all. But he went
God.
deathless there on Lijiang Tower. A 2-0 win for the side of the London Spitfire.
Tell you what.
Hey, look, it's been early days, okay? We've been up since like 4 in the morning. It's 8 a.m. now. Cut me some slack on the muting.
I got you, bro. I got you. Sparkage has hacked you as well. You were silenced for a second. We understand. But apparently for the London Spitfire, it's enough to get kills, right? And let's take a look at the man on our screens here. What we got in the replay there was a Admiral sound barrier that saves Hardy and now enables him to get a couple of fire strike kills. Something that really stands out is the fact that we look at Night Market, the opening pin kill into Kai, stuff like that is so standard for Hardy that you just don't see out of other players. I don't know how he gets these insanely good sort of these long-range charge pin kills. Like, realistically, they just shouldn't happen. But I guess on the Overwatch 2 Reinhardt, we can steer the charge a little bit. You can get a little bit more precision on those pins. But the level of precision that Hardy brings to the table is kind of just unmatched here. As is the pacing for this entire Ryan Brawl composition. We even saw a great example of that on Gardens when Nero goes for the Fire Barrage, right? And then London's response, push the spawn, push Atlanta spawn, trade backlines, and then just see what happens when, you know, okay, they will delete Landon from us. We're going to take their supports too, and then fight it out and see how it goes after that. And it ends up being that London get a greater trade out from that situation than Rain did.
Well, let's see. As we take a look here, some substitutions coming through from the side of the Atlanta Reign. We've got Venom going to be stepping in. See if the adjustments are going to be good enough for the Atlanta Reign to be able to tie things up with their map pick as we get ready to move into Hybrid. It is going to be Ike and Valda to see if they can make that happen. Of course, we have Backbone shifting over into that flex support.
Pretty standard stuff. I mean, we're going to Ike where both A and B, particularly B, is a very dive-centric map. You need some high ground, low ground mobility. Winston is going to be the ticket for both teams here. Or maybe Hawk could actually stay on the Doom. That's a pretty viable pick as well. But like I said in the pre-show here for London Spitfire, when you see Shax come in, Backbone moves to the support position, you know exactly what you're about to get. Now, the one thing about the Atlanta Reign is I think they kind of missed Venom a little bit, especially on Gardens. I'm not saying that Venom should have played Lijiang necessarily, because there's more rounds on Lijiang where you'd rather have Nero than you'd rather have Venom. But that one Gardens map where you did see Kai swap off from the Tracer onto the Hanzo was kind of telling for me, like, man, this is where you'd actually really want a Tracer to pair with Hawk comfortably. But Kai just felt like he wasn't getting enough done there. Sniped out by Backbone's May as well, who I think is the best May in the world at this point. But taking him off the May, forcing him onto the Zen instead, which is off roll, is, I think, the way to go for your Atlanta Reign, because you are removing some of the strength away from the London Spitfire, and now we're getting into the Reign's, I think, comfortable territory, which is dive.
Yeah, I think you'd be really hard-pressed to make an argument for anybody other than Backbone when it comes down to May. Because just on the whole point of, you know, just raw play time, I know we were highlighting how much Hardy plays Ryan compared to the league overall. You know, he is so much play on Ryan, where it's like 5% for the entire league. But, I mean, Backbone, it's going to be a similar thing if you take a look at the May stats. Obviously, people like Prophet and whatnot have played it, but have not looked anywhere near as good as this guy. I think that the only person that could maybe give him a run for his money is if we could get Libero to come back. So, Libero, wherever you are,
Rascal,
back, please.
Rascal just
somebody needs to take this guy down.
Rascal's May was really good last year. He's on the Dallas
Why
Field currently as a coach, but I mean, hey, you know, Rush, just if you guys are going to play some May Brawl, you know the guy to put in. I don't even think he's going to play a contract, but in any case, speaking of ex-London players,
update the verbiage.
It is a good look for the London Spitfire so far. The one concern is, can they match the other teams on this Winston dive? Because it seems like they are very committed to playing something like this. If you paid attention to the Dallas match from previous as well, at the end of the Midseason Madness qualifiers, they actually opted to play the Winston dive on Kings Row versus Dallas Field, when that is, I would say, normally a pretty strong Rhine map for a team like Spitfire, but they actually opted to do that instead. So they are attempting to utilize more of the Winston dive instead. And I think if they can get a good grasp of that, then they will finally be like a very good, well-rounded team that can take it to every single other top team, because otherwise there will always be their one weakness. I think Ryan is great in the hands of Hardy, and the Ryan composition is great in the hands of the London Spitfire, but you can't win an entire tournament. You can't win an entire global tournament, especially off the back of one composition. So good to see that they are changing things up.
I'll take a look at Backbone here, put him under the microscope a bit from that first map. I mean, yeah, it was just a great performance, 12-2. Overall, you're never going to really feel too bad about that KD. The man was putting in work. He was landing his right clicks, wall timings as well. I think one of the hardest things that you can work on when it comes down to make is a lot of people can aim and get that timing down to hit those right-click headshots.
Yeah.
But he really knows how to just really cut off the enemy team's rotations, catch them out, put them in a really rough position, and then the whole team can move in and get the punish. So that's something that takes a hell of a lot of work, a hell of a lot of coordination, and backbone with the rest of the London Spitfire. He's got it in spades.
And I actually want to highlight another player here, Sparker. From reviewing London VODs, I've been becoming more and more impressed with his Sojourn play especially. And I think one of the key matchups, especially on this map, is going to be Kai versus Sparker. Now, if you remember in the kickoff clash, one of the key matches was that Soldier matchup between Kai and Sparker. And I did feel like when London beat Rain, one of the areas that they actually had over the Rain was that Sparker played a better Soldier than Kai, which seems weird because Kai is, I think, a top, maybe the top Western hit scan DPS. And in that particular match, when Rain lost, you know, Kai was pissed. He was visually pissed on the camera. I can understand it. He felt like he probably did get outplayed a little bit.
Sure.
Or maybe Sparker, you know, did something that the Rain weren't, you know, prepared for. We're into more of Kai's meta because I think it is a very Kai meta when you're playing the Soldier. But now we're on the Sojourn. I think a lot of people agree, despite Merit having, I think, the highest stats for a Sojourn, Kai has been visually, by the eye test, the best Sojourn that we've seen. Sparker is catching up. Now, I do think Kai has been in this matchup, but if Sparker catches up again and has another great performance versus Kai like he did in their last matchup, Kickoff Clash, that's going to be a problem for the Atlanta Rain.
Oh, almost certainly. But yeah, I mean, even, you know, with all the praises sung about Kai, like you said, Sparker has been catching up, and there's not that much separating these two players right now as far as those figures are concerned. Playtime, obviously, something that you can take into consideration when comparing the two. But yeah, Sparker not that far behind, so who knows if he is absolutely fired up today, as it looks like the London Spitfire are, for the most part, then he absolutely can walk away having the upper hand and helping to bridge that gap even further to try and overtake Kai and become known as the best Sojourn, at least in, we'll say in NA. You know?
Well, yeah, we'll see, because there's some really good Sojourn plays from the Apex side that we are yet to see, and so the test will be there for sure for the NA teams. But I also want to mention Spark his Sombra from the last map as well, while we sort of wait to get into the map here, where, you know, part of me is like, okay, well, Sombra is not a great hero currently in the Overwatch 2 meta. However, the way that he was piloting the Sombra in that sort of composition that London were playing, because as I sort of mentioned, right, as much as, say, London are predictable, Atlanta Rain versus London, that same sort of matchup, can also be predictable where the Sombra can get a lot of work done. You are hacking the Doomfist from Hawk, which provably did have impact. We saw Hawk being able to not really be able to play his game at multiple times, but he did get hacked with EMP'd. But more importantly, the 1 second hack on Nero's Farah is humongous. Like, that really swung everything, because Farah normally would be a pretty strong pick versus the side of London Spitfire's Rain comp, but not in that particular instance. So moving over to Eichenwalder, as a reminder, it is Atlanta Rain's pick. They want to stay away from Rhine-based comps as much as possible. And, well, we already know that London Spitfire are probably not going to be playing Ryan here at all, given their current starting lineup for this map. So let's kick it off and see if their Winston matches up to the dive of the Atlanta Rain.
All right, well, let battle commence. No, it'll take a little while longer, but it's okay. We had to, you know, make sure everybody's nice and comfy, cozy in their seats here as they get set up there. Of course, with the substitutions, it can slow things up a little bit, but it's okay, guys. You don't have to panic, because I know there's probably a panic going on in the chat, as there often is. Everything's fine. We're getting into game now. We can continue the action. Myself and Avril can go back to yelling.
Ready for battle.
And that's ultimately what we
Maybe a little from
what we want to do.
A bit more from you than me.
True.
I do most of my yelling through the keyboard. If you know, you know.
You're a little bit more sophisticated.
Intelligent yells. I try. Okay. Hawk on the Doom, expected. Probably end up be staying on that one. Double flex support for the London Spitfire, again expected. So Kai should be going for an opening Widow peek here and then hopping straight back on towards the Sojourn. This composition, this kind of matchup, I should rather say, is going to come a lot down to that sort of opening pick potential from either your Sojourn play between Sparker and Kai, or your Zen play between OG and Backbone. Two players kind of off-rolling, more so Backbone than OG. OG's he's still a support, but usually a main support player. Been really impressed with his Zen play as well.
All right, well, everybody denying sightlines, anticipating that shot. Hang back, swap will come through. It's going to be the Sojourn here. So overall, it could be fairly mirrored. Just going to be the Doomfist versus the Winston as the key difference here. Sparker building up, Rail at the ready, sends it out, gets the tag there onto Hawk. under a little bit of fire, pulls back over here to the back.
Backbone, really aggressive.
Taking quite a bit of damage. There's the dive forward, Seismic Slam, getting a couple connections in as Hottie going to be hit with that
the sleep!
orb. Managing to pull back, the sleep is there. Ultraviolet, though, he gets woken up. They can't find the elimination. He's at a sliver of HP, and Shax will finally manage to get the finishing blow. Hits him with the melee. Backbone as well, going to be sniping Hawk down. As a recall going to be burned there by Venom is being tracked. Shax rather pushing forward, trying to get a punish. Looks like he will not be able to do so. Has to concede the fight, but Spitfire they win the opening volley.
Shaq is the extremely tall basketball player, which is not that one, but London Spitfire. Landon, brilliant sleep dart connection onto Ultraviolet, who was already low from the rail shot via Sparker. Cleaned up eventually, but Atlanta Rain off to early fight loss here, looking at opening ultimates. It's got to be the Nano boost available. Should go on Hardy, there it is.
Yep, there's the headshot on the backbone, takes him down. Nano does go out onto Hottie, as you say. In the meantime, dashing and ducking around, has this pulse bomb at the ready, just waiting for an opportunity to invest that. Oh, try to find a pickoff. Hottie around the back, the Discord orb goes out. Is he going to go ahead and send it? Has not done so yet. Health pack going to be picked up, looks for the stick, unable to find it. Hottie going to be alive for a little bit longer, at least, but the dive comes through. Hawk getting it in there, managing to find that elimination here at the very end. The rest of the London Spitfire now trying to pull away as the ticks start coming through for the side of the Atlanta Rain, already grabbing two. If they're going to contest this, they're going to have to do it rather soon. Meteor Strike dropped in. That's going to be the elimination there. Auto Sparker, but Shax manages to come up with two. Ultraviolet and Kai now going to be at the fight, but Landon is taken down. Nearly there, 92.1%. Shax now going to be eliminated, and Hottie discorded up, nowhere to go. Tries to dive in and out of the bubble, but eventually will be felled. It's just shy of 4.5 minutes now in the time bank for the side of the Atlanta Rain.
Yeah, very cool stuff coming through from Hawk there. Multi-frag towards the end, shutting down Shax with a single punch. But really it starts to me coming through from Kai, the headshot onto who I believe it was Backbone, enabling the 5 versus 4. Nice nano to save Hardy at least, but they like the damage out with the extra Harmony healing. They also Discord damage that would have been there for the London Spitfire without their Zenyatta player. Atlanta Rain, okay, they did lose a couple of the Shax, but with a 3v3 situation, closer respawns for the Atlanta Rain, they're going to be able to take that fight. And importantly, they didn't have to spend any extra ultimates. Having both nano and the transits available now, it's going to be super important.
Shax just working his way up here onto the high ground, poking and prodding where possible, trying to catch up towards that next pulse bomb where Venom is leading him just a little bit. Landon getting dove on, but the heals come through. Antied out, discorded. Hawk is going to have to make his exit away from Landon.
Kai's one.
Now falls low, 70 HP. As Hottie gets the stomp, finishes off Kai. Hawk will make his exit. The card in the meantime is still steadily advancing forward though for the side of the Atlanta Rain, so they are gaining distance. Hawk, however, going to be slept. There's the charge up there from Backbone on the right clicks. They get the elimination. Ultraviolet taken down as well, and the cart now finally going to be halted.
And this is one thing that London do very well that we saw in Lijiang Town, that we're seeing here again, that it's when Atlanta Rain want to get aggressive, London are great at trading backline. So, okay, Hawk wants to go with the nano, cool. Hardy's going to prime on the backline. He focuses on Kai most importantly, gets him out of the picture, solos that kill, and it turns into a reasonable situation for the London Spitfire. They still have most of the high ground in their control. A solo player pushing for Atlanta Rain. I mean, they need to be pushing. It's what they got to do, but that technically means they're another player down. Wow, okay, that's big.
Okay, Shax finding two again. This time, the pulse bomb taking down both of the supports, just hugging terrified in the corner, and Shax shows no mercy. Gets the elimination. Venom now going to be recalling, but he's stuck over back by the cart, so ends up going down. A little bit of added stagger there. They wait for the trace. Go ahead and take a look at how he made this one happen.
So the Nifu was there. Okay, just blink straight into double sports coming through the choke point, and that's going to be it. And I think both supports just accepting their fate there. OG's like, not going to blow trans for this one. But what it does mean is with the couple of fight losses down now, London Spitfire in the lead. Venom also gets the lead. He was trying to solo push the payload, try and force some attention towards him, and I think he got that attention.
He certainly did. Backbone taking his head off. Here's the drop down here onto the high ground. Hawk immediately going to be met with a sleep dart. Gets knocked down off the high ground. Backbone has that charged up headshot. Once more going to get punished, but it will be a trade out on those tanks. But Backbone is absolutely stomping. 3 kills for the Zen, cleans up both supports at the back end of the fight, and that is going to be so much of the time bank drained down. Nearly 3 minutes gone.
Oh, what is that?
Haven't even got to the bridge. Backbone! He kills OG just as soon as he respawned. He puts him right back in there.
Gap, yeah, I think it might be right. OG with a lull as well. Look, it is pretty accurate. Bones back, baby. Gotta say.
Unbelievable.
3 in a row there. She's even got a smile on his face like, I respect it. She's that OG, by the way.
That is a pain.
He came out the left side entryway, so he's like, I'm not gonna take the main. I don't want to die again. Respect it.
Unbelievable. fantastic series of events there from Backbone. Continues to just hold at the top of the rampart.
Time is an issue, though.
Stacked up here to the side of the Spitfire. Sparker crashing through, tries to get that nade down. Overclock now going to be popped, however. Kai finds a shot, finishing off Shax. Rotating around the back end, he's looking for another target. Spots Hadi on the phone.
Nano Backbone.
Hadi, however, now going to be popping that Primal, gets on top of Ultraviolet, and Hawk is going to be eliminated. Backbone comes up with yet another elimination. He gets Kai mid-slide as well. 2 for Backbone in the fight. Looks for a little bit more. OG will get a minor amount of revenge, but is quickly dealt with shortly thereafter, and the cart in the meantime is rolling back. This is an utter catastrophe for the Reign.
It certainly is. 30 seconds remaining to run out of ultimates as well. Hawk's about to hit the meteor strike, but that'll only be good for sort of resetting his own life there. London Spitfire, great trades on the ultimates there. Nano onto Backbone ends up working well as well. Getting damage coming on through. He's leading frags, by the way. 9 total final blows, 2 above Shax on 7. And final fight territory in.
Speaking of Shax, once more going to be starting the fight off as he goes down. OG managing to get the connection there to the skull of the enemy Tracer. Finds the elimination. Kai as well, dealing with the other DPS member on the side of the Spitfire. Parker now out of the fight. Hawk falling low, jumps back over, rejoins with the rest of the squad. The cart finally starting to make its way across the bridge. Diamond comes through from Hadi, gets punched away, the Discord Orb goes out, and he's still so very far away, but there's the stick. That cuts the supports down in half. Ultraviolet eliminated. Now Venom going to be taken out. Backbone once more finds another elimination. Kai finds a headshot rail, but Sparker gets Hawk. There's no one to contest this card anymore. OG left all on his lonesome. They look for the final kill here on the back end, but there you have it. The hold just at the end of the bridge here for the London Spitfire. They have a very real win condition to play for.
I think Hardy's just talking about his parent or Cloud9. You know, it does make sense. They are the London Spitfire, I understand. London Spitfire, yeah, exactly. London Spitfire, though. Great hold coming through. What we do see silver lining for the Atlanta Reign is that despite losing B, and I think it was pretty fair to assume that they weren't going to really cap B there. Had they capped B, we're not going to finish the map anyway, based on the amount of time remaining. They managed to push the payload nearly to the end of B. So distance does matter here. Because they get a couple of important frags in what became the OT fight, London Spitfire waiting patiently for respawns. Hardy didn't want to go in alone. He wanted to wait until at least a couple more members were there, especially Shax coming through as well. Atlanta Reign used that opportunity to not quite cap the point, but 116.36. That'll give them a very defensible position now to play through. So small silver linings here to be able to do things with. Combination of Sleep Dart into a kick into a right-click headshot combination from Backbone. That'll delete Hawk, and that's exactly how you outplay dudes.
Utterly impeccable. Gets Ultraviolet just moments before he would have crested over the opposite side of that wall. Broken line of sight.
Hashtag supports a week, by the way.
Huge punishes. Yeah. Yeah,
You know.
I mean, and he didn't even have to utilize the massive kick from the Zenyatta to get those kills to come through. Just did it with the base kit of the Zen.
All right, coming back over through first fight now. Hawk is actually going to be starting out on the D.Va, which is an interesting choice. This is part of the, I don't know if I could say issue for Hawk being in the lineup, because he's still trying to adapt to gate his hero picks. It would be better for him to be on a Winston here, but I don't know how comfortable he is on that Winston just yet. It's not been part of his hero pool traditionally, so he's going to come and bring out the D.Va, who on this particular patch, it's not beta 2 guys, but on this beta 1 patch, D.Va still doesn't have the sort of buff she has in the current patch.
Dropping down, fishing for a tag down the fire strike right side, doesn't get a connection.
Can I say as well?
Trying to advance forward, but right now he's getting beaten and battered from all sides right now.
Well, this is different to the London Spitfire normal Ryan comp. They do get the opening frag into OG though, so this could be the fight indeed. They're basically playing Ryan dive because it's a dive composition with double flex support, but it's got a Ryan.
And they've already got 2 eliminations. Now they're looking for a little bit more. Hawk just going to be going off that side of the map. Backbone getting him a final little kick. Nade coming down, just making sure to zone back Ultraviolet so they can keep Shax alive. They get those kills, and it is so very swift from the side of the London Spitfire. As they just go ahead and pick this up. And Kai, yeah, she's just there. So we'll go ahead and die.
If he got a frag, maybe that would have. I mean, he tried. He had a full charge rail. Unfortunately, just doesn't connect right. A little bit unfortunate, but he was very far forward. So now waiting the long walk back. Good news is they have to wait for this gate to open. You call this supported colors, but I don't think that's right. Is it? So
Just
okay.
portcullis, yes.
Just portcullis.
It is
okay.
what it is. I just said it wrong.
Is it?
That's what it was.
Oh, good. All right, cool. So it is. It is. There you go. Waiting for the portcullis to come up. So I'll give the Atlanta Rain the opportunity to regroup properly. Almost another stick there. Doesn't matter. Still gets the kill.
It doesn't matter. Ultraviolet just jumped up and down on top of it like it was a trampoline. And he ends up dying. Venom will find a kill on the opposite side, though, as Parker does get dropped. So, bit of wiggle room to work with here on the side of the Atlanta Rain, but I don't think the London Spitfire are going to be too nonplussed about it. Now Shax continues, finds the other component there in the supports, gets rid of OG. He traded out as Venom, gets that pulse bomb out on the backbone. Yeah, the stick is there, but Shax continues to find value. Finds Hawk. Hottie going to be slept. Ultraviolet with the Bionade will be able to take him down, so a trade out here on those tanks as Venom tries to hold the card. There's a bit of support coming through there from Ultraviolet, just keeping him topped up, but once more the cart is going to be inching forward for the Spitfire.
And that's really important for Venom as well. The cart is actually mostly stalled out now. That's because Venom won his duel earlier on. He actually got, I think, the kill to backbone there, but also maintained presence on the payload. So usually in the situation, even if London were losing, they could sneak payload distance the same way Atlanta Rain were doing. But now, okay, you're right. Atlanta Rain just died, apparently. We just start the fight, the three of them
What is happening? I mean, Hottie just leaps to the high ground, and Ultraviolet just dies. He's just left out the dry. Now everyone's getting picked off one after the other.
Is it over? Is it
Cart, in
done?
the meantime, it's rounding the final corner.
Kai just has ult. He just has to kind of go now.
Yeah. You just have to throw everything and hope that something sticks on this defense.
Touch,
trying to make their way out. Okay, the touch is going to be there. Hawk makes his way over. Still going to be 28% shy of having that Primal Rage ready to go. Backbone pops the trance, but the headshot is there from Kai. Finds Landon. Venom going to be traded out. Shax finding the elimination. He pushes forward. He's looking for Sparker. Kai finds the finishing shot. It seems like the Rain will manage to make this hold come through. Backbone does give a little parting gift there to Kai before he goes down, but the team kill is completed. They halt the cart 0.5 meters away, but they still have to go through 3 whole minutes on this time bank.
I mean, that was literally a last-second contest there, so finally someone does touch. You get some, I don't know about you, man, but watching some of the games that we had over the past week, you're getting some PTSD looking at payloads going towards the checkpoint, and, well, no one kind of getting there. Venom basically has to stay on this payload permanently now. We actually had the interview from OG last time where he said, okay, one of the key focus of the team was just to stay on the payload. And speaking of staying on, Shax is staying on Ultraviolet.
Yeah, that's Ultraviolet out of the fight. Hawk jumping over, keeps the card contested. Primal going to be popped by Hottie. Hawk still holding on to his own, but look at Kai, zone so very far away, and Hottie manages to track him down, gets that elimination. His corridor does come through. He falls a little bit low, makes his exit. Pulse bomb, not going to find a connection. Hawk actually kind of swatting away from that one. Now, the overclock going to be popped, and Hawk gets taken down by the nade from Sparker, of all things. Looks for a little bit more. Hunting a target, but Venom is already dead. Hottie, the one to find that elimination. Kai trying to play around the backside of the cart. The Bionade comes in from Ultraviolet. They get that healing booster to try to keep him in this fight, but OG, now Kai, all go down to the nanoed-up scientist. Hottie claiming 2. Hawk finished up by Backbone. The push is through, and the London Spitfire now move up 2-0. Match point in their hands.
This doesn't look good for the Atlanta Rain today. They're being sort of outpaced on Lijiang Tao with the Doom versus the Ryan composition. Here coming through into Eichenwald, which is Atlanta Rain's pick. Dive versus Dive. Seems like London have the better of that matchup here as well. You know, we're getting a lot more value out of the Winston. Doom seems to be heavily countered by Backbone and Landon, the combination of which has just been unbelievably good. I mean, if you told me that Backbone was a dedicated flex support player who specializes in Zen, I would 100% believe you. He was one final blow behind the kill leader for this entire map. Shax on 14, Backbone on 13. Those are your number 1 and your number 2s. Backbone was doing so much work.
Unbelievable performance here from the side of the London Spitfire. I mean, we had the lower third earlier on. It's the last time that these guys did square off against each other, it was a 3-2. London Spitfire were able to walk away, but right now they're looking for the 3-0. A reverse sweep is what is necessary, as I'm looking at that replay from Backbone, and it's absolutely insane. But guys, we're going to go to a quick little break, grab some coffee, and when we come back, we'll see if the Spitfire can close this out or if the Rain can put a map win on the board.
2 shots, dead in the ground. We ain't the same, pull up. 3 rounds, bro, you done. We let it rain, head pop. So look out when we in the zone. Don't play around. I got a strap, put to your back. Tell you now, we laying it down. Yeah, bands up, trapped out. I bring the dogs, gang out. Look. Don't wanna fade and drop out, got no clout. Think smart, this crucial. We ain't no average usual. Nah, we let it rain, ain't seen a savage. Who you?
And welcome back. It's the Atlanta Reign, and they need a reverse sweep because right now they're down 0-2. They're going to have another match coming up, though, so we'll see if they can make that happen, if they can start a reverse sweep.
2 blue hats, though, so we're increasing the number. I think if they get to 5 blue hats, I do legitimately like the blue hats. If they get to 5, though, I think their final form does unlock. Yeah, it's not looking good. Has to be reverse sweep. And I would have liked to have seen a lot more coming through from their dive. I felt like that would have been a strong point versus London Spitfire, but as I'd mentioned in the pre-show, right, or even just before we go into the last map, if London can get this dive underway as another very strong composition for themselves, I don't know if they have any major weaknesses to be exploited anymore. You know, Poker's going to come in for map number 3. It is Escort. He's going to come in to play a bit of that Sigma. This is kind of, I mean, it literally is final chance for Reign, at least as far as this matchup goes, but for Hawk as well, he's kind of running the gamut of like, okay, try to counter the hardy Ryan, now try to counter the hardy Winston. Now you're playing Sigma versus Poco Sigma, so there's got to be a winning matchup. Somebody, somewhere in here. Kai and Nero coming together on the potentially double sniper could be pretty strong as well. There's got to be something that this team can do better than the London Spitfire to get a win today. I think this should be a pretty ring-small map for the Reign, but their chances of actually making a reverse sweep are starting to look slim.
They certainly have their work cut out for them. If they can make it happen, it would be a monumental way to go ahead and kick off the Midseason Madness tournament and keep themselves, you know, in that upper bracket and whatnot. But yeah, it's looking really, really tough for them right now. They haven't quite been able to hold a candle to the London Spitfire in any regard, which is a bit interesting to see because, again, the last time they squared off against each other, it was a very close series. The London Spitfire had to win it in a 3-2 setting. We'll see if they can get more towards that again, but it's got to start on the next map. Obviously, lots of substitutions made here. Nero coming back through. Obviously, there's some change-ups. His Backbone's going to be moving back into the DPS slot. Shax going back onto the bench. Poco stepping in. Admiral is here, who is, we'll keep track of this, but right now Admiral is deathless in this series because he only played the first map. Didn't die. So we'll see if he can maintain that. That would be a hell of a feat. We'll definitely keep our eyes peeled.
I have a question for what Backbone is going to play on this map. Bit of spoilers, but we are moving to Circuit, and I just want to announce it so we can start discussing things for that a little bit. But it is normal that you do play Sigma on this map. Double flex support, cool standard, double snipers as well. When I say double snipers, we're either talking about Widow plus Sojin, or maybe a Widow plus Hanzo, or at the very minimum, I think you got to be looking towards Sojin plus a Hanzo, which means Backbone probably comes out on a Hanzo here. He's not on his signature main pick. He's not on his signature, I would say, Zen pick here as well. He's got 2 signatures. Can the rest of his picks come on through to sort of match up? Because this is a sort of situation where, okay, well, surely the Kai and Nero combination on these double snipers can be the strong point for Atlanta Reign, right? I did say that Kai was meant to be the better of the 2 DPSs between him and Sparker, but it seems like today, I wouldn't necessarily say it's Kai's fault, but he hasn't been popping off as hard as we normally see. But the entire Atlanta Reign squad has been looking pretty underwhelming this entire series, so it's hard to even look at a single player here. It does seem like a pretty major team diff overall, and that's why it's looking difficult for the Reign to make any sort of comeback. But this really is the last chance. Sigma versus Sigma battle. If there's one place you can win, maybe that'll be a fantastic matchup for Hawk, at least.
Well, we'll see how they pilot it as you already spoiled. How dare you? Circuit Royale is going to be coming up, and this could be very well the decider if London Spitfire can go ahead and close it out. They are going to be looking for this 3-0. Hottie's been dropping C9s in the chat after the first 2 maps, even though there's not been a C9 in sight whatsoever.
Thank God for that.
He's completely fueled up on this rivalry right now, so I know that, you know, even though he's not playing in this lobby right now, Poco probably going to drop a C9 for him if they can.
I'll tell you what is happening. Now that Hardy's he's taken a bit of time off from this map, I'm really hoping they put some cameras on the Gator versus Hardy charity boxing match. That's actually happening behind the scenes right now, so I'll pay to watch that one, but we'll see if we can get some results. See if we can get some live updates from Danny on that a little bit later on. Here we go, though. Let's take a look at the compositions. Backbone on the Genji. Now, that's interesting. We have seen Genji paired up with one of the snipers here. Not playing the Widowmaker, I think, is a little bit weak and requires London to be very active because they're also playing the Brig version of this matchup as well. So they're not opting for the double flex support. The Brig version requires that your entire team, Poco and Admiral, working together, get a little bit more active in the front lines to pressure out Hawk. Being that Atlanta Rain are playing a more poke-style heavy composition, they want to play a bit slower. They want to rely on Kai to find opening picks. They want to use their double flex supports to sort of out-poke the London Spitfire composition. So kind of hoping here that Kai just stays on the Widowmaker for reasons like that.
Yep, I saw that one happening in slow motion. Sparker, life flashing before his very eyes. Kai taking his head off, but Backbone does manage to find an elimination. Cleans up that immortality field as well. Now dives in. He's looking to try to take down Kai, but the heals come through, and he's just going to go ahead and point blank finish him off there. That unscoped left click. Trade out, but it does buy some time and space here for the side of London Spitfire, but now they are very much corralled.
They caught
and surrounded.
London should get cleaned up.
Pinched on, feeling lower and lower, and well, Poco's gonna try to run at them. Kai does end up falling, Landon finding that kill, and somehow does manage to stay alive. Healing Orb is out onto Poco, steadily trying to keep the Sigma in the fight, and so far the kills somehow have not come through, which is a little bit surprising, but Nero will finally go ahead and get the headshot through onto Admiral. Now the cleanup is there for the side of the
Gotta keep pushing.
What they do?
Finally. Look, they finally got the kills. I mean, London did take a while to die there. I'm not too happy about that because that is going to be staggers for the London Spitfire squad. They're trying to find ways to maybe come back there. Saw a kill come through for Landon. I think Backbone even dived in for a single kill. But that fight was as good as done as soon as Kai actually hit that opening shot. This is going to be a difficult position to defend now. London Spitfire have to kind of run it. And the good news is, because the support's there for so long, they're going to have double support ultimates. They should be able to walk in with this rally and sort of take a fight off the back of that one. Atlanta Rain are going to have to end up popping some ultimates of their own. Here we go.
Oh, well, the window gets opened up first and foremost, and Nero, he makes use of it. Finds a headshot on the Poco, taking down that Sigma. Now Admiral's going to be gone, so no chance to even pop the rally. Just 2 meters left to go to go ahead and get this cap coming through. And Landon, the only one who's able to find an elimination right now. Sparker falling lower and lower. Nero has to go for the reload, and Sparker will slide through, get that melee hit, make his escape up here onto the high ground. Chase comes in, and they look for the elimination. Ultraviolet will get slowed up, but they get the kill all the same. So some additional stagger to be found. The cap is there. It's 4.5 minutes now for the Rain.
And this is not going to get any easier for the London Spitfire until we get to C. I mean, I'm not saying B is going to be a wash just yet because there are some London Spitfire ultimates that could make a difference here. The Blade could be pretty reasonable and, maybe an opportunity for Backbone to redeem himself in terms of, okay, we know he's great on certain other heroes, but he did kind of cop some fair criticism for his Genji early on in the season. How do you deal with Kai, though, is a big question to answer.
Clock's going to be used first by Hawk. Transcendence comes out from Landon, keeps everybody alive for the time being. Backbone receiving that Discord Orb, falls low, has to deflect up. Also got the kill moments before they're on to Kai, alleviating that Widowmaker pressure. Rally rolling as they continue to push forward, looking to find any additional kills they possibly can. The dash through comes out. OG, he pops the Transcendence off the back of that Immortality Field as well, going to be used. Drops
the Trance is out.
For all the healing, the Immortality Field, it's taken down. The cleanup can come through. Poco fighting too, Backbone with another. And there you go, London Spitfire finally wresting control away from the Rain.
I'm a little surprised Rain plays so hard that fight is on. They're just committing all these ultimates, and I think it's reasonable for them to actually reset. Like, this is what happens, because when you reset, you can just play for Poke anyway, and they have to reset regardless, because they did lose that fight. The Transcendence did not save them from the Flux, because it ran out too early. Poker had the great Flux timing, still got the kills regardless, but again, it comes down to Kai to carry them through. Can they survive the Blade, though?
Backbone falling lower and lower, will get Ultraviolet for his troubles, but that's just going to be it. An ult committed just for the single kill. And you can see the rest of the Atlanta Rain still very much interested in advancing forward, so they get right back over to the cart and they start inching it up around the corner.
They can window soon. Good angle coming up.
Absolutely can. Don't have any ults to go with it, but I mean, you've got a Sojourn, you've got those rails, you've got a Widowmaker as well. So plenty of use to be found from it. Sparker,
here we go.
Speaking of ults, does have the overclock ready to go. Tries to send out the nade. Trying to throw them back, it's not going to happen. Instead, everybody just tucking away behind the corner here for the side of the London Spitfire, trying to break that line of sight. Poco trying to make his way back out to keep the cart contested, but ends up going down mid-transit. Sparker, however, pops that overclock, finds Kai. The chest shot good enough to finish him off. Nade down on the stairs. OG falling lower and lower as they look for the elimination, but it's actually going to be Hawk who's found first. And OG will fall, and the London Spitfire will once more stave off the rain.
A really good opening pick of the Kai there, Zombie. That really makes the entire difference because otherwise Kai is completely uncontested at long range. So if you can do anything to shut him down, attempt to contest him, that will be something that turns the fight around. Atlanta Reign get the notable distance and the opening advantage of the fight via the amplification matrix window, which at that sort of position covers the entire input. That's exactly what you're looking for. Opening headshot's kind of missed from Kai. It could have been another 5v4, but Atlanta Reign still got a little bit of time to play with here. They can wait for another pick to come on through, especially while the infra side is on.
Now has expired. Landon just about to try to clear that angle.
Oh, that's huge!
Opted Kai, he does find Landon, yeah. The rally rolling, not enough green HP to try to save him from that. Ends up falling. Poco as well, cleaned up by the Flux. Now just 3 members left alive with Backbone down to a sliver of HP. He still does manage to duke it out against Ultraviolet, finds that kill. OG gonna be taken down. The supports are out of the fight. Kai will find Sparker, but the London Spitfire, they might be able to win this extended fight out. The rest of the team respawning, getting ready to rejoin.
No supports, they can't really push this. They just have to kind of take this fight off the back of Hawk's shield, and when that gets low, or Hawk's HP gets low as it is now, they have to back on out. This is something London, again, 3 maps in a row now, Killers have done perfectly, which is to say that if we are losing this fight, we can effectively trade backlines, and they do that successfully, which ends up resetting the Atlanta Reign, despite Atlanta kind of winning that.
All right, Flux comes in, that's gonna be the trans.
How is UV dead?
Ultraviolet, well, he's up above the trans healing. They focus fire him, and it's not enough throughput to try to keep him alive. He ends up going down. Nero going to be taken out as well as he pops the overclock, finding absolutely no value. Hawk with the accretion will take down Poco, but that is it. That is the cherry on top of a pile of trash right now for the side of the Atlanta Reign. There's nothing to play around with. 24 seconds remaining on this push. They have to make it to B.
They're not going to cap because you can't get a good window anymore. But where you're supposed to put it, you can't push up because London should just start a fight early. They have all these ultimates to just get aggressive into your face. They have a transcendence as well, so unless Kai can just kill Landon off the rip, there's not a lot of chances here for the Atlanta Reign. Oh, okay. He's got Backbone, that's a start.
A massive pick off there. That's going to be the blade out of the fight. As Backbone will have to try to rush to rejoin. Nero pushing up over the top, looking to contest. The Transcend is going through. Landon looking to escort everybody forward as the overclock is rolling, but Sparker is going to be taken down. Hawk finds that kill. Kai will get Admiral out of the fight. Poco under fire, falling lower and lower, and the accretion will finally finish him off. And it seems like here in the final moments, that opening kill onto Backbone was absolutely everything. The cap will be there. The Atlanta Reign managed to make their way through because Kai comes up with yet another fantastic shot.
And not only does it kill Backbone, but what that extends to, the snowball effect is that London cannot aggressively play into this window like they could have usually. If Backbone doesn't die, Atlanta, they're not going to get a window because London walk forward, they blade on in, they use some of the other ultimates they have, they can just trance aggressively as well, and your window placement is not going to be good at all. So Kai, in these opening fights, off the rip on these resets, has been giving Atlanta Reign every single opportunity. But that's going to end for C now. The sightlines on C for Widowmaker are far less favorable.
See how they pilot this one with just 50 seconds now remaining. Hawk sending out the accretion, gets the stun there on the Backbone.
He needs to flux in.
Breakthrough out onto the coast side. Oh, a lot of damage skirmishing back and forth. We got Poco. I think he's okay with this. He's trying to build up for that Flux. Flux does come in, drops him down. Sparker going to be taken out by the Storm Arrows, and Backbone loses the blade. A huge accretion from Hawk. Hits him right as he tries to pull it out of the sheath. Backbone taken down. There's the team kill in the Atlanta Reign. They are pulling a rabbit out of a hat right now.
You see that Atlanta Reign actually play that patiently as well. They were free pushing for a long time, knowing they had London Spitfire. When they see London pushing up, that's when they go for the Flux. Now London are on the ropes.
Dragon Strike sent through, just trying to interrupt them, push them away from the car. For the London Spitfire have pushed past.
Focus, got Flux
in front of it. Rally now expiring. A bit of green HP out. OG popping his own, but Hawk has already been eliminated. The Flux comes through, pulls the DPS up into the air. Nero going to be taken down. Sparker finds the elimination. The OT will bleed down. London Spitfire, they almost give up this final stretch of the point. Reign, a fantastic comeback to nearly finish the map, but they cannot get there. And once more, the London Spitfire have a win condition. If they can get to the end of the map, they will take this series 3-0.
Well, Atlanta had no time left, right? Because they walked into this with only 130. I'm going to repeat the line that I said last time for Eichenwalde, but this time I think it's a lot more relevant in the sense that on Eichenwalde, like getting an okay B attack despite losing, it's reasonable, but I don't think it's a real win condition. Now, though, in a situation where they being Atlanta Reign, barely looked like they were going to camp B, they do miraculously off a great headshot kill onto Backbone, which denies the Blade from even coming on through. Denied again a little bit later, but we'll touch on that. Atlanta Reign get the free push through most of C point. They lock up the entire London Spitfire on the extremity with that Flux, win a fight off the back of that, shut down Backbone's Genji Blade with that accretion from the Hawk, like you sort of mentioned. And the result of that is Atlanta Reign bypasses the pull phase entirely. Usually what happens for these teams is once the attacking team gets a C, they have to immediately fight for pull. London Spitfire's positioning meant that Atlanta were never going to actually get a fight for pull because they would have to push through a choke, which they can't do. So Atlanta Reign ignore it. They go for the free push. They know their Flux advantage. They bypass the pull, and they get to the end of the map with 130 remaining coming through from OT on B. That is a significant amount of distance, and that is very defendable now for the C defense once we get there.
3, 2, 1.
Well, now the gate's opening up. London Spitfire on the attack. Let's see how they fare. They're just going to be running the same composition that we saw on their defense.
Yeah, I still have to answer the question
presence here from the side of the Reign
of how you kind of get rid of Kai. So one thing that can happen is Backbone's going to go and do the Jimmu maneuver that we see in APAC. Go over the wall. Again, I know there's some PTSD about Florida doing this one, but London, they're not cheating. They're actually, they're genuine gamers here. We're not that cheating Florida team. And Backbone, I don't know, maybe he felt like he could have gotten an angle to players, but Atlanta Reign, like most teams now, are going to end up holding this first corner. They're going to be playing too far forward.
Seeing all of them there with a recon arrow, and he's just sending arrows in from the flank, just right into their hips. Mortality field going to be cleaned up on the side of the Reign. Nero now in a bit of a rough spot, and yeah, the dive coming through. Orb of Harmony's out onto him. He's trying to stay alive, and somehow they keep him sustained for a hell of a lot longer than I might have anticipated, but Sparker will manage to finish him off. But during all the chaos, Kai manages to lock down Poco, gets a headshot across, takes out the enemy Sigma. Front line now going to be broken down, but the cart continues to inch forward, just getting it right here on the corner. The Spitfire say, okay, that's far enough. Let's disconnect and wait for Poco to return.
It has to be the ultraviolet amplification matrix that will turn this fight here once we get to the next engagement. But I'm not a fan of how Atlanta just kind of abandoned Nero like that. The rest of the team pulled back, and it's like Nero maybe didn't get the message, or they didn't relay the message, because Nero, from his POV, looked like he was in the right position, but I had no idea the rest of his team had already left, and Reign just kind of left him out to dry there. So thankfully, Kai once again gets an opening pick, and he will get it again.
Yes, he does. Landon going to be taken out. OG as well, finding Backbone. And it's just the one kill onto Nero. The only thing that London Spitfire are finding right now is a consolation. Hawk just pushing forward, Sparker sliding to his death. And that will be another one fight here for the side of the Atlanta Reign off the back of the window.
Yep. A lot of time being lost. 2 minutes gone now. 2 ultimates spent, though. London haven't spent anything. They're still building up to their first line of ultimates.
Yeah, they have nothing to use.
And this is where I'm concerned about London's composition. I say get to C, but realistically, you have to win A and B first, right? And, the composition difference is that the Widowmaker is so incredible on this map. If you're not running a Widowmaker, you're just going to have trouble versus Kai. And Kai's been opening up so many fights. The only fight that didn't look good, one of the only fights that didn't look good for Atlanta was when he missed the opening hook shot. Other than that, he's mostly hit. He just does it again.
Yep, he just finds the opening kill time and time again. Sparker going to be taken down. Now Poco as well eliminated. It's a quick reset, and once more, I mean, we were just talking about how much time was lost as these cleanup kills come through. Backbone
This could be a full ult.
deflected. Just die. Just die. You need to reset right now. There's 9 seconds now remaining.
There's a mental game going on here as well, where you're getting scared to peek Kai because his consistency is incredible right now. You don't want to be playing any open sight lines, and you can't walk forward unless Poco just permanently has a shield up. You have like 5 ultimates coming online. So there's still faith in London to get this fight win off the back of 5 ultimates, some of which can get countered by OG. But if Kai gets another opening pick, I'm not feeling good about the London Spitfire's push.
Yeah, definitely not. 5 ults to throw at this fight. Surely
So close.
They can't lose this one. Flux going to be used, the rally rolling as well, just trying to offer up that green HP, and Nero taken down by that rail headshot. Transcendence does get used by OG. Keeping everything alive as best as possible. The Blade's going to be pulled to dive forward. They're looking for the supports and backbone. It will help find them. The cleanup is there. Kai accepting his fate, just says, go ahead, do what you must. The cap will be there. It's 2:45 now for the London Spitfire.
And London Spitfire throw everything at the wall there, and notably Atlanta Reign only had the one ultimate to counter, right? So you have to use that to counter the flux, and everything else is just gonna end you. It's going to end the fight via, especially the Dragon Blade, which can't get shut down with Hawk dead. So as soon as Hawk dies, no one can touch anymore. And the Atlanta Reign will lose the A cap. The respect being shown. I mean, you see Poco heading up. First of all, puts out the shield straight to Kai's face, and then through the window as well. People are just very careful about crossing those sight lines. They wait for Kai to take the shot. He doesn't connect because people are far more, I guess, engaged with the fact that he can get the kill, and then they get through the fight.
So say there's the challenge from Backbone, making his way forward. Window does get used. London Spitfire respecting it here, but the overclock did get burned. Sparker unable to find any eliminations with it. Good response, just forces the London Spitfire position back down the ramp. Flux now looking pretty juicy. Picks him up. Transcendence is there, however, landed, trying to keep everybody alive. Poco still nearly focus fire down. Does manage to stay alive as Hawk pulls back around the corner, keeping himself safe. Kai,
nearly.
It's out a shot, looks for Admiral, not quite going to be able to get him in the head though, so Admiral lives to fight another day. And as I say that, it is a caster blessing for Nero. The Storm Arrows come across, they get the connection, they find their target, and the kills fly through. Swiftly thereafter, two more going to be joining them as it's a minute and 20 seconds remaining. The London Spitfire dropping in this fight. Sparker will find two on the back end of that, but he's all on his lonesome with a sliver of HP, needs to make his way out, because if he dies now, it'd be a massive stagger.
Yeah, he got the Mega there, so brilliant 1v1 win from Sparker to save his own life. Doesn't get self-stag, will actually force Nero to respawn. Comes back onto a Genji now. I think that's actually reasonable because this should be a pretty close quarters fight. Gone are the days just purely poking out. And with about a minute left here, possibly room for one last good fight. So for Reign to defend B successfully, they again need Kai to do that.
Yeah, the Admiral is very much not, and he hasn't been, deathless for a while, but a great opening kill. They look for Poco a little bit more. And, ooh, what a quick shot. Kai finds Landon. And Kai is just saying, yeah, I'm not letting this be a 3-0. I am not losing like that. He has put the team on its back and has delivered time and time again.
That's just what the Widowmaker does on this map. It ruins your tempo. I mentioned earlier, London Spitfire, they want to play fast. A fast style Sigma because they're running both the Genji and the Brig. You can't do that if Kai consistently picks players off. He's forcing you to slow down when you don't want to. And if... I don't know how many fights it's been. It feels like more than 75% of the fights we've had, Kai got the opening pick.
Incredible consistency as the contest is there. The OT will be forced out. Transcendence rushing forward from OG, just trying to keep them alive through that flux. Poco unable to find any kills. Kinetic Grass going to be used, trying to buy some space.
Hawk, 99%!
Bro, Blade is going to be pulled. Hawk does get taken down. Kai managing to find one, finds two. Poco eliminated, but now he is zoned into the back. Backbone, however, he cannot really continue to push forward. 14 HP, the Discord Orb is through. He has to tuck back away, but Nero chases forward, the dash to melee. He finds the kill. Kai gets another one, a third of the fight. He's looking for a little bit more as Admiral tries to stay alive, but he cannot. And while it looked like maybe the Spitfire were going to be able to make that happen, get that push, get that extra minute and a half, they cannot. Off the back of some fantastic shots once more from Kai, they close out the fight and they put a map win on the board. We are not done yet.
Yeah, that is far more convincing through from the Atlanta Reign. Exactly what you want to see in terms of playing to your strengths. You have Kovacs Kai in your team. You have one of the best hit scans, if not the best Western hit scan. We knew that he was going to be fantastic on the Widowmaker. Sparker does not match up. He didn't play the Widowmaker. I don't know if that was a coach call. I don't know if that was a lack of confidence through from Sparker. But if you fail to play the Widowmaker, at least something a little bit more comparable, like even a Hanzo, something that will give you a chance to take down Kai, Genji's not going to be enough for that because you can't reach the back line. Sparker gets outranged heavily by Widowmaker. That is a gigantic difference maker for the squad, and is why I think Atlanta Reign played the superior composition on this map as far as A and B go. London Spitfire did a reasonable job, but no Widowmaker, no win.
Yeah, fantastic map pick there from the side of the Atlanta Reign, exploiting a weakness in the armor of the London Spitfire to get themselves on the board, but they still need to keep it going. Now Spitfire have their map pick. We'll see where they take us when we come back.
I can read it in Korean, you know. Nuku Ayo. Hey, not funny.
Who's the biggest prankster on the team? I'd say Nero.
Hawk and Nero.
It's definitely me or Hawk.
I'd have to go to Pelican. This guy's just always up to something.
100% Pelican. Maybe Piggy and me.
난 팀에서 무조건 장난꾸러기는 스파클 선수가 장난꾸러기를 넘어선 그냥 선을 넘었어요.
Always doing something to mess with people. I feel like they like making people mad sometimes.
Me or Hawk just troll the team, like everyone on the team. No one's safe.
팀에서 장난꾸러기는 제가 생각했을 때는 마제드인 것 같습니다.
What? Probably Hydron. I guess it would be me. I like pulling everyone's leg a little bit.
He'll go up and change someone's wallpaper or something while they're not looking.
Or if someone's mad, just making them more mad, just for their own entertainment.
It's just something that we do and we find it funny.
Who has the best fashion in the league?
To be honest, I don't know how any of the other players dress, so I'm just gonna assume it's me. Hydron. I think Hydron.
다른 선수들에게 그렇게 관심이 많은 게 아니어서 잘 모르겠는데 플래타님 아니면은 보이드님 아닐까 싶습니다. 왜냐면은 리그에 많이 나온 것도 그렇고 인스타 같은 것도 보면 옷 잘 입는 것 같아가지고 그런 것 같고.
제가 근데 사적으로 옷 입는 걸 본 적은 없지만 제스처 선수가 조금 옷을 잘 입는 것 같고요. 리그에서는.
For our team, who would it be?
Maybe 이리스?
I don't think our team got dripped. We're not dripped out.
리그에서는 잘 모르겠는데 팀에서는 이제 피어리스 형이 옷을 좀 좋아해서 아마 제일 잘 입지 않을까 싶습니다.
In the league, I think Shu has the best fashion, and I think on our team, it's probably Kai.
And Kevster, actually. Yeah. What teammate always has your back, no matter what?
Probably my Jed. It's my Saudi brother.
I think they all have my back. You know, we trust each other a lot, and you know, we're a team, we're a unit, and I don't think there's any like barriers between us.
한 팀원은 제가 생각했을 때 한빈 선수가 제일 믿음직한 것 같아요.
I'd say everyone on the team. We're all friends. We help each other through everything. Probably Pelican.
Maybe 난데?
뭐 다 제 소중한 팀원들인데 어떻게 하나만 골라요? 다 소중한 믿음적인 팀원이죠.
And we are back. Atlanta Reign able to stay alive here in this first series of Midseason Madness. They managed to pick up a win on their map pick of Circuit Royale, but now London Spitfire, they of course, after losing that map, have a map pick of their own as we get ready to move forward into Push.
Hardy coming back in for Push, which makes a lot of sense. I mean, it's a normal... They should be playing the Rhine here as well. The unfortunate thing for the Atlanta Reign is when you consider the fact that they did lose the first two maps, every single map pick now for the rest of the series, if it continues going through the distance, is going to be London Spitfire in terms of what they want to pick. So we'll talk about the map coming up. Again, I'll spoil it. It's going to be Colosseo. New Queen Street would have been the preferable map choice for Atlanta Reign. Colosseo far more preferable for the London Spitfire, being that it is a better Rhine map. And I think there's something to be said about where New Queen Street is for a Rhine team like Spitfire, because Dallas kind of showed how to play around the Rhine, how to beat the Hardy Rhine and the London Spitfire brawl composition on a map like New Queen Street, so they're going to opt to avoid that one. When we get to the final map, if we get to the final map, Reign would love to pick Ilios, but I think Spitfire will take us elsewhere again, so it's not going to get any easier here for the Atlanta Reign. We don't really have any major Widow maps as well, so the one, I think, matchup, the one area that the Reign had been significantly differing the Spitfire on is probably going to end up being close to them for the rest of the series now.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it was, again, very smart map pick there from the side of the Atlanta Reign, saying, well, we know that they probably aren't going to play Widow, and even if they do, we feel like we're going to win out in that metric, so let's go to the Widow map in the meta right now, and they get that win. But now they need to fight back in some, you know, of London's territory. Granted, with Push, you're limited, your options are obviously limited, given that we only have 2 maps in that pool right now, so it's a bit of a 50-50, and you can kind of assume which one they're going to be taking you to, but we'll see how they fare, because they need to fight back As mentioned before, multiple times, the last time that these guys did square off, it was a 3-2 series that the London Spitfire were able to walk away with. Atlanta Reign now are looking to flip the script.
And Atlanta Reign actually debuted their own Rhine Rush composition on this map as well versus Paris in their final match in the qualifiers as well. Now, they did beat Paris on it, but I have to say, you know, that's very different competition now compared to where London are. So, is the Hawk Rhine, is the Atlanta Reign Rhine Brawl going to be as good? It's going to match up to London at all. History would say that London aren't to be matched by anybody on this composition, but the bigger question will be, do Atlanta Reign even bother trying to play that? Because that ended up being the bane of their series versus London last time, right? Gator tried to come and play that Rhine. They were underprepared. Reign is slightly more prepared this time, but the truth is, can you ever really be truly prepared up against London's Rhine trying to play it yourself?
No. I think at this point, the answer is pretty much no. We'll have to just wait and see. Maybe some of our APAC teams will be well prepared enough to duel.
Well, they won't match. They won't try and match Hardy, that's for sure. We've seen far too many teams try and play up against Hardy, and it hasn't gone well. Can Reign be the first? They didn't do it last time with Gator. This time it'll be Hawk coming in for the honorable Rhine duel. I do wonder how the Hardy and Gator matchup behind the scenes went. So I have to get some results from that. But let's take a look at what we have on the rollout here. It's just going to be a clean mirror. Nero May. Now, as much as I said that Backbone's May has been phenomenal, last year, before Backbone joined the league, I felt like Nero on the Shark had probably one of, if not the best Mays as well. So big competition now.
All right, well, out the gates. Hottie going to be charging forward. The Atlanta Reign going towards Fountain. And we can let battle commence. Hottie landing the first fire strike. He's got the upper hand. 14% charge towards that shatter.
Yep. It'd be funny if that actually did make a difference. You just see like Hottie on 100, Hawks on like 92, and it's just like, okay, well there it is. There's that extra fire strike damage coming in big. We'll see if either Kai and Sparker can open things up, or maybe Nero and Backbone get a snipe here as well. OG on pretty low HP.
That he is. Rotates over, manages to grab that.
Hottie
going to be falling low. Immortality Field comes through to try to keep him alive. Does get cleared out, but they haven't been able to find the eliminations yet. Admiral making his exit as well as OG once more getting tagged up. And I like that he dodges his head over to the side. He's kind of playing like he's in a VR game right there.
Watch the flex supports here. We're nearly onto the window. That could be the difference maker. Hawk low down.
Oh, the wall comes up. Yep, they're cutting off that retreat path. Hawk tries to make his way through the flank side, but he cannot do so. They get the punish. And there's going to be first blood drawn out for the side of the London Spitfire. The bot now advancing forward, gaining distance.
Yeah, that's huge. I mean, this is going to be the opening pickup that's so insane for the London Spitfire. We've only had the one kill so far in this entire opening neutral, but it does make the difference. Window from Ultraviolet. Spitfire respect it. They back out. Not fast enough though.
Oh, Backbone pinned. Hawk managing to find that kill. Immortality Field cleared out once more from the side of the Spitfire, but Sparker trades it back at DPS for a DPS, and now he gets both. Follow-up rail shot connecting. Nero taken out of the fray, and he's gonna find a third. Sparker really starting to pop. Hawk getting pushed back. There's nowhere to go. Landon will clean him up, and the bot can continue to push you for the side of the Spitfire.
Let's take a look at that again. Sparker coming on through. And losing Backbone, not looking pretty good, and it happens, I think, just as window comes down. I don't know if I got amplified by the window because I didn't see the assist coming through from Landon, but you don't really need it. You have a charge shot, go straight into the head of the Atlanta Reign, and it will give you the player advantage you need. Shaddy has a shadow available. Hawk does not quite have it, but the Blizzard can be the difference maker when it comes up.
Hottie just stuck in the corner, drops down, the shatter finds Nero right off the bat. The ult getting the kill, the fire strike finds the follow-up. The second fire strike will claim Hawk. And there you go, Chatty is back in the lobby and he is here to pound. London Spitfire continuing to advance forward.
Nero had no idea what hit him there, just got completely dunked on by Artie. Spins around the corner, does a crit shatter on Nero's face, no time to even enter Ice Block, and then they'll finish off the rest of the Atlanta Reign, who, at that point in time, Hawk had no response. Hawk will need a response now, trying to get out of the Blizzard, but he's dead.
He cannot, makes it easy, gets frozen right there at the last second. Sparker lines up the headshot. Punishes him. Backbone.
Hotie's in spawn.
Kai will be able to answer one back. Hawk drops the shatter. Immortality Field does go through to try to keep him alive, but I think Spitfire right now, they're just vibing, they're having fun. The bot has already made its way through the checkpoint. It's had its smoke break. It continues to get some distance. It's nearly 82 meters set up as Hottie drops the MTD in the chat.
Probably got a little bit greedy there. Has zero respect for the Atlanta Reign, apparently. Goes to the Atlanta Reign spawn.
Oh, yeah.
Eats a solo shatter from Hawk, but I respect it. You do need to get a kill like that. You remove Hardy from the server, suddenly you can win a fight. But the checkpoint has been made, 81 meters has been capped, and now London can just spend the rest of the map defending if they want to.
Yeah, and they recontest right before the bot would even start pushing here, so the Atlanta Reign are able to gain no distance whatsoever off of that fight. Now Nero is going to be taken down. He throws a blizzard, but is instantly met with a rail to the skull. Parker finds another one. Once more, cutting down both of the DPS on the side of the Atlanta Reign. Hawk stunned up, taken out, and Admiral finds the kill. And the Atlanta Reign just cannot hold a candle to them at all. Kai's got to give it up. He says nice shot, but oh man.
Yeah.
What a performance right now from the entire London Spitfire.
It is, and I love the respect coming through from Kai as well. You know, I kind of talked about the fact that Kai and Sparker was a notable matchup. Sparker is definitely playing better than Kai currently. 8 final blows to Kai's 1. Sound barrier coming on through. Hardy does maybe land the shot again. Does get sound barrier though.
Okay. Hardy does end up falling. Admiral finding OG off the back of the beat. Landon somehow surviving there. Actually kills off Kai. Ultraviolet now going to be taken down. Suddenly, the fight starts getting swung back here into the favor of the London Spitfire a bit. The bot, once more, still being pushed forward. Admiral and Backbone, they say, yeah, it's just us two versus 3, but screw it, keep pushing.
Yeah, they squeeze extra distance here. I mean, that's incredible. Just every single extra meter you get can be pretty important. Okay, well, London Spitfire will now start to back on out. Backbone could be in trouble. Just lives on like 8 HP.
Hardy. He just doesn't care. He just charges Hawk, gets the pin, takes him down. The beat was there to try to keep him alive. Backbone doesn't end up getting eliminated. Kai chunking him out, finds the kill. Bot going to be contested here for the moment as Sparker looks for a target with the overclock. Would love to take Nero's head off once more. Hasn't quite been able to find him though. Now jumps up over the opposite side of the wall, and he's kind of zoned himself.
London want to back out.
It's like they kind of want to do that. Yeah, they're just going to start backing off now as Admiral does get taken down.
I actually think London shouldn't have backed out there. I know they were down 1 member, and you don't really want to take those fights, but on a map like this, where there's limited time left and you are leading by 83 meters, you got to get ultimates out of the Reign. If they played that 4v5, there's a good chance you're forcing 2 ultimates or more out of the Atlanta Reign, and that economical fight is what's important as we get lower on the time there. Here comes that Blizzard now from Backbone. And the response?
Blizzard's there, Hawk. Taken out. Start pushing forward, and once more, just no real distance, able to be accrued. 3.82 meters. All that's set up for the side of the range.
Oh, whoa!
The push forward, Kai taking down. Backbone is just plus forwarding. No fear whatsoever. He gets Ultraviolet as well. Catches him mid-leap. The pin not going to connect from Hawk, and now he is left out the dry. Ends up going down. The right click into the leg, into the chest. Backbone finds Nero. The bot once more gaining distance for the Spitfire. They cannot be stopped.
Dude, he's a right-click sniper on the Nay Icicles. What's going on here? London Spitfire. They should be in a really rough situation where Atlanta Reign have like 4 ultimates to play through, but they just completely delete them. Kai goes down immediately. Atlanta Reign need that overclock. They desperately need Kai to ult.
Shatter dropped in, not finding any connections there. Hardy has the overstep. Looks like the answer is going to be yes, but once more, the distance is so significant. It's 1-1-1. Make a wish, Spitfire fans. I hope you're wishing for a victory, because right now, you're not too far off from it. Backbone going to be taken out. As, again, will be the Reign able to wrest control away, getting the bot for themselves, but can they gain any distance? Can they win the fight?
I think you got to wish for something a little bit more grandiose, because the winner's given it at this rate. You're just going to get that no matter what. No need to wish for it. 111 to 3 meters with 3 minutes remaining. And London Spitfire winning these neutrals. You got to get another neutral here in the midpoint. I mean, Atlanta can't even get past the midpoint currently. They're just not as good of a Rhine Brawl team.
Now the Blizzard going to be thrown in by Backbone. The Shatter dropped by Hawk. Gets frozen though, so can't make a play off the back end of it. Ends up falling as the Immortality Fields get cleared out on either side. Once more, no distance to be found here unless they can continue to try to win out this fight, but Kai is going to be taken down. Admiral finding that elimination. Hardy finding one with a fire strike, and Admiral comes up with 3. He might not be deathless anymore, but he's still getting his hands dirty, playing a bloodthirsty support.
And just continuing resetting this payload as well. I mean, it's technically 4v5 what Admiral does, but he can just shove it right at the top. The goal of the Spitfire is they don't even really need to push it any further, but they'll just keep pushing it back as much as possible to stop Atlanta Reign from playing the game. And they have ultimate advantage now. And they're just going to kill Kai!
Line of sight, but as soon as they break through, he gets the headshot onto Kai! The overclock still held on to. Hardy moves forward, drops the hammer, looking for a gun, goes for the pin, drags Hawk into the corner, and they will leave his corpse there. Sparker jumped on Nero, trying desperately
finish the map,
appeal for his squad, but he can't do anything. And yeah, the map, it may as well get finished at this point. The beat is still held by the London Spitfire as they look for the finish.
Nero comes out on Hanzo, just give up on the Nay. I mean, it's just, Atlanta Reign are running out of ideas. Like I said, there's no ultimates available at all. He does gonna kill the Sparker, so maybe the Hanzo can't work out.
Yep, does find the kill here on the Hottie as well, and Admiral, of course, just gonna be holding the beat. Just gives his life for it as they continue to keep the bot contested right in front of the Reign spawn. They have their work cut out for them. They've got a minute to do it. It would be an absolute miracle. One of the best, if not the best play on push that we will have witnessed across NA and APAC regions if they can get a win here on Colosseo.
The problem is, it's not even just up to Reign to play well. They would need London to throw. They would need London to turn off their monitors, stop playing the game, take their hands off their keyboards, because it's 129 meters to push in a minute, and London Spitfire have just been the better team of this matchup the entire way through.
Hottie. There for a moment, the beat gets dropped in. Kai, the first one to fall. Sparker again finding his head. Sparker staying alive with a sliver of HP, and he is going to get sustained back up. Nero gets taken down. Hawk eliminated. It is done. It is dusted. Stick a fork in it. The London Spitfire once more will continue to win out fight after fight. If they are not directly in front of the Reign's base, the London Spitfire seemingly just cannot be stopped. They once more will ship the bot back across. They are looking for the finish, or at least to hold it locked into this side of the map.
This Blizzard will do it. One Blizzard will probably end this at the moment. Atlanta Reign are trying to push back in. One Shatter available for Hawk as well.
There's the OT, forced out, backbone doesn't go down. Nero finding an opening kill, clears up the immortality field. Is that the start of a miracle run back? So far, they will continue to move forward. The kills coming in. Sparker, the last one to get dropped. This is the team wipe. Is there Reign?
Okay.
We'll finally be able to get the spot in position to start gaining some distance.
Now do it 4 more times without losing any members, is the Atlanta Reign comeback challenge.
Might be more than 4.
Yeah, well, whatever the number is, you can't lose anybody, because if somebody dies in OT, they can't respawn back into the fight because they're too damn far away. So literally, Reign have to win every single fight from here on in without losing a member. Good luck.
Get some tags through. They're looking for Landon. Can't make it happen. Hottie going to be hitting the floor as they go pin for pin. The bot again going to be locked into position. The Blizzard not finding too much. The Shadow good shot by Hawk. He manages to stun up onto 3. That's going to be Landon and Hottie now cleaned up. Backbone taken out. Here's the first fight victor that you were asking for. The team wipe comes through. Atlanta Reign finally gaining some distance. They get into double digits.
But look at this. London Spitfire still have ultimates to play through. The Shadow can really end this if Hottie lands it in time. Sparker as well has that overclock. Pushing uphill is going to be exceptionally difficult. The good news is Atlanta Reign have already managed to get on top of that bridge. So in terms of fighting a reasonable fight, could be okay. They have one player still pushing below there. Here goes Sparker.
The clock at the ready. Hottie playing on the high ground for now. Nero going to be the first one to fall though. That's going to be the Dragon Strike basically out of the fight. He was just 5% away from it. They find the kill. Hawk getting bullied in the corner. They both hit the floor, but now Hawk going to be taken down. Hottie finds the kill. The shields are gone. The Shatter gets dropped in, and the London Spitfire. It's an extended team kill as they get the win on Colosseo and take this series 3-1.
Just brilliant stuff coming through from the London Spitfire. Won almost every single matchup. The only thing they need to maybe work on is looking over towards what happened on the Circuit Royale. I think the Widowmaker was a bit of a problem, but beyond that, obviously the better Ryan team. We expect them to be the much better Ryan team on Colosseo. They've proven that. Atlanta Reign have tried to, shift Hawk over towards more of the main tank options that Gator used to play. I think it's good to sort of have one tank player cover as many roles as possible. I mean, that's what we're seeing players like Smurf, like someone be able to do quite comfortably. But it's still a sort of learning phase for Atlanta Reign because they were nowhere near as practiced on this Ryan comp as the London Spitfire are, which is strange to say because in 2021 last year, they were probably the best Ryan team. But now, it's different. London, they are the Kings of Ryan. They beat Atlanta Reign. They move forward in the bracket.
A fantastic way to kick things off here in mid-season madness for the London Spitfire. For the Atlanta Reign, though, they do fall down into that lower bracket, and they will have to fight their way through it if they want to stay alive and be victorious at the end of it all. But clearly, some things to work on if they're going to be piloting those Ryan comps in the future. So, focusing in on our player of the match, it's going to be going the way of Backbone, a man who wears many hats and has played many a character throughout this series, from the Mei to the Genji to the Zenyatta as well. A very well-deserved victory for him.
And, you know, I think both sides of Backbone performed admirably. You have the Backbone version, which is the May stuff, and then you have the Bone Bag version, which is what we're seeing here, which is the Zen stuff. So, you know, the fact that he's got these two different looks is what really enables the London Spitfire to have two competent compositions to play through and to get wins on. But stuff like this is unmatched. Just completely deletes multiple players. Such extremely precise May right clicks. You can't beat something like this.
Yeah, it was just impeccably played. And again, we saw so many times, especially throughout Colosseum there at the very end, Backbone just throwing up those walls, denying damage coming through, cutting off those retreat points for the side of the Atlanta Rain. Like I said, that is something that you can't really teach. It's something that comes with just playing this character over countless hours. He looked utterly impeccable on it, as he often does.
I'm going to highlight as well, eliminations per 10 over 20. That's insane because what it means is he's not only getting final blows, which he has 7.9 of out of 10, but he's also assisting in damage and kill participation. 20 per 3 is an insanely high number for kill participation, which means he's a part of all of these frags. He's contributing to all of these frags that the London Spitfire are getting.
Yeah, not only that, but also, I mean, just even 6,500, nearly 6,600 damage per 10 as a May is kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, that's not a...
In every facet, he is just...
May doesn't farm damage. May is not a damage farmer. You know, you're not playing Soldier, you're not playing Akasi, you're not playing any of the normal DPSs like the Tracer, the Soldier as well, that can really farm up high damage number. Ashe, I think, is notorious for farming up high damage numbers. May's not that.
Yeah.
So, you know, he's hitting a lot of right clicks. He's getting the face of the enemy, you know, spraying them down with his left click as well. So he's able to do all of that perfectly with the rest of his team. And, you know, London Spitfire, the most well-oiled Brawl team that we have in this entire league.
Well, an incredible victory from them, going to be holding their heads high. Unfortunately for the side of the Atlanta Rain, it was not, to borrow Avali's word, comebackable. She and the rest of the desk, though, will be breaking down the action there from that first series in just a few minutes. And then when we come back, we'll be bringing you guys the Houston Outlaws versus the Florida Mayhem. So the desk will be breaking down the action in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Run on that. What's order? You sure?
Same room as last time too.
It is.
Nice. Nice job, guys.
GG's.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome to Game Break, everybody. I'm here joined now by the player of the match, Backbone from London Spitfire. I mean, Backbone, today you guys completely look like a different team. You guys were always good, but today you guys were just amazing. Dominant showing from the London Spitfire. What sort of change come into the tournament?
We honestly didn't really change that much. We know how good we are. We knew what we needed to improve on. We've been focusing on that. But I think mainly it's just been about getting rid of the expectations we started putting on ourselves. Like once we started winning so many games, it's a lot harder to go in with the underdog mentality that we've been wanting to do all season. But we've kind of like taken a step back from, I guess, the ego we grew, and it's been very helpful.
Yeah, and I mean, also you especially, you of course got the player of the match because you were one of the standout players. But I mean, you and both Backbone, Boomback on the Zenyatta and you on the Mei as well. You guys were really popping off. Was there any like special training that you did for the tournament? Because you guys were crazy.
No, not really. I mean, just, we've been letting Boneback play in scrims and stuff. But other than that, nothing's been done outside. I'm literally just showing up and playing, and it's good enough to win. So I don't need to do any more. Really.
Yeah, man. I mean, and also, throughout the whole match, you guys were very dominant. But Circuit Royale, I think, was the only, if I had to nitpick, was the only map that you guys sort of struggled. What went wrong on that map, and like what sort of problems were you guys running into?
It's just a weird map. Like there's no other map where you play anything remotely similar to it right now, so it's hard to practice too, because you're practicing something that only works for one map. So it's not one we practice a lot. We kind of just play it and just flip a coin. Will we win? Will we lose? It's not like what we prioritize. It's not a map we really care about.
I mean, yeah, at the end of the day, you guys still got the match win, so that's good for you guys. And this means that you guys are moving on to the next round. I mean, London Spitfire won't be picking the next opponent, but Backbone. I am getting so confused. Backbone, is there a team that you want to face off tomorrow?
I want to play one of the APAC teams, so I hope Seoul picks us, honestly. I think that'd be a fun game.
Yeah, it sounds like an interesting match. All right, that is it for the interview. Backbone, thank you so much for your time. Now let's send things back to Ollie and the two other guys. I don't know you guys.
He's forgotten us.
He has forgotten you, but thank you so much, Danny, my fellow perfect prediction pal.
Beginner's luck.
I am joined
Beginner's luck.
by two analysts right now on the desk who have told me that they understand, the scene and are professionals, and yet I'm the one. First time on Watchpoint, first time on an Overwatch League broadcast, and I'm the one sitting here with perfect predictions.
Hey, viewers, pick him, viewers.
Yeah,
okay, unite. Yeah, don't blame us. Blame yourselves too.
Huh?
It's us against Overly, okay?
Yeah. She's trying to be your friend. She's also, when she's flaming us, she's flaming you too, YouTube chat.
How could you predict Lana?
Absolutely not. I saw multiple people on my side saying that Spitfire was going to take it, and boy, oh boy, were they correct. Dozens. There's dozens of us. But I mean, Scott, let's start with you. Just what went wrong for the team that you predicted so wrongly?
Well, I just think, for me, the first map... These setups are just going to be too much throughout the day. We go on to Lijiang Tower, and it's pretty much what we expected. They played the Reinhardt Rush. It's a map that's great for that style of playing it. And Atlanta Reign, I was expecting them to struggle on this map. Was not expecting that much of a struggle. I believe it was like 30 kills to 8 at the end of this map. It was just absolutely incredible. And just the coordination, you can see the coordination that the Spitfire are playing with. Hawk was just not able to play the game as that Doomfist, and the Pharah composition just did not work out. But the real sort of failure, I think, for the Atlanta Reign is when we head over here to Aikmoto, because it's a dive map. This is something that the Atlanta Reign should be better at, but Ultraviolet just could not stay alive. They were doing such a good job of isolating him, and that essentially is it. Atlanta Reign just asleep at the wheel a little bit on this map, and losing this dive map, it just sort of made it difficult for them to be able to come back into the series. After this one, we went over to Circuit Royale, a map that we know they're great at on the back of just Kai's Widowmaker. Ultraviolet going for a fly ride there. But yeah, Kai's Widowmaker was just absolutely incredible in this map. It did turn it around for them, was able to get them the win. But then we go over to Colosseum on that Reinhardt, and it's just, at that point, they just can't match this skill level on that composition from the London Spitfire. So you know, I talked about the inconsistency heading into the match for the Atlanta Reign so far throughout this season. The bad side of that team came out. Now they have to make a lower bracket run.
Definitely. I think it's interesting that we heard in that interview right there too, saying like, Circuit Royale, it's kind of like a weird map. Don't really know how to prepare for it at all, but you know, we're gonna win everywhere else, and that's exactly what they did. So Johnny, coming to you, I mean, where else did Atlanta go wrong against the Spitfire? Because besides that one map, they look like they were struggling pretty hard.
Yeah, I mean, I think Atlanta, they've played very scrappy this series throughout, and that's not what you want to do against Reinhardt compositions, particularly on Lijiang Tower, stuff like that. But I actually want to commend them on Spitfire, because I do think that they played really well, especially in the mid-fights, which is not something that we usually talk about, but we saw it on Lijiang Tower, like when you lost a member already, how you turn fights around. And we saw it once more on Circuit Royale. So here you see Atlanta Reign, they're playing this poke composition, they get a window out, but on Spitfire, they're playing the angles. They're going to lose Poco here, but they're going to turn it around. They're playing the Brigitte, they're playing the Genji, so they're trying to play around the Inspire healing, the armor packs being fed into Backbone here, and with his offensive dives, they're going to end up turning this fight around despite losing Poco early on. So they know their win condition. We're not going to beat Atlanta in Poke because they're playing Kion Widowmaker. They're playing Nero and Sojourn, so we can't beat that Poke coming in from afar. Instead, we're going to pick our moments in the middle of the fight and then dictate when we go aggressive. And I think Lono did a great job of that on Lijiang Tower when they played the Reinhardt composition, sitting back and then engaging, but also on Circuit Royale, sitting back and then pouncing when it is your opportunity to go. So on Spitfire, if they can keep that up, that's going to be a huge back boon for them going throughout the rest of the tournament.
Back boon.
Back boon?
Oh, he had that one in his back pocket for a while.
Oh, okay.
I do want to add one thing. I don't know if I was the London Spitfire and I was Backbone, if I would challenge the Seoul Dynasty to pick me. Seoul Dynasty look incredible. I don't think they know what they're signing up for.
Exactly, right? And that's something that they're just going to have to wait and see to see who is going to pick them as they go into that next stage of the bracket. Now, that being said, Atlanta Reign, they're not out of this just yet. There is still the losers bracket that they have, and it is comebackable for them.
No, it's not comebackable. Yeah. It is winnable. No,
I'm on board. Comebackable.
No,
give me some right there, right in the middle. Yeah, comebackable for them.
I like it.
But you know, what should be at the front of their minds in terms of what they need to focus up on and improve on if they want to make this a comebackable run as they drop in?
I'd like to start off here because I didn't feel like they played to their strengths a lot of the time. And I mean, especially on Colosseo, like you face the Reinhardt mirror matchup, whatever. Like, you're not going to play a ton of Reinhardt teams anyway. But even on Eichenwalde, that was the map that you hit on, Costa, as well. They should have won that map. I mean, that's where you want to take maps from the Lone Spitfire because you're supposed to have the advantage. I don't think they really play to their strengths. You need to put Kai in a position where he can win the head-to-head on Sojourn. But also, you know that Shax is a really aggressive tracer. So maybe like default to the Brigitte to poke him away, but also feed your own tracer, the armor packs, to peel Shax off. And like try to cater to these strengths of yours. Instead, they went to like a head-to-head with the Senyara and the Ana, and they just simply got like beat man-to-man, and they didn't really lean into their strengths. They were just willing to take a mirror matchup.
Yeah, I don't have the numbers on the top of my head, but I said it, like Ultraviolet died a lot. He was getting punished, and it wasn't even just great play by Shax and the dive of the London Spitfire. Sometimes he was just out of position, so something definitely was out of sync for them on that map. They need to get that together because London Spitfire is by no means the best dive team we have in this league, and this is the playoffs. You can't make mistakes like that anymore.
Definitely. I even remember as we were watching the games together, there were multiple moments, especially on Eichenwalde, where the question of, wait, Ultraviolet, he's dead? Wait, what happened? Why is he on the bridge alone? What's going on over here? He's getting dove. Like, definitely something that they need to focus up on. But hey, that was just the first match of the day. We do have another match coming up, Florida versus Houston. And this is a match that I believe all three of us voted or predicted Houston on. So, Johnny, we voted.
Did a vote?
Put the votes in.
The Houston Outlaws are going to win.
Yeah.
Now, why do you think so? Why do you think it's so across the board that it's going to be the Outlaws?
Honestly, like straightforward answer to keep it short.
Please.
I think Houston Outlaws are just like the better team, like even like man for man. I think that Merit is a really good Sojourn and is proving himself this stage that he belongs in the Overwatch League. I think Pelican as well. I mean, this is like a role star kind of caliber player. You know, one of the best damage players around the league, and Dante as well on the Doomfist. They know their identity. They know who they are. They've had problems staying on the objective so far this stage. but if they like fix that, which is a relatively easy fix, just stay on the point. Like they are a really good team. And Florida Mayhem, I just haven't seen them play to that level yet so far.
I will say the silver lining that I have for the Mayhem, they've been putting Exi on this Sojourn, and he has that firepower. Obviously went missing last year due to personal health reasons, but he's back in a big way. But the biggest issue with the Florida Mayhem overall has been staying alive. Sir Majed playing too aggressive, getting punished for that. Exi has the same issue. When he plays aggressive, he has a very high death count per 10 minutes on Sojourn. If they can just stay alive and still get the same form of results, they might start winning these matches and turning maps against the Houston Outlaws.
Staying alive seems to be the name of the game, and we are going to get into that match. But first, we are going to take a quick, short break. So don't go anywhere, because when we come back, we're going to see Florida take on Houston.
And we are back. It's time to get ready to go into our second series of a very stacked day of action. Coming up next, we're going to have the Florida Mayhem squaring off against the Houston Outlaws. If you're just now joining us, you missed the London Spitfire, able to get a victory over the Atlanta Reign. So they're going to be moving forward. The Reign now going to have to battle their way out of the lower bracket. And one of these two teams is going to be joining them down there at the end of it all.
Yep, so this is going to be an interesting matchup because I think both teams have very similar styles as well, especially when it comes down to the Dooms. You know, Dante versus someone is going to be pretty hype. Like I've managed to avoid casting someone this entire year after covering the guy Contenders. Not a fan of the name, but my goodness, is he a good player though, so I'm glad he's got that going for him.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the story of how he got his name, adorable. It can be a little frustrating at times when you're a caster and you're like, someone. It's just like the most blanket term that we've
been blessed to dodge that one for the entire season until now, but here we go.
Yeah, well, we'll have to deal with it. We'll see how we fare, but I think that we should be quite all right as we get ready for these teams to make battle. So we'll see who's able to come out on top. I mean, the desk seemingly feeling like it's going to be a bit, Outlaws favored coming into this one. We'll have to just wait and see. Florida Mayhem definitely need to level up a bit if they want to walk away victorious.
So, fun fact, the Florida Mayhem have not beaten the Houston Outlaws since 2020, week 21. Which is, I believe, June the 28th of 2020. So it's been a damn long time now. The last 4 times they've met, which is the only 4 times they've met since the win that Florida Mayhem last got on the on the Houston Outlaws. It's been all Houston. So Houston's won 4 times in a row now. It's a major win streak versus the Florida Mayhem that extends all the way back to 2020. And right now, I mean, they've only played each other once so far. That was a 3-2 victory. But when you sort of look at the histories of the 2 teams and the most recent games being played, Houston have had some close calls. They've had, I think it's, 3-5 mappers in a row, but they've always won that 5th map. They've always been able to clutch it through. They beat Boston, New York, Atlanta as well. So, yeah, I mean, they go the distance. I think this is a series that could go to distances, especially considering that Florida Mayhem did take the Houston Outlaws to the distance before, but I don't think the Disc are wrong either because Houston has looked like the better team in recent games, considering Florida's losses in their recent matches as well.
I mean, hey, if the Seoul Dynasty can conquer their demons and, break the loss streak against the Shanghai Dragons, then certainly anything becomes possible. So maybe the Florida Mayhem can do the same here in a tournament setting, just like we saw the Dynasty able to do. Time will tell, though, but first we'll go ahead and start taking a look at our starting lineup, starting with the side of the Florida Mayhem, see who they're going to be fielding here for their initial 5. And we'll go ahead and take a look. It's going to be Hydron, then Checkmate, someone, as you said, Rupal, and then Namo to round it all out.
So this is interesting. There's 2 things that are interesting to me. One is that Hydron is playing over Xe. Now, normally Xe has been the starter for this team for some time now, since he arrived for Florida. But Oasis, which is going to be opening map for Control, is a very, I think, dive-favored kind of map, and Hydron is kind of the tracer player of this team, so he will be coming in to specialize on that role. The other part that's interesting is the Rupal versus Surma Jed conversation. Who's going to get the playtime? Because they've both been featured on the same position playing alongside Animo in previous games, and I think, one match it was Surma Jed getting most of the playtime, one match it was Rupal. They've also shared playtime when they play the double flex support as well, right? But it does seem like now that we're moving forward a bit more, Mayhem are focusing more so on Rupal than Surma Jed.
Let's see how they fare as Namo just kind of, chilling back, reclining in the seat, a little bit further away from the cam than the rest of the players, but he's in his comfort zone.
That's what Leave does all the time.
He's like nice loosey-goosey. True.
Leave got 4 alert players and then one dude's just like halfway to going to bed, really.
Yep. Well, enough about Leave and players who aren't in this tournament. Let's go ahead and take a look at the starting roster. The opposite side, it's going to be the Houston Outlaws starting 5. Let's see what they have prepped for us here today.
Just a bit of Overwatch League lore, you know how it goes. So Dante starting things out. There's 2 main looks for the Houston Outlaws that people are probably quite familiar with now. And, I mean, you know exactly what you're in for, depending on which tank is playing. Is it Dante, then it's going to be Do. If it's Piggy, most likely on the Sigma. That's their 2 go-to comps. So if you can sort of figure out and how to navigate around those 2 looks from Houston, you've basically figured Houston out. Easier said than done, though. Like I said, past 3 matches, they've been close. Houston have won all of them. I do consider Houston to be a bit of a gatekeeper team because they kind of beat everybody that's more of a mid-tier team or below them, and they have also consistently lost to top-of-the-table teams like Glads and Shock. I don't think they've actually beaten them so far this year. So Houston Outlaws, they're a hard team to get past. The desk likes to refer to the Florida Mayhems for mid-hem. So look, if Florida want to shake off that kind of reputation, they do have to get past the gatekeepers of the Houston Outlaws.
See if they're up to the task. I mean, obviously, a bit of a gap between the 2. The 11th place versus the 6th place coming into this event. Florida Mayhem need to punch up a little bit if they want to be victorious and break that loss streak. But anything is certainly possible. We just saw a fairly clean takedown of, the Atlanta Rain at the hands of the London Spitfire. So maybe Florida can just try to channel a bit of that similar energy, come out swinging, manage to catch them off guard. Time will tell. We'll just have to wait and see what they do have prepared for us, because they're already surprising us a little bit with the roster selection, where they want to try to focus this 5-man core, and maybe that is going to be finding success
Right, and the other thing that we do notice is that Animo can play some of these flex supports as well, so, you know, he's been flexible enough to also pick up the Ana here or there, so if they really need that secondary player, that main support to step it up, Animo can do that, so that'll be something to look out for. It'll be interesting to see what the rest of the players are going to pick up here, like is it going to be a Tracer Genji sort of style here? Is Hydron going to be, you know, looking more like an Xe with the Sojin, in which case you do start asking the question of like, well, why isn't Xe playing then if Hydra just plays Sojin? I'm suspecting it'll be more so Hydra and Tracer than maybe a Checkmate Genji, Checkmate Echo even. We'll sort of see how we get in there. I know it's not Elias, but he has shown that look in the past. Someone most likely matches the Doomfist here. I think Florida Mayhem have played so much Doom in their previous matchups. Really, his signature hero so far has been like kind of Doom and then bringing out the Ryan on something like a Coliseum, which is a map that I hope we get to because I think that is a very winnable map for the Mayhem, given that what I've looked at Outlaws' previous matches, especially on push, they've been great at New Queen Street, but Coliseum's always, you know, especially in the previous match that they've had a little bit iffy for them. They've not been consistent on the Coliseum, so that could be an area for the Mayhem to attack if they get a chance to play that map.
And this is one of the, you know, my favorite thing about the tournaments is not having just that set map list going into a match, being able to, you know, draft if you do suffer a loss. Try to go for something that, you know, you find to be advantageous for yourself, much like we saw the Reign do with that pick on Circuit Royale. So
yeah,
always great to see in tournament play, but let's take a closer look here at Dante, who of course has been piloting that Doomfist more often than not.
Absolutely. So he's been one of the leading players on the Doomfist as far as getting in early on the meta. We remember that match in San Antonio between the Houston Outlaws and Dallas Fuel, right? The beginning of the season, right? Where Dante kind of debuted as Doomfist and they crushed the Dallas Fuel 3-0. That was a very shooken up Dallas Fuel. They weren't quite ready for what Dante was going to be bringing to the table. This is the first time we saw the tank Dante as well. And now that we're deeper into the season, more players have sort of come up on that Doomfist. You had Hawk as well that started very early on that Doomfist, but like we sort of seen in our last series here, the Doomfist power, I think, is starting to dwindle. By the time we get to the next patch, we probably won't be playing Doomfist at all, because, again, he received a lot of nerfs on the Beta 2 patch. We're currently on the Beta 1 patch for the Overwatch League, so still a reasonable place for Dante to come out on this. Someone will 100% be looking to match, as another person that I also mentioned is very, very much leaning towards the Doomfist now.
Well, here is the map list, as much as we do know, obviously, with Oasis starting things off on Control, and then from there the loser will select. Houston Outlaws deciding to take us over to Oasis to kick it all off.
Yep. We'll see what happens when we get over towards University as well, because I think the flexibility of the Florida Mayhem on their tank, which is someone that plays everything across the board, much like Smurf over on Seoul Dynasty, they have the options of playing more main tank options like the Winston, like the Ryan, especially on University. We actually got University straight off the rip. Good to see. Question mark now, is someone going to go straight for the Ryan? Because that's not something that Houston Outlaws can immediately go to with Dante in.
Well, we will be loading into the game here in just a moment. Like you said, University to go ahead and kick it all off as the players begin communicating with each other.
I also look towards Pelican as a major difference maker here as well. Pelican says I'm shy. I've been peeking a little bit of Pelican in some of the team content. And his English has been really staggering, actually. That was massively improved from last year. So good to see Pelican really getting comfortable on the next rosters on the NA teams. Rookie of the Year from last year, one of the most impressive players that we have in the league, and a major problem for teams like Florida Mayhem to deal with. So someone's actually going to come out and do first. Early Lucio Moira. Not too sure if I'm a major fan of Lucio Moira, but it is one of the support looks that this team has had a lot of playtime on. But one of the questions is answered here. It's going to be Hydra and Tracer, checkmate Genji.
All right. Battle commencing already. It's going to be Houston Outlaws able to find first blood, but it will get traded back. A 2-for-2 thus far as Lastro and Iris are gone to the Outlaws, now without their supports. Merit still managing to find checkmate, however. The trade-up comes in, but it's quickly traded back. Dante will get an ammo on the back end of the fight. All of this death, all of this bloodshed before the point is even unlocked. Now it has. Dante for now just trying to keep things contested. Merit manages to get that rail across. It's Hydron in the skull. Kill onto the Tracer. Now Houston Outlaws posturing forward. Should be able to get this initial lockdown to the point.
Yep, Cap goes forward. Checkmate, by the way, swaps over towards that Echo, so another one of those looks that I mentioned that could happen for somebody like Checkmate. Wants to play up against Pelican. I think Merit is going to be someone that's hard to deal with, considering rail shots into everybody. It's going to be pretty deadly. Lucian Outlaws, though, still getting double kill from Pelican. Beautiful stuff.
He comes out of the pit, is instantly greeted by the sticky bombs and an anti-nade. Goes down quickly thereafter. Pelican cleaning him up 3 in the fight, looking for a little bit more. The beam will be good as Pelican scoops up 4 kills, I do believe there. Fantastic done from him. Houston Outlaws winning the follow-up fight now already at 30%.
There's a lot of pressure on to someone here as well. I mean, both of these Echo players trying to beam down not only the tanks, but when you get the stickies onto the back line as well. Massive damage output. Hydron with the pulse bomb available has been spotted though, so this will be tough.
Okay, pulse from Hydra, not going to be able to find any picks. Would have been crucial here for the Florida Mayhem to be able to push forward, try to get this flip going through. Someone slept in the front line, ends up going down. Pelican finding that elimination. As Checkmate tries to play forward, but Merit says no. Catches him with a rail. Hydra will be able to find one with the front line broken down, and now Anthony out, finished off by Lastra. The cleanup comes through. Houston Outlaws, they will be holding firmly, not letting this point slip out of their grasp.
And the thing about playing Lucio Mora is you have to be a super fast team, and ideally you're building up these coalescences mega quickly as well. But so far, Florida Mayhem haven't been able to get enough frags in. These fights haven't lasted long enough, so still waiting for ultimates to come on through. Had the pulse bomb. Hydron went for probably the more difficult pulse bomb on the backline. The easy one would have been onto Dante before he finds that meteor strike, right? But sometimes you do have to make the high risk, high reward play. Nano coming through now.
They're not going to find the ante, but Rupal going to be taken down. Dante finding that elimination. Merit getting checkmate as well. The kills come through, and I mean, we've been in last fight territory, and Amo's the only one who's still alive. He may be good for a touch here, but doesn't have a sound barrier for an extended fight. Rotates his way up, does get the OT force out, but is instantly melted down. The OT now bleeding away. Someone trying to get there, but he cannot. And it's just going to be ult pop in celebration from the side of the Houston Outlaws. Didn't really have to use too many of them. 100-0 as they close out University.
I mean, speaking of ultimates there, Florida Mayhem only used a total of 1 ultimate that entire map.
That's all they got.
Just the pulse bomb. The other 4 members didn't get an ultimate. Didn't get it. Animo died on 99%, no sound barrier. I mentioned that this is a team that has to go quickly. You have to play for coal rushes. You have to play off the back of coalescences. Never had one from Rupal, just didn't get one. So take a look at this double kill coming through now. Yeah, just a bunch of stickies landed. Some help from Dante there as well. And just dropping in the beam. So for the Florida Mayhem, to get this Lucio Mora off the ground, their pacing has to be far greater than Houston Outlaws. I think they started well, right? They got the initial double trade on the back line with the Iris and Lastro kills, Eris rather, and Lastro kills, but they couldn't convert that into a win because they lost 3 members themselves. The double DPS plus 1 tank alive for the Houston Outlaws ended up doing enough damage. And, you know, I do enjoy bringing this stat up. Speaking of Dante, didn't die at all on University, 0 deaths.
Yeah. I just clean Doomfist performance from him. Florida Mayhem definitely need to level up as we get ready to go into that second round. I believe it's City Center. Let's see how they fare and whether or not they can extend this all the way into Garden. But that is a bit of a rough start, to say the least. So, going to be feeling pretty shaken.
Let me outline what needs to happen here for Florida Mayhem. Firstly, I do think they probably should still be going for the TP play that Pelican is going, so expect Hydron to change over to Sim really quick for that. But because they're playing Lucio Mora again, which I think has a bit of problem with verticality on this particular map, well, not more so than Houston playing Ana Zen, but you know, hear me out for a second here. They need to, off the rip on the neutral, have a very successful opening fight where they prevent Houston Outlaws from gaining control on the Mega Pack side. So not Coastal, the Mega Pack jump pad side of things, because that's where Eris and Lastro want to be staying and holding up on for the majority of the city center. So Florida Mayhem can control that side of the map. They prevent Houston Outlaws from playing their game plan. If Florida Mayhem fail that opening neutral, Houston are going to get the high ground, and Florida will find it difficult to reclaim that high ground again.
We should have the players readying up here in just a moment. Not quite sure exactly what the issue is, but hopefully everything's been taken care of.
Just mandated banter, you know.
Back in here.
You just got to pause, do some mandated banter, then get back in. So a little bit of small talk before business hours, before the Borpa business begins.
I think they figured, you know what, Achilles is casting this one. He's the pause king every time he casts. There's got to be a pause, so let's just go ahead and throw one.
So
out.
If Hydron doesn't TP out, okay, is he going for it? If he doesn't do it, I think they'll be slow out on the rollout. So, yeah.
They're not.
Well, they have a speed boost. They have that over the Houston Outlaws, so this might be a little bit more even, but the opening rollout from Florida is not going to be checking Mega side. That being said, Hydron is kind of there. You can see the double supports of Houston Outlaws already going towards jump pad. Here comes someone now.
To the back, someone moving forward, puts the fist up to try to stay protected, but still, as soon as the fist comes down, Merritt greets him with a rail. Finds a headshot, checkmate, cleaning up two, manages to find both the supports once more. Houston Outlaws losing their supports at the start of the fight, but can they continue to win it out? We'll have to just wait and see. Point now on launch, Pelican taken down, the nade goes through, Merritt finds Hydron, but then he quickly falls afterward to Ripple's orb. And with the cleanup on the Dante, it seems like Florida Mayhem will find their first ounce of percentage here on this first map.
Yeah, they took the scenic route here. I also think Houston were maybe a little, it seemed like maybe they were a little slow to get up on top. Getting, was it? Yeah, it was Lastra on the Zen. Getting him down super early was a big boon for the Florida Mayhem. Like you sort of mentioned, getting supports down, but this time Florida Mayhem have enough members alive that can take hold of the permanent damage and no healing.
Iris under some fire, trying to stay alive. Pelican and Merritt each able to find an elimination. Merritt finds his second with someone going down. Huge cleanup as now it's just the supports left alive, and yeah, not long for this world. The cleanup is there on Wananamo. I mean, he can try to play a little bit longer, but Merritt gets the headshot all the same. The flip is there. It's a rather fast one, just 31% established here for the Mayhem.
Ripple going over towards the Ana here as well, so they're going to be changing up their play style, you know, not just kind of rushing in anymore, also supporting someone on the Winston. Important. This is one of the extra looks that Mayhem can pull out that the Houston Outlaws can't do on a map like this, so I do think Winston is a great place on this map. This will hopefully help out the Florida Mayhem a lot, but they are otherwise behind, especially in ultimates.
And once more, they're looking for Iris, but the peel is going to be there, and Pelican comes up with an elimination on the checkmate. The beam, nothing that Genji could do against that one. Ends up going down. Now the overclock, drop down, looking for a little bit more. Spots Hydra, the shot not going to connect, but he's just going to reset off the side of the map. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to give any extra ult percentage over to you, so I'll
that's
go ahead
completely
and
fair.
off the side of the cliff. Yeah.
Let's talk about the fact there was a super quick overclock coming through, I believe. That was one of, if not the first, ultimate online between both teams. Maybe Hydron got a pulse bomb slightly early, but he is on a tracer, that's expected. We'll just pull out the overclock very quickly. Not a lot that Florida can do against it, and this is kind of what I mentioned, right? Once Houston Outlaws can park themselves up on this side of the map, can be pretty difficult to dislodge, as we saw from the previous fight.
Ooh, looking for the lob in on Iris, not going to get that connection. Dante slept after the meteor strike. Lastra, though, rally rolling, trying to keep everybody alive. And Hydron, oh boy, punched into oncoming traffic. Dante shuts him down, finds checkmate as well to deal with the DPS duo. Houston Outlaws quite handedly win the team fight. They get the team kill.
Poor car.
Moving up above 80%. Poor car, says Dante. Not poor Hydron, poor car.
Yeah. I don't know if you can get that one fixed in time, but I don't know how Florida can fix this situation. They would love to wait for Nano Blade, but I don't think they can. They just have to go with it now. They're being aggressive on Dante's just in deep.
I mean, the blade is pulled from checkmate. He's looking for elimination. He will manage to find Lastra, but then he gets taken down. Merritt greets him with a rail. Primal rolling from someone, manages to cleave down two. Good eliminations found. Pelican going to be knocked out of his duplicate. Takes right back up to the skies, but someone hounds him down. Huge kills off the Primal Blade. Just going to be there. Florida Mayhem not going down without a fight, but the Outlaws have time on their side.
Yeah, it's one of the blades that'll pop up there. The one with the over 1,000 HP is going to get the work done, so good to see come through for the Florida Mayhem. This is kind of the issue with having RuPaul do a reasonably late swap. He starts on towards a Moira. They give up on that strategy, goes towards the Ana, but not enough time to build up a Nano, so no Nano Blade, no Nano on someone either. He'll receive the Nano now, which they desperately need for this fight.
Looking for Dante, he rotates over, he's grabbing back up into the Mega Pack, keeps himself safe. Merritt in the meantime finds Rupel. A headshot off the rail, gets an ammo as well. The support's now taken down. Iris traded, pulse bomb out from Hydra, not going to be able to find anything. The shield was raised from Lastro. He keeps himself safe. The flip getting ready to come through. Hydra and checkmate both going to be taken down. Someone, the only one occupying the point right now, needs to try to stay alive. Jumps over the side, trying to play elusively, but he just doesn't have anything left to work with. Now going to be taken out once more. The OT bleeding away steadily, and that will be the closeout. Houston Outlaws, a very clean start. A bit of a back and forth here on City Center, but they get the 2-0 victory on Oasis.
And the back and forth is largely down to the fact that someone on that Primal Rage is able to do so much with that ultimate, but otherwise it's a cleanup from the Houston Outlaws. They lose one fight, they come back stronger onto the next. Merit onto the Sojin, as deadly as ever, mentioned at the previous broadcast and has been mentioned on the desk before, but statistically the best Sojin that we have in the league, and starts to show why. I mean, he just gets these shots in so cleanly, so accurately, and Florida Mayhem, you know, this is the issue I have with the Lucio Moura sort of lineup here, is it's just so one-dimensional, and the fact that they got outpaced on that opening university really says a lot, because Lucio Moura is meant to be one of the fastest comps, and you need to be a super fast team, and Florida Mayhem didn't even get ultimates. Only Hydron got an ultimate, the other 4 didn't get a single ult.
Yeah, it was really a rough going for them, but well, this is going to at least give the Florida Mayhem their map pick. We'll see where they decide to take us for Hybrid and come back from the break and see whether or not it's going to be good enough for them to go ahead and net themselves a map win, tie things up 1-1. The action's going to continue here at the Midseason Madness tournament when we return, so do not go anywhere.
Please don't let me in.
Please don't let me into my zone. I just need some time on my own. All these people trying to get a conversation. You can conversate to that tone. Got an eye on that throne, yeah. So I'm never alone, yeah. All these people trying to box me in. I'm at my weather, it's on, yeah. Now they ask where I'm at. Making hits that line back. 2-3, man, I just need some time back. I'm zoned in like defense, my life gone, no recess, but I live my best one, so I got no regrets. So I'm gone, finally back in my home. I'm working like so much, they swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there, that tone. Ballin', can't beat me up, cause I'm back in my zone now.
Alrighty, we are back, and right now the Outlaws looking hot. Merit especially on this Sojourn, putting out an absolutely stellar performance on that first map of Oasis.
And 59% railgun accuracy as well is exceptionally high. I mean, anything above 50% is, I think, is the standard for an Overwatch League level Sojourn player. With, I don't know if this is still the same. I'll have to get Noah to double check for me. But last that I checked, Shy was leading globally #1 in terms of railgun accuracy at 60, I believe, 61%. So the only player that was above 60%, which is unbelievable as an average across all their games. But Merit being at 59, look, he's 1% off of that on just this map so far, which is great to see, and it really shows you statistically why he's so far up the table as far as Sojourn performance goes, and that should continue for the rest of the series here, as we're about to hit into the next map, which is going to be a hybrid. Piggy coming in for that, and you know, if Piggy's in, you're pretty much guaranteed to see him play the Sigma.
That you are, has been his specialty for quite some time, ever since he made his debut here on the Outlaws. We'll see how he fares now. No changes on the side of the Florida Mayhem, though. Just going to be sticking with the same 5, as Midtown is their map selection for hybrid.
And I have questions about the lack of substitution for Florida Mayhem, because this is where you would definitely normally see XEN. He usually comes in to play the Sojourn on this map. I can understand the Hydron pick for the Tracer on Oasis, but does this mean Hydron's either going to be playing more Tracer on Midtown, or is he going to be the one pick up Sojourn to try and match Merit on Midtown? What you're going to see from the Florida Mayhem, by default, should be a Doom, but I have also noted that someone's been playing a lot of Ryan on this map as well. So if you're reading this matchup correctly, as Florida Mayhem, you're McGravy, you're Gumba, you're looking at Houston Outlaws, you're thinking, Piggy's going to play here, it is going to be Sigma, can we run this over with a Ryan comp? So that's why we're looking at Checkmate going over towards the May, and well, Hydron's going to be playing over towards Sojourn, which begs me the question of, shouldn't XE be in here, right? I mean, that is what they'd shown previously, so this is a bit of a departure.
Changing it up. Catching us off guard a little bit, perhaps, but the question is, will it catch the Houston Outlaws off guard? So right now they're looking
and
fired
will Houston, by the way, because Piggy just hovered the Ryan, would they consider that as well? That had been a hero that Piggy was thinking about, has been showing a little bit, and famously he did actually beat, I believe, London Spitfire in the Ryan matchup versus Hardy early on this kickoff clash now on Circuit Route, but that's been a while since we've seen that. He's going to come out on towards the Winston, but with Piggy backing back out. Is it Ryan? It is Ryan, so they're going to go for the mirror. Interesting. I do enjoy that, though. I think that's the right call. Sigma might be a little slow here. Winston, I mean, it could work, but you're probably relying more so on seeing if Merit can get the job done early. And I think this is just mostly Houston backing themselves and saying, okay, Florida, you want to play Ryan? We're confident we can beat you here.
Wall coming up, Pelican looking to try to cut some people off, takes that Riel from the flank and immediately has to go into the ice block to try to stay alive. Immortality Field going to be committed as well.
Huge pick.
That one up, and Pelican gets the headshot. A massive kill. Now they look for a little bit more, and they will get him. Lastro chasing deep alongside the May. They get the kill onto Anamo. Lastro going to be cleaning up a second one as well, as Checkmate will fall. That is point A broken open, and that is going to be a massive time bank to try to chew through for the Florida Mayhem on this defense.
Yeah, insanely good start. I mean, Pelican getting that opening kill as well. You have to remember, so much of the strength for the Atlanta Reign last year in 2021, when they played these brawl matchups, is Pelican's May plus Eris's back. That's now back, but it's on a different team. It's with the Houston Outlaws. Merit still gets the pound on the Sojourn. Gets himself on alive, I think, for now.
Piggy just free swinging here as the wall goes down. Pelican does get eliminated. Piggy just pulling back away, trying to stay alive. So there's plenty of barrier health. Fire Strike not going to be enough to try to threaten. So you can see the wall coming up, just trying to lock them inside the firehouse for now.
First ultimate's coming online as well. Notably that someone actually has greater ult charge than Piggy on that Rhine Shatter. Could be a difference maker if Houston Outlaws did not read this correctly. Especially Piggy did. Free shatter now.
Another shatter is for free. He messes up the pin, however. Now the Immortality Field comes through. Not going to be able to find a kill off the back end of that, but does at least come up the works a little bit, buy some extra time. Lastro throwing out the right click, trying to keep him at an arm's distance, but
overextended.
End up falling. And he has a little bit, ends up dying. The Blizzard's gonna be dropped in here by Pelican. Checkmate, now trying to match. Pelican finding an elimination. 3 kills coming through as Merritt claims 2 for himself, but it's just a back and forth brawl with 2 people left standing.
Animo,
End of it all.
Wait a minute.
He's just hugging against
He's
the wall.
staggering himself.
Keeps the cart locked into place.
But that's
And he
not
does
worth
stagger
it.
himself, but
he locks the payload for like 1 second, and that's cost Florida Mayhem 10 seconds worth of time for a 1 second payload lock. Absolutely rubbish trade for the Florida Mayhem. Wouldn't go for that. Speaking of rubbish trades, Checkmate going for the Hero Blizzard. What on earth is that? I don't really think Florida would have been able to win up that Hero Blizzard. That's a little too far.
There's a back-to-back hero plays attempted here from either side. From the support from the DPS, neither of them really working out. Now Houston Outlaws get the card moving, and they got an immense amount of space to work with, especially with Checkmate going
really
down.
Good wall.
The wall cuts off the exit, beautifully timed. As Piggy looking for a little bit more. Won't be able to get any kills there, but I mean, look at this. It's just free push to the side of the Outlaws.
Real estate.
Record time and no contest to be had. Beating dropped in by Anamo, but the cap is already there. It's nearly 5 minutes in the time bank. The pin comes through, and Anamo back-to-back questionable plays, drops the beat. No hope in the world whatsoever to try to get that contest through. And now the Outlaws are just cruising.
I'm gonna contradict that. I would not blame Animo on that one. That's a team call. If you're going to recontest, you're going as a team, but you need to be able to go fast enough that someone's going to touch in time. The sound barrier is fine. The fact that no one could touch is the major problem there. So I don't think that's necessarily Animo's fault, but it's not a good play for the Mayhem.
I mean, it's either way, it's a misidentification as to whether or not they're going to be able to get there in time. So you can go ahead and blame the entire team if you feel necessary, I suppose. There's Checkmate again, going to be taken out. Long pin, just dragging Piggy over to the flank, tries to drop down, manages to get a 3-man stun, but can they get the kills on the back end? Piggy the first one to fall, someone does manage to swing away, takes out Iris, looks for a little bit more. Fire Strike not going to find the kill, goes for the deep charge. Merritt with a sliver of HP does get taken down by Hydra in the end, and finally the Florida Mayhem will be able to stop this cart in its tracks.
Yeah, 4 more minutes of this. In Houston Outlaws have plenty of time to build up charge in terms of the ultimates to get towards the end. Should be still looking at a cap. The question mark would be what kind of time bank is available. RuPaul instantly out with the window. There's 2 walls blocking it though.
Keep them locked back. Just trying to buy as much space and as much time as they possibly can. 3.5 minutes left in the time bank now from the side of the Houston Outlaws. Lastro dropping the beat as they look to go aggressively, but I don't know if too many people received that shielding or it was taken down rather quickly. Wall comes up though, looking to take out someone. Falls lower and lower. The Immortality Field, however, finding an immense amount of value there for the side of the Florida Mayhem. Checkmate gets Pelican, but now Merritt opens it up, finds both of the DPS with the overclock. The nade gonna go down. Shatter dropped in. Piggy gonna be stunned up there for a moment, but it is gonna be someone who falls as Merritt claims the 3rd in the fight. Looks for a little bit more, gets the headshot onto Anamo. There's the 4th. Can he get the last one? No, he cannot. Piggy will take it for himself. The ace going to be denied away, but the Houston Outlaws finally managed to break through. They get this push going once more.
It's still too many individual hero plays coming through. Checkmate goes for another hero blizzard that the entire Houston Outlaws just ignore because Merritt's already on the front lines. He's already overclocking. Someone goes for a hero shatter that is just not going to do enough for the team. They've already lost the team fight.
The Blizzard coming through. Overclock now out from Hydra. Needs to find some immense value, but the Shatter gets dropped in from Piggy, and the kills just come spilling forth on the back end of it all. Anamo now trying to dive forward, but once more just does not have that beat available. Gives his life for a final touch. It's 2 minutes and 17 seconds left as they complete the map. Outlaws on an absolute tear.
And I think the key moment here for me is that B-side defense, which ended up being capped through. I don't know if I officially call that a scene. I guess it is because Florida were all there.
What B-side defense?
All, wow, yeah, it's a good call. It was more like a B-side offense at times because Florida went hard aggro on towards the B-sides, the B attacking spawn for Houston, right? See someone literally walking in nearly to the Houston spawn. He gets mega punished for that. That's not something that can afford to be happening for the Florida Mayhem because that ruins the tempo of the defense entirely. But I think the call to do the sound barrier into the final fight on B was correct. They just didn't end up touching the payload. Now, had they won that fight, I think they were favored to, considering that when we got to C, they did end up winning that fight and then initiating a spawn hold on C. That was a very winnable situation for the Florida Mayhem that just needed to happen one fight earlier so that Houston Outlaws aren't spawning right out of C, they're spawning all the way back at B instead.
Take a look back at this Shatter. I mean, yeah. Yep.
The funniest part about that shatter is someone got hit, but because he got frozen first, he never got put on the ground. He's just standing there like an ice block. Got a little ice cube. But in any case, we did talk about the fact that Piggy, with the capability to bring the Sigma, that's his key signature pick here, the Pigment. Florida Mayhem, I think the right call here would be to identify the Sigma, go back to spawn, and go towards the Rhine, and try and, I guess, outplay this Sigma composition with the Rhine comp instead. But they're going to go Lucio Moira. And
well, Moira is dead. Merritt finds a headshot once more. Someone also low. Tucks over into the corner. The contest starting to come through.
Now.
I mean, the Outlaws just continue to come up with kill after kill. That's 3 for them in the fight. The rest of the Florida Mayhem scrambling to try to exit. And Anamo is out in the middle of
they're going to get staggered. Anamo probably dies here. Yeah, this is awful. This is going to cost them so much time. I think for the Florida Mayhem, what we did see there is the hyper aggression onto Ares despite losing a player. That's a good call to make, because if you can trade that player, then instantly die and reset, you're going to have a 5v4 as Ares slowly makes his way back from spawn. But they failed to get the kill. Great pocketing by Lasher. And then secondarily, even if they got the kill, Animo stags himself, so it wouldn't have helped them.
All right, well, second attempt. See how it fares. Both the supports already under fire, hovering around 50% HP. Someone going forward, trying to get that punch across.
Barrett again.
Barrett again. This man's headshot accuracy with these rails is absolutely insane. Comes up with another kill. Hydrant taken down. Up into the air. Doesn't quite get the tracking there to finish off. Anamo. Doesn't matter.
Fun fact.
It's on top of him.
Got a great fun fact for you. You know how we finished Oasis with 59% rail accuracy for Merritt. Currently halfway through, or just slightly over halfway through Midtown, he's sitting on 63. So he's improved by 4%, but he's crested over 60%, which is the important thing. That was a very key milestone that I did mention for Sojourn players.
Well, let's see. We'll have to keep a keen eye.
Another opening frag.
Someone's just dead. I mean, Merritt just looks at him and he dies. It's just an explosion of death.
Achilles, this is the same thing we saw on Oasis. It's this kind of Lucio Moira, run at the other team, hope for the best type of composition. And I truly think, revisiting this, they've already shown that they can play the Rhine. Yeah, okay, did they lose the Rhine battle? Maybe. But the Rhine matchup versus the Sigma, I think, is a reasonable matchup for the Rhine. The fact that they don't choose to do that seems to be really weird. And here's the other thing. If you snowball that win, let's say you beat Piggy Sigma with your Rhine, and Houston swap Rhine as well, you've snowballed. You just lost another play. It's not even merit, but it doesn't matter. It's another 5v4.
Okay, they get a stick. Hydrant does manage to find an opening kill, and it's on to Merritt, which is probably the highest value target that he can get at this point. But everybody else is still alive. And they now have 5 ults for this defense with a minute and 25 seconds left to go, looking for the full hold. Florida may have close to ults as well. Checkmate trying to build up the blade.
Florida need ultimates as well, but they need to get them now. Someone's already had to use his.
Okay, well, there's the opener. Coalescence going through, matched by the Transcendence from last round. Now the Nano Boost going to be used on the Pelican as the blade comes in, and he instantly dashes through, finds one. Checkmate with his own blade will find Merritt. Pelican looking for a little bit more, and it's going to be good enough. They get the cleanup. Just the 2 kills to be found. Florida Mayhem going to have to reset. That was everything invested. Houston Outlaws still hold on to the overclock, and now it's 45 seconds remaining.
And the overclock is probably enough to finish this as well. I think for Florida there, the best case scenario is they burn minimum ultimates and force maximum ultimate expenditure out of Houston Outlaws. Here, it's a pretty even trade, and even then, Houston finishes with 1. Exactly, it ends up being a really even trade, so that works for Houston's favor. Florida do not win economically on that fight.
Trying to get the accretion hit. Can't quite get someone, but Pelican just finds 2. He gets a 3rd.
It's over.
Merritt now with the overclock rolling, trying to track down Hydrant. He does play a little bit more elusively, but Merritt has the cleanup. The last 2 kills going his way. There's the team kill. It's 10 seconds remaining. Someone has respawned, but can he get the touch? We'll have to just wait and see. The Houston Outlaws, they are playing so very far forward. And no, they're not going to be able to make it there in time.
Yeah,
a full hold in reply. Houston Outlaws making it look easy, just speeding their way through this series now at match point. And just like Atlanta Reign in that first series, the Mayhem are in a position where they need to reverse sweep.
And this is where, you look at what Florida Mayhem are choosing to do, especially on that attack and also on Oasis, and you're like, if Dallas Fuel are not succeeding and not finding victories with their own Lucio Moira, and they are like the Lucio Moira team, having Rush pioneered that composition last year, what hope can you have that this is going to work for you? I just do not think that's a good composition to play. It doesn't have enough, and I think they had the answer in front of them. I'm just so surprised that Ryan wasn't the answer to play against Piggy. Now we'll move forward, by the way, for future map choices. Florida better not pick Circuit, because I don't think you want to be playing Sigma into Pigma anymore. You need to be picking something that's not Circuit Royale. For sure.
Well, you can see keyboard being wrapped up there, XE walking across the screen, so I think that kind of tells us, you know, what's going to be happening here in the very near future as far as the lineup is concerned from the side of the Mayhem. We'll see if there's going to be any additional changes on top of that, and, you know, what the map pick is going to be, because it needs to be a good one, and it needs to get them a win if they want to stay alive in this series. A reverse sweep is what is necessary unless they want to fall down to that loser's bracket. We'll see if they can make it work when we come back from the break. And welcome back, guys. no better time than now, and as we have the midseason madness finally officially kicked off, make sure to submit your art celebrating your favorite team, your favorite region, whatever it is. We know it's APAC, you know, as far as favorite regions are concerned. Go ahead and submit your artwork. We want to see what you guys have for us and look at it all on Overwatch League in the fan art gallery and have your stuff featured. I already had some nice fan art earlier on Twitter, which was great, so thank you so much to the artist who made a nice little doodle about me. Yeah, very cute, very.
How do I get a doodle?
And I want to see more of it.
Can we get a can we get a duo doodle? Does that work? I don't know.
Yeah. Can we get? You know,
am I allowed to make
we got the matching kind of shirts going on.
Yeah,
have a little caster doodle duo going on. Anyway, let's talk about
moving into the. I was thinking like, can I? Let's doodle some new players. Does that work? No, it doesn't. Let's just see what happens here with Exy coming in now. Most likely to play some sniper. So the map that Houston needs to go for here is a map that you can play Winston and a Widowmaker on. So this is going to really push Merit to the limit to see, okay, can Merit match up on the Widowmaker or not? Something that he wasn't super known for a contender, so maybe that's been rapidly improving in the Overwatch League with the Houston Outlaws. We're about to find out. Piggy staying in here is going to be interesting because he's going to need to bring out some dive tanks if we move to something like a Gibraltar, right? That is probably the most likely right call to make. A Dorado could be interesting, but still has a lot of movement room for the Sigma to get work done. You want to take Piggy into an uncomfortable territory where you can't just rely on the Sigma, and you want to make sure someone gets to play something like the Winston, which was actually pretty reasonable on the city center. So play the Mayhem strengths here with their map picks and try and remove Outlaws from some of their strengths.
Well, we'll see if they're going to be able to get it done as we get ready to go into this third and potentially final map. Always have to put that out there, as Outlaws are already at match point. One of the things I was kind of thinking about during the break, Avril, is, and I don't mean to be a jerk, but before we take a look at these stats, this has felt like one of the most one-sided series that we've commentated so far this season.
It's probably up there because, well, definitely in a tournament. It just feels like, the Florida Mayhem, they don't look all quite there for this matchup today. I mean, I especially noted that as we, and I hope Exy can sort of save them here as we look at some of the comparisons on the Sojourn, even though I expect Exy to be mostly playing Widowmaker on this map. Some of the more glaring things for me is just the fact that, on Midtown, the amount of solo plays that each player on the Mayhem was often going for, like Checkmate twice, trying to make these heroic Blizzard plays on his own, completely disjointed from the team, and both times just completely failing as well. I've seen someone go for the big shatter play when he's like, it's just him and one other person alive versus most of the Houston Outlaws being there. They're just such low probability plays that if you're trying to play percentage or flowchart Overwatch, which is what I consider to be clean Overwatch, if you're trying to play that style of Overwatch, you're just doing it all wrong because you're going for the low percentage plays way too often. And they're all solo plays as well.
Yeah. Well, there's a hell of a lot of, cracks that kind of fill in here, I think, for the side of the Mayhem to stop everything from falling apart. Exy, is he good enough to be the glue to keep it together? That is kind of the question. I mean, we just had the stats up there, him versus Merit. Not that much of a disparity between the two.
I'll tell you what.
So we know that he can absolutely perform on that Sojourn, but is it going to be good enough?
If he comes out on the Widowmaker and kind of, I don't know, has the sort of Kai level performance that we saw in our previous match where Atlanta were not looking good versus London, let's be very clear about that, but then on circuit, big Widowmaker map, Kai comes through and just demolishes the London Spitfire. That kind of needs to happen now for the Florida Mayhem versus Houston. Gibraltar, not as heavy of a sniper map as Circuit Royale, but still a very, very good sniper map nonetheless. So, bring in XEM, third map deep, when historically I think it would have been more prudent to have him in the previous map, but, we'll trust that maybe Florida felt like Hydron had potential other looks he could have pulled out. Maybe they were planning on playing a bit of Trace, it just never panned out for them. Now they are just going to rely on Exy, and so this has to be the turnaround moment for the Florida Mayhem.
And that it does. Gibraltar, all that is now standing between the Houston Outlaws and a 3-0 victory to kick off their own mid-season madness tournament. The Florida Mayhem needing to dig deep. And you're talking about the Sojourn stats there, of course, from Exy, but the thing that made he made his name on was the Widowmaker way back when I got to cast his initial debut. and he was utterly impeccable at Widowmaker back in 2018 Contenders, and he still is.
And well, I have to find out if Merit decides to match or not, because I'll be straight, I haven't watched every single Houston Outlaws game this entire season. You know, we've been busy in APAC, but my point here is, I don't know how much Widowmaker Merit's been playing. His history on O2 Blast is he sat behind Kilo when Kilo was his teammate playing the Widowmaker. So if Merit comes through on this now, I don't know how practice it is compared to everybody else, especially considering that, like you mentioned, this is Xy's signature hero. So we're expecting a lot of Xy on this Widowmaker.
Taking to the skies there, Pelican sending a couple shots his way. Xy so far not quite finding the connections that he's looking for. And there's the dive. Takes a quick grapple over to the side, and Lou's getting hit by that rail. Now looks to challenge. As Merit just jiggles back and forth in the line of sight, but does not get hit. Cart starting to inch forward now. Someone relocating. Cart advancing in. Piggy just leaping up onto the high ground, and Amo going to be antied out here for the moment, but bubbles come through. Will be safe. No one really in a position to really challenge him and find that opening pick onto the Brigida.
Tell you one thing, because Houston Outlaws don't have a Tracer or Genji here, no one is the dedicated cart pusher. It's not really ideal because you want Piggy mostly playing for dive pressure on the high ground. You don't want him to pushing payload. Pelican, be a little bit sneaky here. He's also not a great payload pusher, neither is Merit. So that's probably going to be the one weakness of this A push. Someone is going to go down.
Yeah, okay, they find enough damage, and on the peel, I don't even think he was antied out. I think it was Piggy actually got antied. Someone goes down, they get on top of Xy, and that is just going to be the spiral. As, yeah, the cap looking inevitable, barring an absolute miracle, but with Checkmate dead, someone does leap up onto the high ground, but
even if he touches,
it would definitely be suicidal.
That's the thing, right? He just dies if he touches, so it's a free A capture. What you actually see there, despite me saying it should be difficult for Houston to push, great pick by Xy, by the way, is that Houston still got a good push on that A payload progression, since Mayhem never really challenged that. So that should be one area that Mayhem had under lock, but they couldn't even control the payload.
Xy does get taken down. Piggy able to find him. Opens up things a bit here for the side of the Houston Outlaws as they look to make their way into the hangar. The door now shutting. The cart ready to be pushed forward once more. Piggy going to be antied out, taking a nap. Poison trap actually said earlier.
You take those.
Find Merit. He ends up going down. Here's a primal well into the back though as Piggy tries to find an elimination onto the enemy Widowmaker. Has to rotate out. Grabs that health pack. Now is going to be antied. Wants to grab the other mega pack and eventually will be allowed to do so. But he is very disconnected from the rest of his team as the Florida Mayhem look to go aggro. And throw out the nano boost onto someone. He gets on top of Lastro, finds the kill, looks for a little bit more. And with the alley-oop from Checkmate, they will find Iris. So now with the supports out of the fight, the Houston Outlaws are going to have to reset.
That was an excellent collapse from Florida Mayhem, so credit where credit is due. With Piggy out of the fight, and he's technically still out of the fight here, Houston Outlaws lose their main tank player entirely, and Florida Mayhem just go for the back line. They know they have a 5v4 situation while Piggy's still healing up, looking for health packs, right? They don't over-chase him, which is exactly what you want to see. Piggy still being here is a little bit annoying for Florida to work with, but but they have to also consider the fact that Houston can't really push forward from spawn without their main tank, or can they? Because apparently someone just dies to Pelican.
Yeah. He's got eliminated. Piggy taking a nasty shot there. Good whip shot from Anamo as well. Just keeps him zoned back for a moment. Leaps forward once more. Some of the nano rolling, and with Pelican joining in the fight, that's going to be Xy taken down. Rally now going to be popped, and Amo looking to escort them back forward, but both supports are going to get clipped by this.
They're not pushing. They have spawn control, but they can't push up. Yeah, I think somebody was contesting. It might have been Checkmate or whatever, but let's see if this copy can get them.
Someone actually. I think he jumps forward, was able to contest that one, and now has the primal popped. He's diving in the back, will get on top of Lastro, finds that elimination as Pelican went for the dupe, tries to build up the nano, gets it, throws it out onto Piggy, but will be taken away from him as they break that. Goes straight back into the Echo form now as Piggy continues to play forward. The primal online, pops it, looks for a target, jumps over the side, finds Xy once more, who just has not been able to play the game too much right now on this Widowmaker. Piggy continues to get on top of him time and time again. Lamo now taken down. The overclock shot from Merit finds someone. That's going to be the card rolling into B. So an extra minute and a half added. It's just shy of 4 minutes in the time bank now.
Yeah, this could be staggers as well because players got bad spawns. Kind of unlucky for both Xy and Animo, specifically Animo. Looks like he might be able to get out with it though. And Xy even punishes Pelican for overextending. Does get traded by Merit here. I was going to say, Florida Mayhem did a good job of stalling the payload while they were being kept out from the entire B point, but ends up not being enough to really save them B at all. We're still looking for the pop-off moment from Exi to really control the tempo of Houston Outlaws the way Kai was doing to London earlier. Been a bit quiet from Exi so far, not gonna lie.
Honestly, I don't even think Checkmate was spotted there. Decides to back up all the same. Now has to pop the recall. Someone getting into the back line, trying to out-pressure. Cannot do so, has to make his exit, and Checkmate gets found before he can even use the pulse bomb. Pelican striking him down in the melee finish.
Nano coming up.
Someone just tucked away. Piggy jumping into the back. The anti-nade gonna be good. Finds both the supports on the side of the Houston Outlaws, but they will be safe. They'll dive through. So still rejoining the fight.
How much free push can Houston get before they're forced to go for Nano? I mean, maybe this is it now, okay.
Dive into the back once more.
Tread's coming online as well.
Anybody that he could possibly get. Nexi's now going to be swapping it up. Tries to go over to the Soldier. The pulse bomb thrown in. Checkmate doesn't find anything in Merit. Will claim him with a rail. Someone has the primal pops, but the just
gets burned
out. The focus fire is just too damn good. They melt right through his HP bar. The rally rolling from an ammo, but it's just nowhere near enough HP. Everybody else is locked into the spawn room. The Houston Outlaws will be able to push to the finish here on Gibraltar. 2 minutes and 27 seconds remaining.
And I think there was only one reset there for the Houston Outlaws, and that was when Piggy went for the super deep dive with the primal onto Exi, then goes for a couple of health packs onto the back, on C, while Florida Mayhem played a 5-4. That was the one clean fight that Florida Mayhem did get, and it was a well-deserved clean fight win, and the only time they fully reset the Houston Outlaws. Why I mentioned the resets is important is because that's the key moment for your Widowmaker to establish control. Because once the fight actually starts and you lose map control, your Widowmaker gets less and less value, the more pushed up Houston Outlaws are. But if Houston Outlaws are reset, they're back in spawn, you now control the entire hangar, and Exi has maximum coverage of the entire map space on B to play with. The fact that Florida Mayhem couldn't really give Exi more is not allowing, this Widowmaker is not working out as well as it should have, I think is the conclusion that I want to reach towards, because 3 final blows for Exi here, which still is one higher than the rest of his team. I think, we got Summon, Checkmate, and RuPaul all on 2. They're all not really getting the frags in, but you need to see this Widowmaker in particular on, I think A was a little bit concerning, B more so as well because of the lack of space to play through. Lack of sightlines on B can be an issue if you're not able to get some clean time just to scope in. The fact that, once Houston Outlaws, like we're seeing here, get the fight in, Piggy's on your backline, he's primarily, he's specifically targeting Exi as well, that we noticed in several fights. Yeah, that just doesn't allow Exi to do anything.
All right, here we go. The gate's now opening up. As someone taking a nap off the rip, but we'll be fine. No one from the Houston Outlaws looking to go that far forward and try to get a punish, and Lastro is actually going to be headshotting Exi.
He's been targeted. I mean, has the highest amount of deaths so far across the board on the server. 6 deaths, the next highest, someone to Checkmate on 4. Piggy hasn't died yet, so he's still deathless on this Winston, which is rare for, I think, a tank player on Gibraltar, so...
Seems unbelievable given the slim margins that he was playing around with at times on that attack, especially in the hangar. There's Exi again looking for a target.
You need someone to be... There we go, someone's jumped in. That would have been the time for Exi to get a frag. But he was actually relocating his angle while someone went in, so it's a little bit disjointed.
So the pop shot. Just his options. None of them very good. Even Piggy playing back, breaking line of sight, making sure that he's not going to get tagged up by the Widowmaker.
Okay, warning shot onto Pelican.
Cleared out.
Look at the difference in Nano, by the way. Eris is about to get this, which means Houston can strike first if they want.
Yep, now has it ready to go. RuPaul's still 21% off, having that ult ready to go. Someone does have a nice lead over Piggy as far as the primal is concerned, though. So potentially can open things up in that regard. We'll have to just wait and see. But Exi going to be taken down by Lastro once more. Piggy doesn't receive the nano boost. He's going to be slept. But can they get a punish is the question. Doesn't have that nano, so damage mitigation going to be huge. And yeah, they'll just let him wake up naturally. Someone does pop the primal, gets into the back line, finds Lastro. Exi can be breathing a sigh of relief now, feeling a little bit safer perhaps. As Piggy once more going to be slept as he jumps onto the high ground. They look for the elimination. The ante comes down. And they will be able to get the punish. Checkmate picking up the kill. There you go.
And he goes to sleep, so he actually...
We found here for the side of the Florida Mayhem, but now the blade is going to be pulled. Pelican going into the back lines, finds RuPaul, looks for a little bit more, just trying to hide his head as Exi tries to trade this one back. 9 HP, and we'll be able to get him in the very end.
As you do see, Merit going down there without popping his ult. But Piggy, by the way, has got to mention, is he was slept, so he couldn't pop the Primal. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't have done. He'll have the Primal now, so they have plenty to play through. Lastro can follow up this with a trance. If Animo dies, it's probably the fight over.
Still holds on to the rally. Piggy not going to be getting too much done there. As the rally comes through, Overclock is out. Merit looking for a head, just gets body tags, but someone still does end up falling. Anti-nade out onto 2. They're looking for the follow-up kills here, though, are the Florida Mayhem, and so far they're only able to find Lastro. Iris under a little bit of fire, but he's going to survive. The Nano now available, and Piggy gets Exy. Iris going to be taken down. He doesn't get to use the ultimate. Absolutely massive, now with Merit falling. Definitely a big window here for the Florida Mayhem to be able to win out the fight and get this cap coming through. Pelican trying to keep it contested, but ends up dying. It'll take them down below a minute, but it's not going to be a full hold, not this time. Cap is there on to A. Now 3 minutes and 20 seconds to the time bank for the Florida Mayhem.
They really want to stagger Eris out here, maybe force him to misplay, pop an ultimate early, not going to happen. Great pocketing by Lastro, using Outlaws safely back out of that situation. But speaking of Eris, he gets taken down there without getting a chance to use Nano. Humongous difference maker. Merit as well, not quite finding purchase on that overclock, is also going to mean that the Outlaws don't get the kind of kill pressure that they normally had. They needed basically Piggy to jump on top of Exy with Merit to get him down, and Exy even traded himself. So brilliant play by Exy in that situation.
Well, ult's limited on either side at the moment. Florida Mayhem, though, dangerously close to having 5. Amo going to be the furthest one right now, trying to build up for that next rally. It's definitely a window of opportunity to work with. There's the overclock popped. Piggy trying to contest on the high ground, does force Exy's position from a moment, gets great headshot there on to Merit. Sniping him down, finds Lastro as well in the back end, but Piggy now nanoed up, dives into the back line, does manage to find the punish. Gets slept, Anti goes through, he still has the Primal to rely on. He is going to pop it if he's got multiple members locked into a very small room. It's going to be the supports now taken down. Checkmate off screen, able to find Iris in the end of it all. Piggy moving back into the dropship, keeps himself protected, and all of this, the card is actually rolling back.
And Houston Outlaws could potentially chase further, but they're respected because Piggy's too low HP. If Piggy got healed up, and that's maybe easier said than done when he's super, super low and you have limited time to go after Florida, they could have maybe have gotten further kills and staggers, which would have put Florida further behind. But well played by Piggy there. Primal actually gets a decent amount of value. Someone with the Nano here gets kill Merit.
Huge. Iris stuck with a pulse bomb. Checkmate finds that elimination. The support's now out of the fight. The lion's share of their damage taken away. Pelican will get dropped. No chance of a hero play with the blade. It seems like that should be the Florida Mayhem breaking through, getting that extra minute and a half out of the time bank. They so desperately need. And there you go. 2 minutes 53. So right now, not going to be able to best the time bank of the Houston Outlaws. That is very much gone hope for them. But they can still get this finish and take it to extra innings.
But I can feel the momentum shifting a little bit, right? Because there's a little bit of hope now that Florida Mayhem can actually get this cap. Someone probably dives a little bit too deep there, but you know, for the rest of it, Florida Mayhem got a decent number of kills. You just need to see a little bit more discipline, especially out of players like someone that, you know, has been noted for getting quite aggro. That's going to allow Houston Outlaws to start taking some map control. So it's not insignificant that someone overextending there is a bit of a negative impact, because otherwise Florida would have had map control instead. Look at Piggy, by the way.
Ready, Merit. See what he can get done. Yeah, Piggy hovering just above, ready to strike. Someone moving up onto the high ground looking to contest him. They do take Piggy down to about half HP, and he will make his exit, joining back in with the rest of the Houston Outlaws over towards point C. Just hiding behind the pillar there. Does get topped up. There's going to be the blade. The Nano Blade pulled out. Exy, the first one to fall. They do get the anti-nade out onto Pelican, but can they get the finishing blow? Looks like the answer is going to be no. The Nano helps keep him alive as he comes up with 3 kills. Checkmate in the back line, able to find Lastro, but that is not going to do a damn thing for the Florida Mayhem as they have to reset.
Silver lining here for Florida is that they did win economically. 0 ults traded for 2 from the Houston Outlaws. So when we get to the end point, the goal, remember, is to cap here. So Florida Mayhem, no illusions of matching 227. In fact, no illusions of getting any sort of major time bag. Just getting 0 and capping would be a pretty major win here. So pushing for, I think, what is like a kind of final push, we have 5 ultimates, is pretty ideal. But with Piggy coming up to Primal, it's going to be easier said than done. That one Primal can stall out for a very long time.
Pulse bomb at the ready, Checkmate. He's got his targets in his sights. Looking for Lastro, but that's going to be the Transcendence Force here off the rip. Merit now juggled into the corner by someone who's falling lower.
They didn't nano someone!
Under the wind stand, doing an immense amount of work, and no, they did not. goes out on the checkmate of all people, and he does manage to make use of it though. Finds Lastro to open things up. The overclock from Xe now going to be expiring, still holds onto this 100 charge rail, tries to catch Pelican, but he does manage to stay elusive, dashing away. Checkmate was traded out. Piggy waiting for his moment to go in for the recontest, but he's hovering lower and lower as far as the HP is concerned. He ends up getting dropped. 1.23 meters left to go now for the side of the Florida Mayhem with 32 seconds left to try to make it happen. Lastro going to be taken out. However, Anamo gets traded. Pelican and Merritt still just trying to keep this card contested, and it's got to be all on Pelican right now. He falls lower and lower. Pops the recall. Piggy rejoins the fight, coming now out on the Diva. Pelican does get taken down. Everything invested now on this Diva to try to keep things going, but there's just so much damage focus coming through, and the D-Matrix is not going to be good enough. Lastro antied out, forced away. The supports cannot touch. We go to extra innings as it strikes overtime. A minute for the Florida Mayhem versus 3:18. They need to have an immaculate push and defense to the Florida Mayhem if they want to extend this series.
Houston trying their best to stall that one out further if they could, because Arius is very, very close to Nano. You see it just coming online towards the end there. So if they could have kept Piggy up for a couple more seconds, he would have received Nano, and that would have been the potential for a bit of a turnaround. No idea if it could actually happen, but it certainly would have been on the cards. Florida Mayhem, thankfully, will still be able to get a good push in despite missing the Nano onto someone. I'm going to stick on that a little bit longer because it's very important that someone as the only tank player here that's in the front lines, he's on 1 HP. He doesn't get the Nano. He has to fly back, and you Nano checkmate. Cool. He's going to replace someone in the front lines. You now have a 300 HP Tracer who trades himself 1-for-1 here. That's still not really ideal for the loss of map control. Florida still swing it back around, but that wasn't clean in my opinion. Keeping someone in the game would have been far stronger. It's just tiny nitpicks like this, but again, Florida will get it across the board, so we'll breathe a sigh of relief. The goal was to cap with any amount of time, no illusions of getting a good time back. They are looking for a situation where they can make a lot out of the single minute that they have here. So if they can cap A, they give themselves the opportunity to win. 3:18 is a lot of time compared to the 1 here, so Florida, I think, to actually win this map reliably, probably do have to cap A.
Gates opening. A minute in the time bank. Not very comfortable at all for the side of the Florida Mayhem. He said need to be absolutely immaculate with this attack. Xe once more back over to the Widowmaker. Has not found the most success so far. Needs to be clicking heads if they want to get some distance gained.
Yeah, 20% scope critical hit. You want to see a little bit higher than that on a star Widowmaker player. At least he's, he has had that reputation. Needs to continue and prove it again, I would say. But opening neutral here is reasonable for the Florida Mayhem. Not going to see some real action until Payload gets up the hill.
Oh, he's jumped on. Okay, tries to make his exit. Pelican not going to over pursue, pulls back away. Doesn't move down into the car wash, instead just sits at the top of the hill, just keeping the card contested, not allowing it to roll up any further.
There's no ultimates, by the way. Very low on the ultimate charge, which means it comes down to first picks.
It's full neutral fight territory.
Big neg.
Anti goes out on the 2. Piggy and Pelican both down to about half HP, but the anti expires.
That needed to be killed.
Like Xe, he's looking for the shot, but he doesn't quite manage to make it connect. He does stay alive. He looks for Merritt. Makes him a little bit lower, but has to back away once more. It's going to be a trade out, a 1-for-1 as they both kill each other from beyond the grave. The card advancing once more.
Watch the nanos.
Apply the Discord Orb out onto him. Iris now going to be anti. The sleep dart connects onto Rupel. As they look for the elimination, it's going to be Lastro taken down, but now the front line broken down on the side of the Florida Mayhem. Xe swapping over to the Soldier just to try to rejoin a little bit faster. The card continues to advance. Closer and closer, Piggy drops back down. And that's going to be the Nano out. Anamo trying to keep it contested, but because he wasn't close enough.
I'm gonna be honest here.
He doesn't touch it.
It's a technical C9. Well, it is a C9 because they let me explain it. It is a C9 because he was on the payload, but it's not a C9 in the fact that I don't think they were winning. Like, to me, there's two definitions, right? It's like, should you just have touched the payload in any circumstance? And then there's, you are winning the fight and then you just don't touch the payload or something like that. But in this case, they were superbly down. The Nano ends up going to Animo. Very minimal impact that's going to have for you. You needed someone to stay alive there who was, by the way, 88%. So if you have a situation where you have someone still alive, you give him the Nano, he builds a primal off that, that's a potential win condition for the Florida Mayhem. Really need to see more from Xe again, because we saw that it looked like a free kill going to server onto Lastro, and he whiffs the shot. Like, you cannot be missing that. That's got to be a guaranteed kill. That would have been the 5v4 that really swings it for Florida Mayhem at the top of the fight, and they don't cap. And this is where I think things are going to be problematic, because if you remember the Florida A defense or regulation, it wasn't good. That's why I'm saying Florida need to cap it, because I don't think they win unless they cap A, and they're going to have a masterful defense now to have any hope of winning this map.
Yeah, I mean, this would be a monstrous Fuller hold if they could pull it off. Otherwise, the Houston Outlaws are looking for a very swift 3-0 victory. 3 minutes and 18 seconds to work with. Exe once more back over onto the Widowmaker. Sends out a shot, finds a couple tags thus far. The elimination's not there, but his last one tries to drop down off the high ground. That is the exact shot that he needed to hit.
Yeah, making up for it now.
If he can do that 50 more times, they can get this Fuller hold.
Do that over the course of 3 minutes, right? You know, I think it's possible. I think you absolutely can. Pelicans also going towards the Genji now. So they'll give them a little bit more capability to push the payload, but someone's already just kind of keeping them busy towards the ground. Get another kill to Eris, just keeps things into 5v4, which is exactly what Florida want.
Yeah. One support respawns, the other one dies. Headshot there on a Piggy. So Exe seemingly warmed up a bit, but all it takes is one coordinated dive from Piggy and Pelican to get rid of Exe. Now they're looking for it, and he's just none the wiser. Scoped in, completely tunneled on his target, and Pelican gets right on top of him. A right click to the skull. Goodbye, good night. The Widow's out of the fight.
Worse than that, the payload's starting to move now. This is not good for Florida Mayhem. They need to find Trays almost immediately. Even if Houston loses fight, Pelican can push this to the upper hill. So, you know, that's going to be a momentum shift. They're actually winning the fight anyway.
Yeah, they're chasing in. Someone is not going to be allowed to escape. The kills come through. Checkmate is only able to find Iris. Exe, on his return, does get Pelican. Card for now not going to be getting advanced forward.
It's a good trade.
We'll find Lastro. A couple kills coming in. The card is not moving. That's going to give time for the rest of the Florida Mayhem to rejoin.
That's because Exe killed the pusher, which is Pelican. He's a dedicated card pusher, but not only that, Checkmate held up the entire back line, trades his own life while just completely denying Houston Outlaws from making space. It is still a holdable position for Florida Mayhem. Not quite over just yet, especially with Primal Rage online. Florida, they had a very poor fight just previously, but they can still recover.
Okay, some more headshots going through. Piggy just getting chipped away at. The infrasight rolling. Iris hiding. Keeps himself safe for the moment. Exe falling lower and lower. The pursuit comes in dangerously deep from Piggy. Now he's going to pop the Primal Rage. He's looking to get rid of this Widowmaker. The full focus to the side of the Florida Mayhem, trying to keep Exe alive, but they cannot do it. Piggy finds that elimination, finds an ammo as well, but Checkmate.
No supports.
God's work right now if you're a Florida fan. Gets rid of the supports. Pelican down to a sliver of HP as well. Has to try to escape. Checkmate pops the recall. Someone says, yep, I'm just going to occupy card space right now. Rail comes across. Merritt now popping the overclock. The dive comes through. He throws the nade over towards server room.
Oh, good slate.
Care about that. The sleep guard connects. They get the elimination. The kills continue to fly through, and it's 38 seconds remaining. Florida Mayhem, can they make it happen? There's a trap and a blade.
We are seeing mistakes from Houston. There's a blade here because they didn't wait for it earlier. They're trying to run before they can walk. Houston Outlaws just need to pace themselves a little bit. They had a full minute to work with, and that was the fight that they didn't need to throw everything into. Play for the nano blade. They put the nano onto a different player instead, and now Pelican has a dry blade. Hope for the best.
Can't keep him alive through it with the Transcendence. Barring an anti-nade out from Rupel.
Rally's up.
Time ticking lower and lower. The rally is online, as you say, and I'm popping that one instantly, but both supports going to get clipped by an anti. Dive into the back. Pelican looking for Exe. The second slice, managing to find the kill. 4.79 meters left to go.
No more ultimates.
Falling lower and lower. The Discord Orb is out. Lastro able to clean him up. There's no kills to be found right now for the side of the Florida Mayhem. They need to get something, but they are finding absolutely nothing. Checkmate, the last one alive, trying to keep it contested, and he cannot. It was looking possible. They drained the clock down after a 3 minute and 18 second start, but they cannot stop the Houston Outlaws. Just too much time to work with. The final ults are good enough. And it's going to be a 3-0 victory here for the Houston Outlaws to stay in the upper bracket. Florida Mayhem, however, they fall down.
Yeah, it all comes down to the A push coming through, and this is where, you know, Florida Mayhem, a little bit more distance. If they could get more in that 1 minute, I understand that maybe it sounds a little bit unreasonable because what you can get in 1 minute is very little, but this is where, you know, you need to turn that inch into a mile for sure if you're the Florida Mayhem. Push it over towards B, and then we're looking towards a real win condition. 3 minutes is plenty for Houston to work with, and even then, I think Houston probably got a little bit too greedy at various times, and we'll go back to the Eris Pelican moment where he, you know, puts a nano into Pelican, hoping to build the blade during the nano, and it just does not work for them. They lose that fight. Credit to Florida Mayhem for keeping it very competitive on the end for this Watchpoint Gibraltar. Look, the attack was starting to get somewhere, you know. Again, no hope for them to get any meaningful time bank, but just pushing us into the actual time bank itself and, you know, to get the extra innings, I think is an important step for the Florida Mayhem to show that they can compete. Didn't really happen in the first 2 maps though, so that part's a little bit disappointing, but at least Gibraltar showing signs of life.
Yeah, I mean, and after what was, you know, witnessed on that on that Midtown, it was definitely good to see the signs of life coming out from them. But Houston Outlaws just certainly had their number today, a relatively one-sided affair overall. And let's go ahead and take a look at our player of the match for the Houston Outlaws. And I think you could have made a couple arguments across the board, but it's going to be Merritt walking away with the W at the end of it all.
And Merritt, I think we had our eyes on him right from the very beginning, straight on that one, noted how clean he was on the Sojin, and really, you know, proving why he is kind of touted as one of, if not the top Sojin that we currently have, especially, you know, I think given that Kai looked a little bit lesser than what we expected on his opening matchup versus London today, and Merritt coming through very dominant versus the Florida Mayhem. Very well-deserved player of the game, even just tracking his stats across both the maps. He improved his railgun hit accuracy on that second map here. Still reasonably good on Gibraltar, 55% right. It's above 50, which is, I think, the floor for an Overwatch League professional on Sojin. Just a fantastic player overall.
Yeah, I mean, from the outset, was just looking incredible, and I thought, I was getting hopeful a little bit. He did flash the Widowmaker for a moment as they were getting ready to open the door.
Would have liked to have seen
attack. I thought maybe he was going to go for it, but he did not. But I mean, you're talking about, you know, hitting that 50%. In the end, his overall is 58, which is fantastic throughout the, you know, entire length of a series. So continues to just keep his numbers up towards that 60% mark. So utterly impeccable performance from Merritt, who just is definitely making a name. He wants to, you know, throw his hat in the ring and say, yeah, I'm in consideration for best Sojourn in NA as well.
Yeah, and, you know, maybe further than that when they eventually play up against some of the APAC teams. You know, we have some great Sojins from there as well. But honestly, a very good opening for the day, considering, you know, our first time, or at least my first time for sure overall, but, you know, our first time as a duo this year, casting some NA teams and, you know, getting to see what they're up to. And honestly, I'm liking it. You know, very impressed by teams like London today. Hoping to see great stuff out of them further. But the one game I think we've all been waiting for, Achilleos, is one that actually comes up after, because we're finally going to get some cross-regional gameplay.
That we are, and it's going to be exciting, but of course, that's gonna happen after a little bit of a break. We're going to have the desk cut when we come back, break down a bit of the action here from this second series of the day, but we're just at the midway point. There is still more, you know, 2 more series to be played out. That's going to be it for myself and Avril for today, though. It's going to be, you know, brought to you by Necra and the tiny British man. I forget his name.
Yeah,
but anyway, they're going to be bringing you guys the action for those matches, so make sure you guys stay tuned, and the desk will be breaking things down on the back end of this break. Love you. We'll see you next time.
잘했어. 민준아.
소좀 못 쓸 뻔했네.
Welcome to Game Break, everybody. I'm here joined now by Piggy from Houston Outlaws. Piggy, congratulations on the win. And I'm going to be honest, I was actually sitting across from you guys from the backdrop, and I heard a lot from you. You were very vocal. You were cheering for your team. You were honestly screaming at the top of your lungs a lot of the times. You know, every team fight you guys won throughout the whole match. So was this sort of a strategy that Houston came up with to intimidate the opponents? I mean, those were, you know, the other teams that were sitting across from you guys, or are you just simply just kind of like that? You know, do you just normally just have that personality? 자, 첫 번째 질문은 일단 오늘 경기 승리 축하드리면서, 오늘 경기를 보면서 제가 굉장히 좀 되게 특이하고 좀 재밌었던 게 피기 선수가 경기 도중에 굉장히 소리를 많이 내시더라고요. 뭐 이렇게 소리도 많이 지르고 이제 팀들이 좀 이길 때마다 좀 이렇게 많은 소리를 좀 내셨는데, 이게 좀 전략적으로 상대방 팀을 좀 위협하기 위함이었는지, 아니면 원래 그냥 피기 선수가 좀 그런 이제 좀 이렇게 파이팅이 넘치는 선수인가요?
원래도 파이팅이 넘치긴 한데 이제 상대 선수가 앞에 있으니까 더 압박 느끼라고 더 심하게 했던 것 같아요.
All right, I am normally, I'm a very vocal player, but also it was sort of a strategy as well, where we wanted to sort of intimidate and sort of play with the opponent's mental as well. Oh, all right, that's an actually very interesting and smart strategy from Houston. Now, my second question for you, Piggy, is I think in Midtown it was where you guys came up with the Winston dive, and then as soon as you saw the Florida Mayhem pull out the Ryan Rush compositions, you guys went for the mirror. What was the specific reason for that? 자, 두 번째 질문은 이제 미드타운에서 이제 원래 딱 처음 시작했을 때 윈스턴 다이브로 나오셨다가 플로리다 팀이 라인 조합을 들고 나오는 걸 보면서 이제 미러전으로 가게 되셨는데, 그에 대한 좀 이유를 여쭤봐도 될까요? 제가 들고 있겠습니다. I will hold the mic. God, it's been so long. It's been so long with this interaction. I will hold the mic.
저희가 런던도 라인하르트 미러전 이겼던 그게 있어가지고 라인 미러 조합에 엄청 자신 있어서 상대가 라인 들고 오면 그냥 라인으로 맞받아치는 식으로 하고 있어요, 저희.
Right. I mean, we did once beat London Spitfire in the Ryan Rush mirror competition in that battle. So whenever we have the opportunity to go for the Ryan Rush mirror fight, then we are sort of or moving towards where we use the mirror fights, and because we know that we could win. All right, Piggy, that is it for the interview. Thank you so much for your time. And with that being said, Avali, take it away.
Danny, just because Piggy took the series doesn't mean that he can take your mic. Fight for it, Danny. Fight for it. But yes, again, congratulations to the Outlaws and a very difficult series there for Florida Mayhem. Johnny, I do want to come to you first with this postgame, just because during that last map, I overheard you almost like talking to Florida, basically being like, okay, be careful. All right, pull back a little bit, almost like a dad teaching his kid how to ride a bike. So what did you want to tell them in that moment?
Dad to ride a bike? I mean,
dad teaching his kid to ride a bike.
That.
Yeah, right?
It was a lot of confidence.
Yeah, you're like, okay,
no, it's fine. Yeah, you can go in. Oh, no, not too far.
Like, he likes that?
Yeah.
Yes.
That was.
Will you teach me how to ride a bike?
I'm not very proud of that depiction of me talking about Florida Mayhem, but. Yeah, I mean, I was coaching. I was trying to coach them a little bit. I'm watching these teams and I'm like trying to judge them. I'm like, hi, I'd like you to push up a little bit here. I'd like you to withdraw a little bit. I think this was a very interesting compositional matchup, especially on Gibraltar, which you will see later in the highlights, because Houston Outlaws, throughout this entire series, you can see it right here even, they're always playing the Sojourn, because Sojourn is so good when it comes to the damage capabilities, right? And then we saw them play a lot of Zenyatta and Ana. You got the Discord Orb, you got the Biotic Grenade, you got the Sleep Dart, the Houston Outlaws. So they're playing a very potent composition in that regard. The Florida Mayhem, on the other hand, when they pick Gibraltar and they're going for the Widowmaker and they're going for the Brigitte, they don't have these big abilities to turn these big fights around. So they need to be way more disciplined. They need to be way more clinical about their positioning, about the way they take some of these fights. And the Florida Mayhem, they needed to be very precise with their engagements and their positioning, and we didn't really see that from them. So I was trying to coach them. I was trying to tell them, like, hey, you need to push up here, you need to punish this, etc. But the Florida Mayhem, they're not really known to be this disciplined team either. We even have Admiral mention it on the cast, like someone, he has a tendency to jump in a little bit too far, getting picked off. XC as well on the Widowmaker, he didn't hit those shots he was required to do because you don't have the Sojourn damage, so you need to get the final blows. But he wasn't able to get those final blows in the first place, and Anamo as well. Not the greatest of games from him, so I think that in general, Houston Outlaws, they played very potent, volatile compositions with a lot of offensive capabilities, and it was just too much to bear for the Florida Mayhem, and they need to be way more disciplined with their positioning when they're opting not to play the Sojourn here.
If Johnny is the supportive dad, I am the angry uncle because I am not I am not happy with this Moira composition that they played in the first two maps. It doesn't really make sense. They're not playing that Sojourn. They don't have that high damage output. They can't get those picks with that style. And then the Moira, RuPaul was just unable to stay alive. Yes, he has that fade. Yes, he has that survivability, but he was still just dying time and time again. I'm not in love with what they're trying to do, and I hope they don't go back into it because they actually looked a lot more coordinated playing the Winston dive, playing that style around someone's Winston, who really is the forefront player for that team. So they take a pretty brutal loss to the Houston Outlaws here, but I want to see them bounce back because they do have good players, but it just doesn't feel like they have an idea of how they want to play it right now, especially with that Moira composition. Like, why wasn't XE in to play over Hydron? Did they not want to play that Sojourn? Are they not comfortable in it?
I mean, the Genji Tracer, I think, just
but it
didn't quite work.
Yeah.
Like, it was not just... Like, playing Genji Tracer into Sojourn Echo,
just
it hurt a little bit. Just a little bit, it hurt.
Yeah.
Like, it's tough.
The kid took the training wheels off and you just pushed him down the hill and said, go, right?
Yeah, and he failed.
And he failed. And I was not allowed back in the house.
All right, well, actually, before I move on to this point, I know we talked a lot about the downfalls of Florida right there, but anything that we want to shout out in terms of the Outlaws, because they did. This is our first 3-0 of the week.
I have two. I think Merritt obviously going crazy on the Sojourn.
Sure, yeah.
You know, I think he was doing well again, but we've already shouted him out that before. But Piggy on the Winston and the Reinhardt kind of surprising me right now. I haven't been in love with some of his Reinhardt performances or his Winston performances, but everything was there today. I'm actually a little bit more excited to see how he does against better teams and if he is going to be able to hold his own like he did today.
Yeah, I think Houston Outlaws, over time, they've like reassured us that they are actually a great team. They're not dropping these maps or series to lower teams anymore. Now they just need to punch upwards and actually beat some of the better teams, which is what we're expecting from them at this point.
All right, well, if you're the supportive dad, the angry uncle, I've never heard that before.
I've never heard of an angry uncle.
You guys don't have angry? Okay.
Then I will be the caring grandma and wish them luck as they move into the lower bracket, because remember, Florida Mayhem is not out of the tournament.
I like this brand
yet.
for you, the Fusion Grandmother. It's just...
Fusion Grandma, where did that come from? We're talking about Florida. Oh, but you know what, I'll take that. I'll start baking like fusion cookies or something, with just like the little icing on them. Like, I'm gonna start up my bakery. Follow me on Twitter, and that's where you're gonna be able to submit orders and stuff. But let's go ahead and talk about our next matchup, because that's gonna be Toronto Defiant against Shanghai Dragons. And Scott, I wanna start with you, because when we looked at predictions, I think it was Shanghai Dragons across the board. I know John even has them potentially winning the entire event. He's biased?
Yeah.
We're all a little biased at the end of the day. Barbecue invitation leading to a correct prediction?
That's true, yeah.
I'll take it. But that being said, what does Toronto Defiant need to do in order to surprise everyone here today?
It's an uphill battle. I think this is probably one of the more one-sided matches that we have for today. Shanghai has been dominant, but they need to find a way to shut down Lip. I think Lip has been absolutely incredible in the APAC region. Started a little slow this season compared, he was the MVP runner-up that we saw from last season, but he has been just absolutely incredible, especially on that Ashe. And this is the first time we see the East taking on the West. And something that the East likes to do is they love to play the Ashe instead of the Sojourn. And just look at the stats here from Lip. Out of 12 players with 20+ minutes played, he's just been absolutely incredible. His hit scan and his flexibility have just been adding to the Dragons' dominance over the last couple of seasons. So if the Toronto Defiant and primarily Hisu can find an answer to Lip, then I think they do have a chance. Maybe the Sojourn will work better against the Ashe than we will think, because this is not a matchup that we've really seen. The Ashe has more damage against the Winston, the Wrecking Ball, because you don't have to charge up that rail onto high moving targets. And the Ashe just has more consistent damage. So I'm excited to see how this is going to play out between these two teams. And if the Toronto Defiant can really lead the West to showing that their style might be better than the East.
I would actually say that Lip is so good that they shouldn't even like play into it. Like don't even like bother
just
to like
accept
take
that
on
it's
Lip.
over?
Just accept that like Lip is the superior hit scan. Like Hisu, don't try to ego duel like Lip because Hisu, you're not that good, okay? If there's anything we know, if there's anything we know from the Toronto Defiant, it's they're going to play Doomfist.
Yeah.
Because Muse has actually looked really good on the Doomfist, and Doomfist is a good matchup against Winston and against Wrecking Ball. So if anything, I would just like avoid Lip and try to kill Fate. And then you can go when you're like 5 versus 4.
Just hope Lip doesn't kill 3 before you kill Fate.
Look, it's a Lip, okay? It's a Lip. We're not talking about like Shockwave on the Vancouver Titans. We're talking about Lip.
Shockwave catching a stray as well.
Encouraging words from you, Johnny, as well as you, Scott. Well,
I'm trying.
You know, I'm going to cut you off right there because it's time to actually let the teams speak for themselves as we get into the next match. And joining us on the casting desk, it's going to be Jaws and Necra. So take it away and get us into the game. Don't throw things at me.
Just ignore Lip. Just ignore Lip, Johnny.
Yeah, don't worry about him.
Bruh. Like, it's the first time the East to meet in the West. And apparent potential, maybe the Shanghai Dragons winning the whole thing, according to Johnny, and they go up against the Toronto Defiant, who have looked incredibly mid, quite literally mid, 6-6 in the regular season up until this point. How is this going to go? Probably Shanghai's way. I like the enthusiasm, though, and just keeping spirits high on the Toronto Defiant camp. But the Clash of Styles, Rose, is going to be, I think, the tail for this series. But Shanghai Dragons just look unbelievably dominant, like, permanently. It's the same old Dragons. And with the Ashe against the Sojourn, there's a lot of consistent output, but Face Wrecking Ball is going to get knocked around by Muse? I don't think so.
Yeah, it's a lot of different things that we need to look at for this series in particular, but when we look at East versus West, classically, there's just two vastly different play styles that we see coming out from both of these regions. The East has predominantly looked for dive moments, really playing around the Wrecking Ball is kind of one of their main staples in that meta, and then over on the West, it kind of feels like anything goes. We've seen a lot of Reinhardt Rush, we've also seen a lot of the Doomfist, and seen some more of those Winston moments as well. And so when you get these two regions coming together, when they have different pacings as well, it makes for some explosive action, and I cannot wait to get into it.
Let's have a look at Toronto Defiant's starting lineup. Remember, this is the first time this year we are seeing the clash. East versus West. Toronto Defiant representing the West right now, the Western region. Muse, Hisu, Finale, Chorong, Twilight. Incredible team. They have the talent, says Mitch, constantly. I think a lot of other players say the same thing, but like I mentioned, they did kind of scrape in this tournament. They 6-6 overall in the regular season. Unbelievably mid-looking. But this Clash of Styles maybe throws Dragons off just a little bit. I mean, that's kind of what you're hoping. Everybody on paper should have the Dragons to win this series, but we could see it going the other way. Like, well, the first series of the Midseason Madness Tournament, Rose, with London Spitfire dominating the Atlanta Reign. Anything can happen at this point.
Absolutely. I feel like when you look at Toronto Defiant and you look at that 6-6 scoreline, I don't know if it tells you the full picture about how Toronto Defiant have really done. I mean, just looking at stage 2, Toronto really started off with this super awkward kind of Winston Sombra dive that wasn't working for them. But as soon as Muse started to switch over to the Doomfist and Toronto was able to play Twilight on more of the Ana, which is his signature hero, Toronto Defiant really started to liven up, and I'm really excited to see if they are able to use this Doomfist to, like you said, kind of surprise the Dragons.
Let's wait and see. Dragons, let's have a look at their starting lineup today. A fun fact, in fact, a silly, stupid fact, if you really want it. The last time these teams met was in 2019, and in fact, they've only ever met once before. Like, insane. Obviously, crazy things happened in 2020, so it kind of prevented a lot of these teams playing each other, but they've only ever faced each other one time. And of course, they were very different rosters. Lip, Fleda, Fate, Izayaki, and Lee Jae-gon, obviously on your screen right now. But back then, when they played against each other for that first time, it was Gamsu on tank. Envy was there as well. Like Luffy, and you look at the side of the Defiant, a completely different roster too. Sharik was on that roster. We had gods as well. The Hog God. Neko and Aid in the support. Like, this is how long it's been since these two teams have played each other, which is insane. But of course, you can see the Dragons starting lineup today. I feel like it's going to be an affair where Lip just kind of dominates Rose. His Ashe is unbelievable right now.
It is so good, absolutely. And it really rounds out this more veteran roster just really nicely. You look across the board, and I know that the rosters look a little bit different, but when you look at the Shanghai Dragons, you know these players. You know how well they have performed in the league in previous seasons, and it is so exciting to get a chance to see them here competing once again in this East versus West clash. But, you know, when I look at the Dragons, I'm kind of expecting them, especially with Fate and Lee Jae-gon in the roster, to really start playing more around that Wrecking Ball and that Winston dive. Shanghai also struggled a little bit to find their footing in Stage 2, just like Toronto Defiant, but finally landed on something that is really working for them. So, Jaws, I feel like both of these teams know where their comfortability lies, and this first map is going to be super telling on how the rest of this series might be able to play out based on what they feel from each other.
I mean, you mentioned an excellent point, like Toronto's Defiance, their turnaround. Previously, we were seeing Hisu a lot on this Sombra. A lot of people didn't like the Sombra at that point in that stage of the meta. And then it was like, wow, okay, now you can play Sojourn. Oh my god, wow, he's insane. Who'd have thought?
Yes.
Who'd have thought Hisu God on Twitter was a good player? Like, it was a ridiculous come up, like complete transformation for the Toronto Defiant. And that's where they started getting a lot of their wins. They've had a couple of close series here and there against teams you shouldn't if you're the Toronto Defiant, like against the Paris Eternal. But we'll see if they can kick off the mid-season madness with a bang against the Dragons. Does it like we're just going to jump into game in just a moment, but it will be Ilios. This is our first map today, Rose.
Yeah, we're going to be kicking things off on Ilios, but we got to also look at Hisu versus Lip. You know, I love that we get to bring up that Lip is such a phenomenal Ashe, but we also have to look at the Sojourn stats across the board because Hisu, phenomenal. Lip maybe trailing behind just a little bit in terms of some of these statistics coming out from the Sojourn play, but I think we're really going to see Lip focus more on the Ashe here, unless the Sojourn feels super necessary to get that more explosive damage with those charged up shots.
Yeah, the stats pretty similar, but yeah, like you mentioned, pulling away slightly is Hisu, especially in the damage per 10, and then the final blows, of course. Solo kills about the same, overclock and deaths kind of the similar, but those final blows and the hero damage overall, very much Hisu favored in that regard. But yeah, I just especially with the way the Shanghai Dragons have been playing, I'm not sure we're going to see that Sojourn one-on-one. I kind of want to see it, but I don't think it's going to happen. Shanghai Dragons, like you mentioned, Rose, have very much found their groove. The only team they've really struggled against recently, and in fact their kryptonite, I should say, is the Seoul Dynasty, which we'll see a little bit later on this week, which is going to be quite exciting.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. I mean, Seoul Dynasty has just been tearing up a storm in the Eastern region, and it's going to be really cool to see them in action in this tournament as well, as we do have that clash of these regions. But, you know, when I look at the Dragons, and I'm looking at Lip and Fleta, there's so much versatility that they could go for here. They're both incredible DPS players. Their hero pools are very deep. And we've seen a lot of different looks from the Shanghai Dragons when Lip and Fleta are so flexible.
Yeah, and the Dragons, the last 4 games, Rose, they've only lost 1 map, and that was to the Chengdu Hunters. So very much on a hot streak right now. Looks like
that's true.
Everybody whacking their headsets on. Looking good, Toronto Defiant. Should be getting into game in just a moment. Sorry for the brief pause before we jump into map number 1. Let's look at some more stats, shall we? While we wait Fate versus Muse on the Winston, although Fate has been preferring the Wrecking Ball as of recently, and Muse actually on the Doomfist. But if they do want to go to a Winston style comp, maybe on Watchpoint Gibraltar, for example, although you can still play Ball and Doomfist there, we might see a little bit of that Winston, and this is from the Midseason Madness qualifiers per 10.
Yeah, look at that. I mean, you're absolutely right. Fate has definitely been rocking more of the Wrecking Ball, but wow, this is, whew, geesh, Muse,
Low.
like, looking good.
Yeah, 6.3 deaths per 10 for Muse and only 3 for Fate. You don't die. I mean, that's very much of how, you know, Lujagon and Izuyaki in the back line.
But how much Winston is there for this sample pool, huh?
It's true. Maybe it's 30 seconds, we don't know. No, it'll be higher than that. Imagine the world. What are the lowest hero pick rate is in the Overwatch League right now? It must be like Sim or no, not Sim.
Junkrat. Wait.
Double shield, double wall meta.
Torb?
At some point. Not sure. I'm also very aware, Rose, that you're wearing quite a cool little Hawaiian shirt going on. I've only got 2 kind of flowery Hawaiian shirts going on at the moment, so I didn't want to wear it today. I wouldn't have any stuff for later on this
I
week.
just felt like I was
It looks good.
I just wanted to match the great style of Achilles and Avril earlier today. I was like, oh, you're right. It was something I just completely forgot about in terms of what am I gonna wear for the Midseason Madness tournament. I thought about this and then like I don't know, like not a trench coat. What is the thing that
a trench coat?
A
okay,
lab coat.
if
like
you turned up in a trench coat, I wouldn't know what to think. I'm looking like Morpheus out here. You should get the glasses as well. Looks like, unfortunately, we are jumping to a quick break. Toronto Defiant currently have a small issue, but that should get worked out in just a moment. We'll see you on the other side. Welcome back. We're about to get into the game in just a moment. We're discussing our fashion sense off broadcast. The only thing I have that is maybe Hawaiian, I don't know, is this small little thing of sand. This, yeah, that's about it. I've just got just a container full of sand, a takeaway container full of sand. That's about it. That's about as sandy as it gets where I live. Gonna be real, I live quite away from the ocean, so yeah, there's that. That's what I brought to the table today. You bought the fabulous dress sense as well as Avril and Seth, and I brought just a picture of sand. Epic stuff.
Very,
yeah, Toronto
very
Defiant.
Hawaiian.
Yeah, well, exactly. I mean, I was just trying to. I was honestly trying to think this morning, just kind of running through my apartment, like, do I have anything that's like kind of Hawaiian related I can like bring onto the broadcast? But no, just some sand. Unlucky. Toronto Defiant should have sorted their problem. Yeah, and we are getting into the lobby and into the game in just a moment, just waiting for the other couple of players to jump in the lobby, and then we should be good to go. But Shanghai Dragons versus the Toronto Defiant is the game on your screens in just a moment. Rose, it's the East versus West. The first time we get to see it this year. It's going to be exciting. I think we're not going to see any funny, silly games, and you said, or we were kind of wondering what heroes were least played, and you were right. It was Junkrat who is least played this season, and then we spotted Hog down there as well. I don't think there's going to be any crazy shenanigans where Hog's going to get played, but a man can dream. A man can dream.
We'll revisit that point for our 4th series of the day. We might have some things to be said about what might happen over there. Don't speak it into existence yet, okay? We have a match on our hands right now. But yeah, I don't think we're going to see Roadhog here, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, hey, it can count a Wrecking Ball if you can land the hook, but then you get farmed by everything else, and Ana is played almost permanently, so...
And there's
Ash. Probably not going to happen, but you never know. Maybe Hog gets like a giant rework at some point, and they just or they just ignore him, which is fine by me, to be very honest with you. Although people still, do be queuing up Hog in the beta right now, so that's also not fun, especially when it's just a perma flank Hog, which you can't really do in the Overwatch League, I will say. You just get utterly owned, so...
Well, okay, maybe not the flank Roadhog, but have you thought about the flank Zenyatta? We've definitely seen that before.
Oh, yeah. I don't mind that at all. Hey, the more nanos we see on Zen in the Overwatch League, the more confidence it gives me in ranked to ask for a nano every single time. I'm going to be real with you. Give it to me. Maybe I'll choke. Probably. I'm going to be real. I'm not going to hit a single orb. It's going to be pretty embarrassing. Tell you what's not embarrassing, though. Fleta's stats this season. It's been looking pretty clean. Pretty clean. But who's really surprised? It is Fleta, of course.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I mean, when we look at the Shanghai Dragons and we have Lip and Fleta playing simultaneously with each other, you see Lip more on the hit scan heroes, and then Fleta has been flexing over to like the Echo, the Mei, and of course the Tracer, which I really don't think should be a surprise to anybody in terms of how long Fleta can stay alive and also find value with those pulse bombs.
Yeah, those pulse bombs do be kind of hitting, though. I mean, it tied second for pulse bomb kills. Attach rate is rank 1. Deaths, rank 1. Damage, not so much, though. 5k out of 10, not great. But it says out of 17 players, and he's 20th place. Don't know. Math checks out. Almost. I think, still, we're going to see the dominance from the Dragons this series. It's really up to the Toronto Defiant to live up to the Dragons and hopefully catch a couple of maps, because at the end of the day, they have been a team that's lost against the good teams, won against some of the worst teams, and are just sitting in mid. Like, just mid of the table. 6-6 in the regular season. Like, this is the first time we're seeing these clashes, but the Dragons, it just looks like an assailable mountain right now for them to climb.
Yeah.
That is the Toronto Defiant, but there is still hope here. We've seen a lot of individual hero plays from people like Muse, but, I mean, the Dragons, crispy.
They do, but let's look at it from a different perspective as well. In terms of the Eastern teams that Shanghai Dragons has had to play against, I don't know, Jaws. I feel like I have a little bit of a question mark. Yes, they have a 9-3 record, but I feel like there are still some questions about where this team falls in the top 4 teams from the East that actually made it into the midseason madness. I mean, earlier on in the stage, Shanghai Dragons took some losses to Seoul and Hangzhou Spark, so I wonder. They're still really good. I'm not trying to say otherwise, but maybe Toronto can actually pull out some amount of surprise factor that could throw Dragons off their game. Because I do feel like when they take losses, it's because maybe they don't have a game plan of how they want to approach things like the beginning of stage number 2, or there's just a surprise that they're not really sure how to adjust to.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Do I spy a Mr. Packing 10 in Muse's camera? I think I do. Absolute Chad. Warlord. What? Seth's not on the broadcast anymore, right? He got off. And then we jump into a giant port. It seems like the time rift is opening, and somehow Seth is still on the broadcast because Mr.
Well,
Pause
this is
King
a team that he usually casts.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Yep, Mr. Pause
Transitive
King is still
property
here.
here.
Maybe he's still in the voice.
Pause.
We don't know. I don't know. Maybe he's still lingering around just to give us a little bit of a curse, potentially. Looks like Toronto Defiant is still trying to sort out a couple of small problems, but we should be there in just a moment. Or I'm saying that. I hope, of course.
We'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah. It do be like that.
Though.
Do be like So what's your favorite fish? Doesn't have to be a Hawaiian fish, but what is your favorite kind of fish? You know I love talking about fish. I'm just gonna.
I know. Yeah. No, this is great. I usually have interesting things planned just in case to try to like entertain you with fish facts.
Oh, okay.
But I completely forgot. So I don't have anything prepared for that right now.
Okay.
But I will later. Ask me again like. Next time we're on the broadcast for Midseason Madness. But
that's fine.
My favorite fish is salmon because it's tasty.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Okay. I'll take that. I like that.
Okay.
Yeah, salmon's pretty nice. I like salmon. They do have
they're cool too.
They do have an interesting life cycle, I will say. If you ever look up or like watch a small documentary on salmon, it's quite sad, but. They do taste quite good too, which is really great. I can name some sharks that are native to Hawaii or like hang around Hawaii.
Okay.
A lot of reef sharks. Yeah, there's white tip reef sharks, black tip reef sharks. Yeah, gray reef sharks, Galapagos sharks, smooth hammerhead actually.
Dang.
Around Hawaii as well, which is pretty sweet. That's pretty cool. So if any of the players want to go shark spotting, that's quite possible. A lot of them hang around, obviously, the reefs, hence their name. But yeah, there's a few different species of shark that hang around Hawaii, which is kind of cool.
It's pretty cool.
Looks like Toronto Defiant. Enough shark facts and fish facts for now. We'll come back in just a moment with more facts if they are not ready. But we're going to have a look at some of the top plays of the week from the Toronto Defiant. We'll see you in a bit. This is the final week before the mid-season madness kicks off.
Gaga now taken down. Lee Jae-gon finding that kill. Tries to stay alive, but Lee will finally finish him off with that rail. Jinmu 20 HP in a dream. Dashing and ducking around. Somehow still has not died. He kills them both! What just happened on screen?
Way. There's no way.
Jinmu had no HP.
He knows.
1v2. And somehow he kills them both, and that's enough for them to get the cap.
Here we go.
Thank you, observers.
What they just don't hit him. He's on 15 HP.
He just
completely demolishes them. Wow.
Jinmu he just neo'd out. He just neo'd out of control. He just dodged every shot.
I think they're getting ready for it as well. As you can see, Pelicans are trying to get the dash reset up and running.
Okay, he's got dash. He's calling for it. Nano, Blade, straight to the back to try and send. It's not enough to save Victoria. The slash and then dash kills Punk too. What a nade from Iris. That does absolutely nothing when Pelican's in your face. A 5-kill for the Genji. And that's the Pelican we know and love.
Feels like, yeah, he might actually.
Pushed out.
Leave has to go as well. Leave has to pop ult. Surely.
He gets whip shot away, pops the Transcendence, just keeps everybody alive here for the time being. 10% left to go. Now Lee Jae-gon gonna fall. Izayaki as well. Eliminated the overclock. Finds the elimination. Leave. Trying to go on the hunt. Finds Splitter. Gets the hit. Holy! Is taken down. And they're gonna make it happen. The full hold. Fate knows it's over. He just sits still. 92.4%. Leave playing off the back of Monk's contest. They make it work.
That's your MVP from 2021, baby.
Infrasight for Infrasight here. Bigger difference maker could actually be the Dragon Strike. That will force Fusion off the payload, and that could be a cap, but Fitz is dead.
Wait a minute, what?
2 great shots from MN3. He gets a third. He's looking for some more. Immortality Field buys a little bit of time, but what an absolute incredible volley from MN3, shutting them down one after the other.
Fitz taking a bunch of damage straight up.
And he's dead. They get the alley-oop. MN3 able to find the head. Just take him out. Dynamite not at the ready, otherwise you could try to flush these guys out from the back of the...
Dude. It's like we never left Circuit Royale. We're still there. We're still on Circuit Royale. We haven't left.
This man is absolutely insane today. What on God's green earth is going on? What did they feed him today? Is this the work of the cheesesteaks? I know they took him to the cheesesteak place recently. Is this the secret formula?
Blizzard from the back. Do they expect it? Slightly. Crimzo pops the Transcendence. Victoria's in a little bit of trouble, but with the Immortality field, he should be good. Piggy has also been frozen, but saved with an Immortality from Iris. Merit. What? Wait! Was that a triple collapse?
Where did that come from?
What do you... I think that was a triple kill with 1 railgun. I could be wrong. That was a triple kill.
Replay.
No
did it just go
way
through
did you
all
line
of
that
them?
one up.
Oh my god. Oh, they were standing in a straight line.
Best Sojourn player in the league, stats-wise. Hey, add that one to the replay package.
Oh yeah.
Merrick comes out with a first triple kill with the with the overclock in the league. That was just absurd. Welcome back. We are getting to game. Promise. Soon. Maybe.
We're trying.
We're just waiting for one more player, I think, to jump in the lobby. Toronto Defiant versus the Shanghai Dragons. Hopefully you've got yourself a small drink, maybe a snack, and yeah, excited for the game that's coming up. Rose, yeah, we're going to get into it in just a moment. You said you had a fish fact for me. What is a fish fact?
Okay, so I love this because I believe it is the longest fish name in history. It's also the state fish of Hawaii. And it is called the Humu Humu Nuku Nuku Apua'a. It's a triggerfish, but it's really cool looking. But it is very long of a name, and I like it. There you go.
That is a cool fact, actually. A good topical fact for the Hawaii event. Okay, that's great. I would never pronounce that, Rose. I just look. Props and hats off to you for pronouncing that.
Hey, I studied fish in college. Like that was that was part of my major.
Was the subject title just called fish? You were like, yeah, I'll take that.
Yeah, well, fish ecology and biology, but yes, there was, So
I don't know why I thought you said fish ecology, and I thought you said fish ecology, like college, fishy college, fish ecology. Don't know why. I felt like it's getting late, but it's not even that late right now. I mean, what time is it for me? It's like 8 p.m. It's not that late. It doesn't feel that late, but I don't know. Maybe it's the pause. Maybe it is Mr. Pause King. I'm trying to call him out in the group chat. It's not happening. He may be asleep already. I wouldn't be surprised with you. I blame Seth. Everybody should just blame Seth for this one.
It's not our fault. That's all I have to say is that, you know what? It's not our fault.
Yeah. So, finale. He just entered the lobby. I just saw. But it looks like maybe both teams are going to be ready in just a moment. Let's have a look at the updated brackets, though, before we get into this game. But don't worry, we're almost there. There you go, the updated bracket. Would you look at that, how magical that was. Started off the day pretty crazy, actually. Spitfire versus Rain 3-1 and a 3-0 for Houston Outlaws and the Mayhem. Remember, there is a loser's bracket, so the teams that do lose here today will fight through the lower bracket all the way up to that finals if they do make it there. But I see the lobby chat, and I see our God tier admins, and I see the God tier players in the lobby too, looking like everybody's about to be ready and jumping into the game. Again, very much apologize for the pause, but we should be good to go.
Yeah, very excited. I know it's been a little while since we did the intro of both of these teams, so let's just catch everybody up to speed real quick with a refresher. We've got Ilios as our first map of the series. Shanghai Dragons, of course, and Toronto Defiant being our first clash of the East versus the West. Shanghai has really been looking at Wrecking Ball and Winston compositions, but Toronto looking a lot at the Doomfist because that's been looking really, really good for them. Maybe there's some surprise factor here, but Jaws, as we also stated, Shanghai Dragons are looking really good coming into this tournament.
They've been looking super good. Like we mentioned before as well, Toronto Defiant, they need to step up to the Dragons level. They're incredibly mid right now, both physically and literally and metaphorically, I suppose. Their performance has been wavering throughout the season, but this is really where you want to come alive, right? I think a lot of the players, especially people like Twilight, Hisu, they've been in these situations before, these big tournament situations, these playoff kind of situations. That veterancy is very much going to lend to a lot of their rookies on the team.
I agree with that, absolutely. And you're going to see them kind of start to rely on some of those pieces that have really worked for them. You know, Twilight's Ana has been such a staple and the backbone, really, for Toronto's team as a whole. And so the fact that they get to rely on that more throughout this stage as they do look at more of the Winston and the Doomfist as the center of their composition, I think that's going to set Toronto Defiant up here for as much success as possible.
No way. Fate just managed to get back on the edge. It's all good. Chorong almost got an unbelievable kill on the Wrecking Ball, but Izyaki's actually the first one to fall. Fate still pretty low, receives a cookie from Lee Jae-gon to heal him back up, but the Toronto Defiant off to a decent start as the point unlocks and they find the first cap.
Yeah, look at that. Their audio issues all fixed, and they look like they're ready to rumble here. Shanghai Dragons walk away with a lot of ultimate charge, though, and especially when you look at how much disruption Fate on the Wrecking Ball has been putting into the back line. I think Chorong and Twilight are going to need to watch out here, which is why you end up seeing Chorong kind of playing a little bit more forward to try to make sure that Twilight isn't left alone.
Lip forced to recall, already pretty low. He's got the orb on him, but Muse was there to pick up the pieces. Nice dive by the Toronto Defiant front line. However, they do end up trading. It is now a 2v3 with Twilight still alive. Should be good for the Toronto Defiant, but Fate cleans him up. One-man wrecking crew right now is Fate. Maybe even another kill. No, not quite. Muse hangs on for dear life as Toronto Defiant just continue to hold. Building up towards that nano boost, this should be a pretty easy fight.
Yeah, that's awesome. They have a great rotation coming up here with the Nano, of course. Maybe you get the Primal Rage for Muse, and of course that Overclock on Hisu is something else that you're looking at here. It's going to be a great rotation for them if they find value here.
Should go pretty fast. There we go. There's the Nano onto Muse, straight to the backline. He's getting bobbed around, but Twilight finding a kill onto Fled is going to be nice. A Primal Rage from Muse. Doesn't get the knockoff onto Lee Jae-gon, neither does Fate. However, him just with his Nano Fist, clean him up just with the damage. Toronto Defiant holding firm. Shanghai Dragons backline just getting crunched right now.
But that's exactly the weak point that Toronto Defiant have found. They have identified that Izayaki and Lee Jae-gon are going to be integral. They just got to take him out now, so that's been great.
Nicely, Twilight was just hanging around trying to find an early anti on the backline and set up another dive, but Shanghai Dragons actually went cage side on right. Twilight looking for that health back, pulse bomb available. There's the beat, hits 4, doesn't quite land on Muse. He might need a little bit of extra support. Shanghai Dragons pop the dupe. A pulse bomb from Finale, force the Transcendence on Izayaki. A double kill with the leap. Fleder goes to the monkey, gets both supports of the Toronto Defiant. And that will be the Shanghai Dragons winning that fight. Was quite expensive. Forcing that Transcendence from Izayaki was stellar. Toronto Defiant now come in with 99% on the board.
Yeah, that's great. You know, Toronto Defiant, they said, hey, we've got such a massive lead over the Dragons, and while that fight ended up being expensive ultimate-wise, they're okay. You know, Twilight's been doing a lot of damage, a lot of healing. Look at how Twilight has Fleda in their scope. And that Nano's definitely going to be coming online very quickly to get Muse back up to another Primal Rage.
Yeah, it's only 20% away. It's whether they can actually stay alive long enough. Rally available for the Shanghai Dragons. Muse touchdown there to Earth and just got obliterated. The Shanghai Dragons with nice focus fire take down the Winston, take down the rest of Toronto, and will continue to hold the point. However, they did use Rally in that fight, and they got to deal with this Nano Winston coming up.
Yeah, they do, but look at how much territorial control Shanghai Dragons can take with the Pulse Bomb from Lip, and of course also the mines coming in from Fate. That's just so much crowd control, and I worry that if Lip is able to grab a nice pick onto the backline here, Toronto really going to struggle to get back in this game.
These are going pretty low. Lip lining up for a pulse bomb. Connects it to summon. I think that was the shield, so didn't get all of anything. Mines were used by Fate, so 2 ultimates already down. Nano Winston strays the backline. Lijo Gon didn't stand a chance, and neither does Izzyaki unless he can get a boop kill. Ain't gonna happen though. Muse with a nice 2-piece, but Fleta and Lip even at the table. 3-on-3 on the point with Fate cleaning up these kills. Twilight and Chorong now dead. Muse is on his own, but has a primal race to rely on if he really needs it. Tries to jump straight forward towards the Tracer. Bobs the primal to guarantee the kill as 90% for the Dragons is building up towards that elusive 99. The Toronto Defiant, their supports are going to make their way back to the point just in time, but it's going to be a scrappy final fight with Fleta changing into the Tracer. 20% waits that pulse bomb. There he is. Earned it. Can he land this stick? That's the question. Twilight's in his sights. The Sleep Dart misses. The stick connects. And Twilight goes down. A nice return kill by Muse, killing off the Lucio, but the Shanghai Dragons still in control. Toronto Defiant don't want to get swept here on this first round. Remember, Shanghai Dragons flipped over at 99% for Toronto when they had 0. A Transcendence for the Dragons to keep them in, but another Pulse Bomb lands on the Dragons. It's Lip this time. He takes care of Chorong. And the Toronto Defiant, they did find the recap, but Dragons win the fight and win the round.
Whew, boy, that was super scrappy. I felt like that last fight was going on for forever, but Shanghai Dragons, time and time again, just had everybody on Toronto Defiant's number. They knew exactly who they were going after. Really nice focus fire coming in, and I don't know, you know, I feel like when Toronto used all of their ultimates, they just weren't able to get back on track in time to really be able to deal with Shanghai catching up. It was a tough one.
It was a clean, I want to say reverse sweep, but that normally entails the entire series, but it was. I mean, 99%. Dragons flipped over when they had 0. Like, feels pretty good. Toronto did well, they had some nice engagements very early on. That's how they were able to hold the point for so long, just the execution onto Izzyaki and Lijo Gon. But look at this, Rose. They're actually just going to mirror the Dragons on the ball and the Ash.
Wow, well, I mean, if you look at this and you look at how long Shanghai Dragons has been playing Lip on the Ash and Fate on the Wrecking Ball, this is looking real good for the Dragons right now. I think Toronto's going to have to be very careful.
Yeah, Dragons very much a master of this composition. Twilight does find 1 kill, but the Shanghai Dragons just running around Toronto right now, Rose. I mean, something that you talked about in the preamble leading up to the game. I know it was a very long time ago, it feels like, but wait, Muse finds 2 kills. Hang on a second, hold that thought. What I was going to say is that you want to force Twilight onto a pick that is not the honor, and they've done just that. Although Toronto Defiant keeping themselves in this fight with the hands of Muse right now, as they've prevented the Shanghai Dragons from capping. In fact, facing a little bit of trouble. Nice little bit of tech there. Jumps to the high ground, but with Twilight killing Fleta, Toronto Defiant, they're going to cap first.
Well, this is good news for them. You know, they were able to get up to 99% on that first round, and that was off the back of some really nice defensive play, just stopping Shanghai Dragons from really grabbing those attacks.
Wow.
Like, look at that. Twilight with a huge pick onto Izayaki to continue to rack up that percentage. I mean, that's just huge, Jaws. Shanghai, like this, they've got to be able to sneak past a lot of this damage that's coming their way, and maybe they'll be able to grab the point and then do the reverse sweep, I guess, as we want to call it.
Oh, what an unbelievable dive there. Pile driver with the tracer damage following up. Izzyaki dies, and look at the ult disparity between the Zenyatas. Like 64% to Twilight having the Transcendence. Not so much anymore as he used it to push Toronto Defiant forward. Not bad. Nice little stick too. Finale looking pretty good. Shanghai Dragons are going to have to go again. But yeah, you are right, Rose. They don't want to get they don't want a 99-0 situation again. Let's be real with ourselves. Maybe they just lose a fight here and just go, okay, we'll just go again. We don't look. Maybe it got into our heads last round.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Toronto still looked really good in that first round, but now we're looking at Shanghai Dragons working up to a full slate of ultimates. They're choosing. They could go in with the mines here. Lip also has the Bob. That's an extra person on point now.
Bob the sixth man. He's online. The rally should be good enough for the time being, but with Twilight going down, they lose that Discord orb. It's really tough to take down Fate. And in fact, Bob looked like he capped the point. Did his work. Clocked in, clocked out, he's gone. Shanghai Dragons
Did
now
something.
in control.
Yep, he did something, but look at that. Finale is still wreaking havoc in the backline of the Shanghai Dragons. So while we did see Bob cap the point, Jaws, it's not over just yet. I think Toronto's going to come back in this one.
I don't think Shanghai Dragons are playing Bob enough, that's for sure. Yeah, Finale doing Lord's work there. Getting a nice little double kill. Toronto Defiant, they do lose that fight, but end up getting the recap pretty quickly. Now, Hisu's got the Bob. I was going to mention that he was very far behind Lip a moment ago, but that's just going to be more beneficial for this final fight. They don't have any support ultimates. They may have Pulse Bomb, and they're going against 2 support ultimates from the Dragons. Bob on the point to contest is going to get focused if they're not careful, but look at the suppressing fire onto Lee Jae Gon. Has to back all the way up. That overhealth isn't actually extending over to the rest of the team, and look at that. Lee Jae Gon, Lip, Izayaki are going to go down, and as overtime ticks through, it's up to Fleder and Fate to try and keep this point contested. Finale's just hunting him down, 60 HP. A Pulse Bomb doesn't even need a dream as a round is completed by Toronto, and they tie Ilios up 1 apiece.
Look at that too. Hey, if Bob can do something like cap the point, or he can do something by zoning everybody else off. So that actually worked out great for Hisu to have that Bob come online secondarily to Lips. But we're heading over to Lighthouse now, and we're seeing some maybe interesting things happen here.
Give me the Bob
Go back to that
replay. Oh, it's the
replay,
Twilight
though.
replay.
Yeah, of course. It's Twilight just
Bob.
sniping.
Certified nasty angle there. Good
Oh,
stuff. Love to
poor
see it.
Izayaki. You just don't want to be peeking that.
Well, yeah, that's rough.
But I
It's
don't
like,
know how much you expect that to happen. though,
exactly, yeah. It's like 3 pixels wide. The orb just slots in between it perfectly.
Yeah.
It's tough. It's really tough. You've got to know that this ends on Mega Pack, and you're like, oh, maybe I get right-clicked here, but not something that you can really counteract a lot of the time. All right. 3rd and final round for Ilios. They're trying to set up something cheeky with Fate. Yeah, they found both supports. Look at this peel, though, coming out from Chorong right now, protecting Twilight. No recall available from Lip. He gets chased down. Hisu finds the final blow, and there, Fleder again trying to set up something with the rest of his team, just unable to do so.
Yeah, I mean, just look at how much consistent damage is coming out from Toronto right now, especially when Hisu is able to play the Ashe. That's why we look at the Ashe versus the Sojourn right now, and we look at Ashe as having a bit more of that damage output just because you don't have to charge up those shots. But Shanghai, they're playing a very divey composition instead of that poke, and that's why you play the dive.
Nice dive onto Hisu. They shouldn't be in too much trouble. It's only Wrecking Ball versus Wrecking Ball. Still needs a little bit of help, however. Point is in control of Toronto Defiant, of course. Choron going down. This should be an easy cleanup. Nice dive onto Hisu on the high ground rows. A bit more difficult for Twilight and Chorong to pocket him out there.
Yeah, you do have the Brigitte, which allows you to have at least more of that long range, as well as, of course, the Orb of Harmony. But I think you're still looking at that being a bit difficult when you are fighting against heroes on Shanghai Dragons that can just chunk you down so fast. Lip can one-clip you to the point where you're below half health, and then Fleda can just go in with a focusing beam and finish you off. So you've got to be very careful as a Defiant to not get caught out on your own.
All right. Dragons once again trying to clear Hisu off the high ground as Fate and Muse just tackle this point. Both explosive ultimates are online, that Pulse Bomb and the Mines, but Lip's Pulse Bomb gets something done a little bit quicker as Hisu ends up falling. And now the execution of the dive onto Izayaki, but you're not going to be quite so lucky, not when Lee Jae Gon is right next to him. Easy 2v1. Twilight kicking 3 people away from him, but you still have to deal with that Brig. Sun? All right, 54% now in building rows.
Yeah, Shanghai is definitely keeping control of this point, but Toronto and Shanghai right now are looking at 4 ultimates apiece. Izayaki might also just get a big pick here.
Transcendence, a lot of ult spots from the Shanghai Dragons. They lose Lee Jae Gon pretty early. Those mines to waylay the Toronto Defiant, but they trade Transcendence for Rally. Izayaki's pretty low, Lee Jae Gon and Twilight. of the supports with the ult right now. Trying to Defiant put themselves on the point already, but it should be contested pretty easily. There we go. Fleder's in, making moves. Change into the Wrecking Ball. 50% ultimate charge already off of one slam. Swings right back around. Now he's trying to help Fate. Double Wrecking Ball on the field. There's a dirty joke there, but I'm not going to say it. The Shanghai Dragons are 95%, building up to 100 as they just clear the mines off of the point. Fletter transforms back into Echo. Bob is dealt with, and now Toronto Defiant trying to get back in time. They're not so lucky. Couldn't even get that Transcendence off. The Shanghai Dragons off to a massive start.
Yeah, that looked really clean from the Shanghai Dragons for that third round. But honestly, I just feel like both of these teams, when they're able to play in their lane, they're going to perform really well here. We saw great moments from Toronto Defiant when we look at how Ruins went, and also just the first round of Ilios overall was really close. So I'm really excited to see what's going to happen for the rest of this series.
Yeah, I look forward to maybe avoiding Lip. Let's send that one right over. Sign Johnny to the Toronto Defiant. We'll see how much that ends up working out, because right now, not quite so lucky is the Toronto Defiant. Dragons off to a good start. We'll see you after this break for map number 2. Welcome back, Toronto Defiant and the Shanghai Dragons kicking us off here in day number 1 of the mid-season madness. The first time we're seeing the East teams versus the West teams. Eichenwalde is our next map. It is loser's pick, so Toronto Defiant selected that one.
Yeah, love it. Maybe you get to play some Doomfist, maybe a bit more Winston. Definitely something that's up Toronto Defiant's alley. We've seen them perform really well in Eichenwalde so far, and maybe that's just what Toronto needs to make Shanghai just a little uncomfortable to give them more of an edge in this series.
Yeah, it does look like we're heading straight into the map. Yeah, no substitutions either, Rose, so we are seeing just like for like. I don't think there's going to be many during this series, but we can all hope and pray. Have to wait and see if any team has got some wacky strats coming out of the gate for this one. But I think like you said, Rose, it's going to be some more Doomfist for Muse.
I think so. I mean, Muse didn't look bad on the Winston either or the Wrecking Ball. I think there were definitely some great moments on both of those hero picks in that first map, but I think that when you look at how Muse has been performing over the past few weeks, it's really been that Doomfist that Toronto Defiant has been super comfortable with, so I'd love to see the Doomfist here.
Yeah, there you go. You got your wish. Doomfist,
Yeah.
Twilight on Ana, Chorong on the Zen, Hisu on the Ashe. Okay. Yeah, not doing it too bad whatsoever. And then Twilight gets to also play his hero that he is very much known for in the Ana. This is the look of the Toronto Defiant I think a lot of people were expecting them to play almost permanently in the mid-season madness.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Twilight, again, is one of the best Anas that we have in the league right now. And then, of course, when you're able to use all of these pieces, like, it works out well. This is what Toronto Defiant is really good at. We've seen other teams that look for these very strong moments, like London Spitfire. Great example. Reinhardt Rush. That's what they're good at. That's what they're going to excel at when they get a chance to play it. So really nice look from Toronto Defiant so far to play in that comfortability. But Shanghai switching things up here as we see them come out of their spawn doors with the Sojourn and the Zarya here.
Damn.
And they
Is the Aki going to be looking at those spawn doors again in just a moment? That was a nice little dive there from Toronto Defiant. Yeah, I really like the Zarya pick. You can save a lot of people from not only the antis, but obviously the Doomfist as well. Quite beneficial when your backline can sometimes be crunched quite quickly. Although with a Brig and an Ana, it's not the worst. Okay, wow. Didn't see that one coming.
I don't think Hisu did either. Oh. Right.
Well, Flate, ooh, slept. Got a bubble off just in time. However, anti-nades are being flung. Another nice headshot by Liv. Now just jumping straight up onto the high ground to try and dissuade the rest of Toronto Defiant. Liv just extending this fight for the Shanghai Dragons. Should be pretty easy to clean up. They got 2 ticks already. Finale tried to get the assassination. The one clip in the back ain't gonna work. Liv with a right click and a melee took him down. Hisu trying to get a little bit of damage in, but Twilight actually from the high ground still existing. Not for long enough though, unfortunately, as the Shanghai Dragons do end up capping point A.
Chorong is like quickly backing off here as well. Gave that Orb of Harmony over just to see if Twilight could survive a little bit longer and eat some time off of the clock. But ultimately, yeah, Shanghai Dragons gonna go ahead and cap that first point, open up these doors and get the payload rolling. Look at how Toronto Defiant have already set themselves up on the high ground as well to be able to take that advantage as Finale looks for a target with this Pulse Bomb.
Yeah, I guess. It's nice to have the high ground, I suppose.
Yeah,
it's like, don't worry guys, we've got height, it's fine. All good. Alright, Finale with the Pulse. Just trying to chill out right now. They don't want to give Fate any free space. If Fate gets up to height and then can pocket Lip and Fleder, it can be quite devastating. Izayaki too, to be fair. Fleder's trying to make an inroad, spots targets to Pulse, but instantly hits that recall, doesn't want to get a headshot on melee. Now he's even getting checked by the rest of Toronto. But look at that. Now they're slowly just getting Izayaki and Lijigun on this high ground, Rose.
Yeah, well, you have to, because how else are you really going to contend against Twilight and also nice stick?
Wow. Tracer really does love the pulse bomb. It's kind of crazy. Nice kill onto Fate. Nano onto Muse. He spotted a victim. It is Izzyaki. And Nano, in fact, in return onto Lib, doesn't really get anything done with it at all. Maybe a bit of poke damage, but not much else. Didn't even combine it with Overclock as the fight was already over. It's a bit of a wasted ultimate as Muse just takes care of the rest.
Well, I think Izzyaki, with that Nano, was really hoping that Lib would be able to do something with it, right? Maybe you don't have to charge up those shots as fast, and you can just kind of take that extra little punch of damage and try to make something happen. But Muse knows how to punch.
Yeah.
I don't know where I was going with that transition, but let's talk about Muse real fast, because he basically cleaned up the fight, and he might just do it again.
Yeah, kind of crazy control Muse has right now, I will say. Yeah, he punched Fate into that small room, took him out, easy peasy. But it started off with Hisu actually headshotting Izzyaki on top of that. So
yeah.
Trying to find in a good spot. Muse looking for another engage. As Meteor Strike as a get out of jail free card. And in the small rooms too, can be quite devastating. Nice little leap cancel. Now they're just chasing it down to the high ground. There is the Bob. Hisu gets dealt with, but there's still 5 people online for the Defiant. Bob putting down a ton of damage, but Lip and Fleta are going to match that and more as the Shanghai Dragons just take control of this high ground.
It was a really nice attempt from Toronto, kind of using the Bob to make sure that Shanghai Dragons were in a position where Muse might be able to get some big picks with that Meteor Strike, but the way that Shanghai Dragons use those cooldowns just to stay alive is why they are coming out ahead in this fight, where it looked like Fate was going to go down, but had those bubbles, Lee Jae-gon had the rally, and now we're looking at this where Shanghai, Fate can just go ahead and use the Graviton Surge at the door.
Could deal with Muse first. Nice little punch. There's the grab. It didn't get anybody, in fact. Maybe someone on the other side of the wall? Nope. Not at all. Oh, Fate's getting kicked. Oh, he got kicked off the edge. Oh my god. You got to be happy with yourself if you're Chorong right now. 2 pulse bombs. They do trade. Looking good, though, with Toronto Defiant on the point. And, yeah, there's those Zen buffs coming in for you. Kick in the Zarya straight off the map.
Oh my god. Hey, I thought Zarya worked out, but clearly it's the Zenyatta that's working out just a little bit more there. I mean, this is really big, though, for Toronto, because they got the Pulse Bomb out of Fleta. They're actually forcing Fate off of the Zarya as well. We're going to see Fate switch over to the Wrecking Ball here. It does get you towards that second point just a little bit faster. There's just so much ground to cover, as you're hoping that these dives will be a little bit faster.
Wow, Muse's health bar disappeared in a blink of an eye just then. Straight up to the bar. Nope, decides not today. Yeah, even that's a little bit too much damage, even if you have the damage resist from the Nano. Still want to control height. The Shanghai Dragons have 40 seconds to go to put the payload in. It's so close. I guess ideally you want to be able to force it somehow, force the Toronto Defiant's positioning, but it looks like Dragons are happy with just taking high ground. Lib's got a perfect shot he could line up with the Transcendence from the Toronto Defiant, keeping everybody alive. But they're going to C9! There it is! Oh, what did I say? Put pressure on the payload to force the positioning of the Toronto Defiant, and that's exactly what happened. But they didn't force anything, because the Shanghai Dragons just hit him with a fat C9.
Well, that's the West region for you, for those of you that are unfamiliar with how the West region operates. Sometimes they just leave the payload alone. So here we are, 3rd point, Eichenwalde. Shanghai Dragons moving towards that final destination.
It very much feels like you should be used to getting C9 at this point. Not necessarily the Toronto Defiant, but the West region. But
yeah.
There we go.
That's not new.
Yeah, very, like, the last couple of weeks have just been a blur of C9s and just, I don't know,
anymore.
Just random games. A minute to go for the Dragons, though, Rose. Got a fair few tools, or at least a few tools coming up. Good stick. Finale with the recall. Lee Jae-gon goes down, and Shanghai Dragons cannot waste another small push. They're going to have to go again. That rally is too valuable.
Absolutely. And look, you might even be able to get Izzyaki up to the nano boost as well. So that's another tool in the Shanghai Dragons' back pocket. But what is this?
Oh, nice.
Lee Jae-gon was not alive yet. Why the pulse bomb and the mines here, Dragons?
Yeah, a bit of a overinvestment. Nice bit of tech there by Muse. Puts the power block up, gets the powered up punch from the mine damage. Again, started off with one of the supports getting a pick. Toronto Defiant's Chorong. Managed to find a right click onto Fletter, and now Muse is holding super far up. Rally to start off the fight, however, the Bob is going to waylay the Dragons for just a short amount of time. I say that, he's now napping on the job. Liv does get punched into the wall as every ultimate and then some is thrown in. Twilight does end up falling down, not before wasting a lot of that overclock sent out by Lip. Muse into the back line, takes care of Izzyaki, so Dragons now only have one support remaining. So to Toronto Defiant, but the healing output from that Transcendence is all too good. Chorong does fall as he comes out of the trance. As the Toronto Defiant now, health bars are dwindling as the Dragons remain in control of the point. OT is here, spawn advantage to the Toronto Defiant. It's going to be good though, Rose.
It's going to be good, I think, for Shanghai Dragons. Fate's working up to those mines. Just going to go ahead and throw those on the point, if they even hit them.
Goes down, Chorong to follow in an OT. Shanghai Dragons managed to cap that point at the very end. That looked bad when Izzyaki went down, and that rally really did help him at the end of it.
Not going to say that this was because Shanghai Dragons got a back cap. But I do think we would be in a very different situation if Toronto Defiant had not let that back cap happen.
Yeah. We all...
Yeah.
Oh, man. I mean, unfortunately, we're jumping into a brief pause. I guess Toronto pondering what happened with that C9, but yeah. That's. I think that's what a lot of people were thinking over the last couple of weeks. With the amount of C9s that did happen. I mean, the Gibraltar game, I think we casted that one, was potentially the most horrendous lot of C9s I've ever seen.
What, 4?
With
How
London.
many did you write on that cardboard?
It was like 3, I think. 3 or 4.
Oh, yeah, just that map?
Stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's burned into a lot of people's memories right now. Yeah, it does
I was
look
trying
like...
to forget about that. Thanks for bringing that back up.
Yeah, sorry. My bad. Yeah. I don't know. Well, you know, some of the... Maybe the viewers out there that only watch the APAC broadcast maybe should be informed of what happened in the last couple of weeks of North America. It's just C9 after C9 after C9 by London Spitfire and against London Spitfire. It was a crazy time. Looks like Twilight might be having a couple of small issues. So again, apologies for the brief pause. I know Seth's not here. We can't blame him, but I'm going to blame him in spirit. There we go.
Yeah. It's not our fault. That's all we want you to know, chat. It's not our fault. Casters can't actually start the game, by the way.
That's true. I mean, there's definitely a point now where people don't actually believe that. Although, to be fair, way back when was this? Like 6+ years ago when I first started. I was technically in control of the lobby, so I could do that, but not so much anymore.
You're not supposed to tell people that. Don't give them ammo for that.
Don't give them ammo. Well, they can flame me from 6 years ago. That's fine. I don't really mind that too much. Okay, Lip looking pretty good on the Sojourn thus far. 50% railgun actually, not bad. But look at that, 2 deaths, 12 final blows. Yeah, that's not dying and then some.
Yeah, that's nutty. That's really, really good. And, you know, we talk about a lot of times who's leading the Sojourn leaderboards in the West. But we do have to look at the Sojourns that are at the top of the leaderboards in the East as well. And Lip is definitely one of those players that can perform well on whether it's the Ashe, the Sojourn. We've even seen Cassidy come out from Lip as well. It's just been really great to see that flexibility and also the impact that this particular player has been having on this team.
Yeah, well, I mean, avoiding, as Johnny said, maybe Toronto Defiant have been doing that because the amount of deaths would
would indicate.
Yeah, exactly. It would indicate that pretty well, I think. There we go. Yeah, like I mentioned before, we are in a brief pause, but we should be good to go in just a moment. I guess, yeah, we are kind of catching up to the rest of the APAC broadcasters' pauses and stuff like that, so... Yeah, got to get our time in somehow.
Yeah.
And it is quite funny, Rose. If Seth is the king of pauses, then I think we are the king of C9s. That would be quite the title, considering that London game on Gibraltar, I will say.
I don't know if I want that title, but I think it is an honorary title that we have now acquired as we look at the C9, because we can talk about it all day, but I feel like we need to show it.
Might as well.
Will you show it again?
Fleda do be chilling. I think he's going to emote there. That is the most BMC9 of all, just emoting on payload. Oh man, that's real rough. And just as I spoke about pressuring the payload too, it's almost like he read my mind. Perfect stuff. It's quite I wouldn't say it's like an egregious amount of distance away, but still doesn't have the numbers on the screen, so it's yeah, pretty crazy.
Yeah, it's not that bad. I mean, you know, tracers can sometimes be slippery, very mobile, so maybe they just kind of sneak past you, but we've seen some egregious C9s.
Yeah,
we have.
There's got to be some sort of tier list maker out there right now that has a list of all C9s that have like links to the C9s. They're just.
You know what we need?
What's
you know
that?
what we need? You know how we have the player hydration list of what
sure,
players
yeah,
have
yeah,
taken drinks of water? What
Yeah.
teams have been victims of C9s?
Oh God, there's got to. That I don't know
All of
how
them
you
at
could
this
build
point,
that into
right?
the stats, but if there was a way, it definitely should be built in at this point. But I think most teams have fallen victim to a C9 at one point in the Overwatch League. There's gotta be. Yeah. Surely every team is C9'd at one point, or like been C9'd. There has to be. There can't be a team that is just strictly immune to C9s. But that would just take an unbelievable amount of research on like on how many C9s each team
Someone's done it though. I feel like someone out there has actually done this.
Yeah.
If
It was a
not,
lot
get
harder
on it.
too, actually, to be fair, in Overwatch 1, because there was more players. So like it was way harder to C9. Because you were just like, wow,
That's true.
you just have the diva or whatever sit on the payload, so or near the payload. So I guess in Overwatch 2, you could argue because there's less players, it is easier to C9. Is that headsets on heads? Looks like it. Are the lads ready? Maybe. Hopefully we'll get into the game in just a moment. Yeah, sorry for the brief pause once again. Should be good to go then.
Well, at least if you're just tuning in, you haven't missed much. 1.5 maps
There you go.
in our first of 3.
We paused for you, person that just tuned into the
Yes.
stream. We paused for you.
Exactly.
Imagine me pointing at you and going, we paused for you. There you go. All good.
Well,
Yeah, I mean, look, if not, we can just go back to fish facts again. Or, we
Sure.
can talk about the sharks that kind of chill around Hawaii. I'm down for that. You know what is a cool looking
like
shark which has a giant wingspan? Well, I say wingspan, fin span. Oceanic white tips. Their fin span it looks huge. They're quite cute looking sharks. All thresher sharks are quite cute looking. They've got a giant tail that they use as like a whip, and it just cracks in the water, and they use that to stun fish, which is pretty sweet.
that is really cool how some animals have adapted to actually use like that electrosensory against other animals. Because like that's just the shock of like the tail hitting the water is enough sometimes to stun a fish like that.
It is pretty cool. They are pretty sweet. Oh my god. I see the
I see an
chat
R.
in game. People are R. Everybody is R.
R?
Why like R? Fate. R. TY.
I'm R.
Everybody's R. I'm pausing. Okay, we're unpausing. We're getting back into the game. Don't worry. Don't worry. Hopefully that didn't take the steam out of the sails, or the wind out of the sails. I guess you could blow steam into the sails.
Steam
but I'm
out of
not
the
sure how much
payload?
that would work. Yeah, the gas out of the payload. I don't know. But regardless, we are going back into the game. It's going to be Shanghai Dragons now on the defense. And yeah, an OT cap for the Dragons in that previous round.
Yep, that's right. So Toronto here can cap all 3 points, and as long as they get over a minute left in the time bank to do that, then that's a winnable situation for them. And that might tie up the series, and then we get to go into extra maps, and definitely looking towards that. But we've got another replay here, and this is
the
Muse. No, punch.
Look at him go!
Fate into Chorong's loving kick.
It's still so silly. And like, oh, nice little bird shot. That was cool. I still think it feels a little bit weird playing against the Zen with a kick, because you're always like, oh yeah, there's no, you're on the edge of the map, you're like, oh, there's no Lucio, and then you remember, oh yeah, Zen got that buff where he can just kick people off and he gets 50% damage. Like, if it was like, a lot of people are used to it at this point, but still, it's a little bit surprising when it does happen. If you're on the receiving end of it, you're like, oh yeah, he can kick me away. That kind of sucks.
Yeah, for sure.
4 minutes in the time bank. Toronto Defiant on the same comp. Just going to run Hisu on the Ashe and Muse on the Doomfist.
Yeah, but take a look at Shanghai Dragons' defense here. They've already switched things up a little bit. Fate's on the Winston to kick things off for this defense, and I really like that because I feel like when we see Shanghai Dragons play some of these more divey compositions on the defense, they're able to hold on really strong because basically you're waiting for cooldowns to come in and then get shots like that.
Yeah, unreal shot. Nice little body block there from Lijigon protecting Izzyaki, who is suffering from a little bit of burn damage. Yeah, Lip has just been on fire on this Sojourn already.
Yeah, it's been looking great. I mean, Lip at this point has a lot that he can kind of charge off of. I feel like, especially when Muse is powering up to jump in, that's a really nice charge battery to kind of refresh your shots here. But Hisu also can just get some nice consistent damage in, especially if you can avoid that Winston bubble altogether.
Oh, nice headshot. Can he finish it off? Oh, the choke! Oh, he's 1 HP. That would have been such a nice pick for Hisu to find, but luckily quick things on the supports from the Dragons to keep Lip alive. Couldn't quite get it onto Fleta, however, who does end up going down. Izzyaki looking immortal there for a second, as Muse was nanoed straight into him. Lee Jae-gon could probably take this 1v1, but maybe not the 2v1. Muse is sub 60 HP, ends up killing Lip as the Shanghai Dragons fall over, and the Toronto Defiant will unlock the payload.
Nice quick cap for them as well. So Toronto, they're also walking away with quite a bit. They didn't have to use much there at all. I mean, even Twilight chose Lucio just to try to get back a little bit faster, but ultimately going back over to the Ana because that spawn is so much closer now. But Shanghai Dragons already getting set up on that high ground as these often CT teams do. And with Lip having the overclock already, Jaws, this might be tough for Toronto to fight to get past.
Yeah, somebody pretty scary run into him, that's for sure, on the best of days. Well, they got 2 pulse bombs to kind of deal with it. Maybe Finale gets a pulse bomb on him, but quite unlikely. Just hunting for the support, I can imagine. Payload still moving. Finale setting up for a dive on the high ground. Spots both supports, lobs in the pulse. Doesn't quite get much. I think maybe that was a stick or some sort of connection, and Lee Jae-gon just managed to bash it away, so it didn't connect. There is the overclock from Lip. Muse goes so far low. And nice double headshot. Maybe go triple. Chorong in the way. Fleta takes 1 kill. Lip doesn't want to tussle with the Bob. But the Shanghai Dragons DPS cleaning up.
Yeah, Lip's also just trying to pay mind over to Chorong as well. You just don't really want to be in that Zenyatta's sight lines. But now at least Toronto, they've gotten a few of those heavy-hitting ultimates out of the Dragons, and they can really use this Transcendence, not reactively, but maybe more proactively to try to keep themselves in an aggressive stance to get past the Dragons and the stronghold that they have on this high ground.
Yeah, maybe they can use it to... Oh, there it is.
Or, okay.
Okay.
Get away.
He do be kind of chilling, though. That's about it. Hisu dies to a headshot. Chorong with a nice kick away from onto the Winston. Does save himself for the time being. In fact, gets nanoed by Twilight to keep him in the fight. A sleep dart onto Fate, who is also a nano. We'll send him to the ground for the time being. A little punch, but a primal rage pop for Fate is going to keep him alive and well in this fight. Still the perma pocket on Chorong to keep Toronto Defiant nice and healthy. Finale was sleeping just for a moment, but it's actually Fleta who's now sleeping with the fishes as the Toronto Defiant now try and take control of this castle. Finale forced to recall as the Meteor Strike crashes down to earth and kills Lee Jae-gon. His punches from Muse looking so good right now. Izzyaki forced into the front line of Toronto, cleaned up, and the Dragons are now going to have to defend on the bridge.
What a nice example, though, of how Muse's Doomfist has been so impactful for Toronto Defiant as a whole. I mean, I definitely wouldn't want to be against a Doomfist in those close corridors of that castle, but especially not against Muse. You could see how much trouble the Dragons are having, even though Izayaki actually landed asleep. But where are the Dragons now? They've got to come back in and contest here, and Fate's already gone.
Yeah, so's Lee Jae gone. Another pulse bomb from Flutter. Transcendence. Hey, honestly, maybe you just die there if you're Chorong, to be honest. Like, don't even waste the Transcendence. Of course, that was like a split-second decision-making thing, but yeah, Flutter throws away the pulse bomb. Point capped for Toronto. 2 minutes and 50 seconds, Rose. You were saying they just need more than a minute and they should be good, and look at this. They might end up with more than 2 if they're lucky.
Wow, I mean, they definitely could just roll through this. Twilight's getting the nano online, but Lip overclock.
Yeah, okay. I spoke maybe a little bit too soon there. Yeah, Chorong and Muse end up going down. The overclock does clean up the rest. Dragons still in a nice position. They have 2 support ultimates coming up in just a moment.
That's going to be good for them as long as they don't have to layer them on top of each other. Hopefully the Nano is able to get one of those bigger ultimates up online. Maybe you save it, use it to save somebody. But I'm really looking at Lee Jae-gon's rally as kind of the biggest factor in maybe winning this next team fight, especially because at this point, if you're Shanghai Dragons, you just want to stall out Toronto Defiant long enough that if they are going to cap all 3 points, they do it with no time in the bank, or less than a minute.
Glad to hear that recall pretty early on in that fight. That Bob doing an unbelievable amount of work. Fleta is still behind the team, and Bob's just going to be playing doorman right now. Not much he can really do. He's going to have to wait for that Bob to disappear before he tries to enter the castle. Pulse bomb in the spawn kills Lip as Toronto Defiant with 1 minute and 30 seconds to go are ready to rock and roll. Another nano boost onto Chorong. Look at this. One-man army in the front line. Lee Jae-gon, does he stand a chance? Lucky's got a shield in front of his face and the rally's going off. So Chorong couldn't make quick work of him. In fact, it was the other way around. Lip finishing off with a headshot as soon as that nano ran out. Twilight has been sussed out. No hiding in events for you, I don't think. Although saying that, Muse says they're finding a kill onto Lee Jae-gon, and the payload is near the point. However, with the better spawns, the Shanghai Dragons do win out the fight.
And now, though, Toronto Defiant doesn't really have enough left in the tank, it feels like. Unless Chorong or we see Finale maybe get a big pick, we just need this Transcendence to come online to be able to give Toronto Defiant a better fighting chance in these final moments. It's 45 seconds left, Jaws, and look at where Fleta is positioned right now to try to get a pick before Toronto even move in.
Looking like he's on cams right now, just making sure he knows where everybody from Toronto Defiant is holding down. Pulse bomb, no Transcendence available for Chorong if he wants to save himself. Look, Fleta sneaking up. Target is either Twilight or Chorong here. He can't let Chorong get that Transcendence, of course. He doesn't know how close he is. Pulse available. Stick doesn't go out just yet, but Twilight is now in his sights. But Fleta had to recall so early, they might not be able to do anything. Chorong, in fact, used the Transcendence to push them forward, but Twilight is now already dead. With that Trans out the way, the Shanghai Dragons might be good for a defense. The Pulse comes out from Finale. It's going to be good for a kill, but Lee Jae-gon is there to finish up. 3 seconds to go for the Toronto Defiant, but with a team wipe, the Dragons are going to claim map number 2 and find match point.
Oh my gosh, that overclock from Lip was just nasty. And that was all that Shanghai Dragons really needed in order to seal out this map. It was a close one though, Jaws. I feel like this series overall has been close. Just Shanghai Dragons getting a slight edge over the Toronto Defiant in these first 2 maps.
Yeah, 3 minutes Toronto Defiant had going into that 3rd point. So the Dragons with really, really nice just ultimate usage, like not layering the support ultimates like you were saying, Rose, and then Lip coming up big with the railgun. Who else but Lip, really? Let's jump to a quick break. Do not go anywhere. Map number 3 coming up soon. Welcome back. Tiny British man here with Rose again. We're going to Toronto as our next map, and maybe our final one. In fact, Rose, Toronto Defiant need to be able to get back in the series, and it's been a lot closer, I think, than a lot of people anticipated. Toronto Defiant 6-6 in regular season, very mid, but they're actually giving the Shanghai Dragons a run for their money right now.
It's definitely very close, and I feel like when Toronto Defiant has been losing these team fights, it has a lot to do with the ultimate economy that is available to them, and whether or not they're actually finding value with some of the ultimates that they need to. I do feel like maybe Chorong's transcendences, like the timing of them or what they're used for, haven't been super impactful, and maybe that would be a bit of a difference maker here, but it isn't just the transcendences, right? It's a couple of other things as well, maybe just not seeing like the pulse bombs land or something like that. But Toronto, I think they can get their act together. It is still very close, and maybe this pick of theirs will be what brings them back into this series.
Yeah, loser's pick is always quite nice, although you don't want to be in that loser's situation, but at least then you get to pick a map that you're comfortable with and you practice on, so there is that. But Iconvaldo was also their pick, so maybe a 3-0 to start off their run.
Well, let's not forget the C9. Let's not forget the back cap that happened there. I do think that we would be in a different situation if Toronto had not let that come through. Because if they had won that team fight, I don't think Shanghai Dragons would have had time left to be able to actually capture point 2. But neither here nor there, we are in this situation now.
Yeah. Let's have a look at what comp they're running. Who's really surprised? Fate's back on the ball. Oh yeah. TP to height. And they're they're TP to low. They're just chilling on the low ground. Fly was already up there, I suppose, so you don't really want to tussle with that. Especially if he has a perma pocket, and then Fate is ready, or Muse is ready to dive in.
True. But look at the height that Lip has taken now. You're able to use that coach gun as well just to be able to get up a little bit above the rafters, and you're definitely looking at Twilight right now. And just most of Toronto Defiant just start pushing them back off of this high ground as this card starts to round the corner. And Toronto, they're definitely making a nice quick pivot here.
Yeah, they really are. And they can just kind of ignore Lip at that distance too. Oh, what a jumping shot by Hisu. 100 energy straight to the dome of Lib. Lib was like kind of ineffective at that range, and like you said, Rose, a rotation for Toronto Defiant, kind of baits Lip in. Hisu sets up with the kill. Easy as you like.
Yeah, now you can see Toronto kind of pivot back over to that high ground as they're looking left and right, seeing if Shanghai Dragons are coming behind them, maybe below them from the stairwell. But this is a really nice movement from them. Good rotation once again. Just a collapse.
Yeah, big collapse. Izuyaki. That was an unfortunate nade miss there by Twilight. I saw that. Hit the rafters instead. Lip was also 1 HP for the majority of that fight, so couldn't even do anything with the rest. Oh, that ragdoll. Okay, well, Hisu's dead. I didn't think he expected Lip to just be ADSing around that corner, but got to expect something a little bit suspicious, especially when Lip's full HP. Chorong ends up going down to Fate, and what is quite a turn of fate is the Toronto Defiant now getting forced all the way back. Nice anti-nade onto Fate and to Fleta. Fate gets finished up, but the Shanghai Dragons still moving that payload. It's up to Muse to try and get back to it just in time. 1 meter and a half to go, but Lip finds another kill. Yeah, you see the look on Muse's face there. That should have been an easy cleanup, but the Toronto Defiant end up letting go of that payload, and Shanghai Dragons with a good first point push.
Well, that was tough because Izuyaki was there to back Lip up with that Orb of Discord, so you ended up having the ability to just kind of chunk down Muse, and then, yeah, I think Ash wins that fight 9 times out of 10, especially if you're going to be hitting into the Winston Dome. But now that Shanghai Dragons have taken this high ground advantage away from Toronto as well, ooh, look at this pincer attack that Shanghai is really grabbing here. You've got the cart covered and also the high ground on the other side.
Yeah, both supports just chilling up on height with Lip. Lip almost has the bob. Feeling pretty good if you're the Shanghai Dragons right now. Toronto Defiant could jump down if they wanted to with that Primal Rage. A Transcendence is going to get popped, but Lee Jae-gon was already antied, so Toronto Defiant just take it in their stride. Pulse Bomb does kill Chorong, so they trade the Brigittas, but Flutter still doing a ton of damage. Twilight dropped super low, didn't have those packs to heal him back up, and the Shanghai Dragons taking this into their own hands. Finale's not done just yet. Unleashes that pulse bomb, but something we saw a little bit earlier on in the season actually kind of reminds me. Flutter's been doing it too, is these very late pulse bombs to try and turn these fights, but this time around the Dragons came up big.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, sometimes you just see players just kind of use the pulse bomb to just shore up that fight. And so I love that Florida is able to find those types of openings in order to carve out that advantage for the team. And Shanghai Dragons still have so much left in the bank to use here to cap the second point.
Oh, Bob on the high ground. Nice knock up onto Twilight. Perfectly executed. Shanghai Dragons popping the rally. And with 2.5 minutes to go, the payload not too far away from that point. They just have to rely on Li Jigong for the heals. Primal Rage from Muse tore through that overhealth that came from that rally. And the Toronto Defiant are holding on. It's still a brick, so they're still hard to kill. And with Hisu going down, it's going to make it even more difficult for the Toronto Defiant to hold on. They just got spawns in their favor, and maybe this nano coming up. Mines to block the entrance to the payload, as Fate now just starts on swinging. It's a nice little defensive countermeasure there from the Toronto Defiant, using the nano onto Muse, but look, he's just getting focused down, stuck on top of that. Discord, too much damage for him to deal with. The Shanghai Dragons taking these ultimates, the Toronto Defiant are sending out in stride, as they do enter the Foundry stage now of this map.
Yeah, I mean, wow. Flood has been building up to these pulse bombs so quickly as well, and they feel like they come online at just the perfect moments to be able to make sure that these objectives can get captured. And look at the staggers!
Woo. That was almost a sick body block there from Fate. It's not every day. It's not every day you see a body block on a Tracer, but you know, he ended up going down anyway, so it's all good.
Look at that, though. Finale goes down with the pulse bomb. At least Hisu's able to get a bit of revenge onto Lippin. That should slow down the Shanghai Dragons just a little bit. But at this point, Shanghai Dragons, they want to make some type of eco push here. Try to get these ultimates online while also making sure that they don't fall to the Finale pulse bomb when they start moving back in.
Yeah, they really need that Bob. It's been such a useful tool, just clearing high ground or just kind of touching the payload. Speaking of which, both Fate and Fled are on top of it right now, leaving their backline a little bit more vulnerable than they wish. Nijigon does fall to a whip shot of Chorong, and with 2 minutes to go, the Dragons, they don't want to do much, so yeah, there you go, Rose. There's your eco push, I suppose. And they do get the rally for their sins.
Yeah, they're going to have the Pulse Bomb, the Transcendence. I think they're just going to get everything here, especially because Fate's going to build up to those mines so quickly as well. And there's the avoidance of the Pulse Bomb. Big ghost signal for Shanghai Dragons.
That is now chasing Finale down, who's now 1 HP. Oh, I mean, the quad body block. You ain't going to survive that, Muse, unfortunately. The eco push worked out. The Shanghai Dragons pop almost all of their ultimates. They got a Mines coming up and the Transcendence, but it's looking like this Toronto Defiant are on their last legs. They need this rally online. 99%, there it is. Can they actually get the overhealth on Muse in time? Not quite so lucky. That shield bash sends you flying nowadays, but the rally still takes time to build up, and Muse ended up going down. The Mines to block the door. Shanghai Dragons with 1:26 on the point.
I mean, that third point was just a masterclass from the Shanghai Dragons of how to body block. Like, I don't know how else to put that, but like that was so good. That was so good. Toronto Defiant couldn't even walk out of spawn. Like, it wasn't even just the mines to try to crowd control Toronto away, but the way that Fate actually used the ground pound as well to knock everybody up bought time as well. Like, that was just so cool. That was so cool to watch.
Yeah, the body block from Fate onto Finale went down eventually. And then Muse. Oh, it is tragic when you get body blocked. It does remind me of that it's not too much of an old clip, but FRD, Mr. Fried, getting staggered as Diva and just like perma body blocked.
Oh yeah. Oh no.
His face in the cam and he's just chewing gum. I'm like, that potentially the longest stagger that has ever happened ever. Like
look at it.
It just kind of reminds me of that. It's just a very sad moment.
This is just sad. Shield bash, knock up, mines. That's all she wrote there. Like, that was such good rotation through those cooldowns. Shanghai's just been on, like, they've been a locomotive this entire match. And I hope that Toronto can pull something out of here to be able to bring us into extra rounds of this map and maybe even into extra maps.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Now Muse back on the Winston Rose, not even trying to tussle with the Doom.
Maybe not confident. I mean, the rollouts can be a little weird on this map, I feel like, especially when you have so much high ground that might be difficult to cover as a Doomfist. You also just don't want to LOS your Ana either. Like, if you don't have Twilight to back you up, that's not going to be a happy time.
Yeah, it's really not. Man, I was like, is anyone going to heal Hisu there? He was like 1 HP standing behind that wall. He's good though. Slowly but surely they're moving the payload up. But it's just a matter of time before the Shanghai Dragons execute their dive. Ideally, with Fleder alive. Okay, there you go. He gets away. Luckily enough.
Ooh, I like that too. Hisu just kind of looking behind him to use the dynamite to just make sure that no one's going to sneak up on a flank.
Wow. Okay, big kill onto Lee Jae-gon. Not bad. Good start. Yeah, Fleder. I felt like Fleder going super low towards the start of that fight, and as he was going underground, it stopped him really following up on the Flate's pile driver there, which is kind of annoying. And see, he's still in the back line. Like, can Shanghai touch? It looks like they're going to be able to, but Fleder needs to be able to help Fate secure a kill. Lip kills Finale to start off the fight. Good little headshot. But then Nano boost onto Muse is going to separate the DPS of the Shanghai Dragons. But now they have to back off because they don't actually have DPS of their own right now because Hisu dies. It's just the Toronto Defiant just getting dealt with the worst hand possible. They use the Nano to try and get an ear into the fight, but the Shanghai Dragons just clean up with the supports. Fled now looking for a pulse bomb, hits the wall, only a little bit of damage, but it was merely a tickle than anything else. Toronto Defiant a couple of meters away from getting the payload in. Now Fleder is all alone, but the Shanghai Dragons just running rings around him right now. Look at the positioning from Toronto.
Well, I know, like, are they on the defense or attack? Yeah. I'm not really sure.
Okay, there's the Bob. Pulse bomb was good. Charon cleaning up his Yaki. Okay, signs of life. There we go. Finale. Also poking his head in the fight. 1 minute and 30 seconds to go as Twilight takes the matters into his own hands with a couple of kills on the board. Toronto Defiant, I mean, they were just chasing the Dragons around the whole time. They did manage to come out on top in the end.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and call that some nice kiting, right? I think is what happened there, right? You have to pay a lot of respect to Lip, I feel like, is what happened in that last fight. You even give the Nano over to Muse to make sure that Muse might be able to win out that 1v1 this time. But yeah, really nice rotations. It worked out. Maybe Finale is able to continue to get these legs up onto the Dragons as well as this cart moves forward.
All right, Hisu's got the Bob. Will be Coach gone up to the high ground, put that Bob on height so it kind of denies the space. Might be the play, but I have to see. Just wants to take an off angle right now, but yeah. Headshot, couple little body shots, easy as you like. And now it's Lip on the ground. Now it's sending that back to height. Hasn't got Coach gun, so it's a go time for Muse and the rest of the Toronto Defiant. Nano and the rally were popped by Toronto, and a forcing of the Transcendent by Muse. Not the worst thing in the world, but not having support ultimates for this next fight might be a little bit of a pain in the side for Toronto. However, with Lee Jae-gon going down and Hisu potentially on high ground at this point, they might be good. Good sit by Fleder. Kills Muse, but still the rest of his team go down.
Yeah, I think Toronto's okay with that. I mean, Muse can just kind of jump back to point here. Or just roll back, I guess, as he switches over to the Wrecking Ball and Bob comes out.
Ooh, that was a nice little boot, but he's still sitting in the doorway, so he should be good. Still doing a little bit of damage, but most of it's avoided. Speaking of Bobs, there's another one. Almost tanked the pulse bomb there. Get down, Mr. President. Wasn't quite quick enough, unfortunately. But Bob on the point is going to be a pain for Toronto to deal with. And the Shanghai Dragons still in control.
I know, but that bought time for Toronto to come back because that Bob wasn't really an LOS of anybody from Toronto when they could just back up.
Nice dynamite, Hisu. He's just getting perma-pocketed though. As long as he stays alive and just keeps throwing the dynamites, it's so much easy damage. He's 55% towards another Bob. We might see a 4-Bob fight, heroes. I don't want to call it too early, as Lee Jae-gon does die and Fate is put to sleep. If you trade brick for brick, the Shanghai Dragons, I'll take that for them anytime. as they have the nicer spawns. Twilight doing so much work actually on his own. Almost managed to get a nice double kill. But the Shanghai Dragons still in a good position. Fate does fall, and Twilight goes down to Izayaki, but Fled is not getting off the payload just yet. He knows the importance of not C9ing, that is for sure, but there's 4 men on it. And they do end up capping at the very last moment. The Shanghai Dragons, they didn't quite get their second Bob online. Maybe that was the... maybe
hey, we got 3 out of 4 though. 3 out of 4. That's pretty good. Pretty good. Worked out for the Toronto Defiant. Finale now looking to keep everything moving. Where is Fleta right now? Gotta watch behind you.
You see that? Finale dodged the pulse bomb from Fleta and then sprayed the red X on the wall.
Yeah.
Fleta didn't see it, but we saw it. Finale. You're good. Hisu does end up going down. Rally pop from the Dragon. Seems like a pretty easy cleanup. Finale with the pulse bomb in close quarters. Only finds chip damage. That overhealth doing a lot of work for Dragons in that tight corridor.
Yeah, I think Defiant just takes the L on this one. The rally in the tight space is not going to do you any favors if you're going to be playing against that. But now Toronto has a rally of their own. They also have the Nano. They have a great way to crowd control as well with the mines from Muse. That was fast, too, to charge that up. Muse had literally just switched over like a minute ago.
Yeah, crazy quick.
Pretty big.
Big slams will get you that ult charge pretty fast. Oh, miss asleep. All good. He was pretty quick. All right, no Bob v Bob. It's Lib's Bob. Oh my god. Man, he got folded like a bit of paper.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't see that one coming. Bob from Lib. And then Fate on top of that, like double knock up with the pile driver, and then Bob knocking you sky high. So unfortunately, there, Toronto Defiant did use their rally to start off that engagement, and yeah, not much else really came of that. So they've only got that nano boost for this last fight. 50 seconds to go, Rose.
Well, yeah, I mean, look at how much they've been able to get out of the Dragons, though. The rally, that fight just a little bit ago, the Transcendence, and we also just got the Pulse Bomb out of the Dragons. Toronto's okay with this. They're walking in with 3 more ultimates here. Even though, yeah, Twilight died while Trong was using the rally, Toronto still have ult economy here, and they've got the advantage if they use these smartly.
OT is approaching. Pulse bomb on the ground. Only gets a couple of mine kills, not necessarily a kill on the enemy. Unfortunately, Chorong is dead. He did get nanoed at 60% towards that rally, but it wasn't quite to be. The supports from the Shanghai Dragons filling the kill feed with red right now and spilling all over the floor too. High ground from Lip is a good place to be. A dynamite on Twilight. He does heal himself up with a nade, but that's just about it. He hasn't really got much else to rely on, and now Flair is hunting him down. It is Lip versus Finale on the point. Luckily, he's got the Bob. Sends it in the corner, and now it's up to the Toronto Defiant to dislodge Lip before he annihilates the rest of the team. Choron goes pretty low. His overtime is here, and the backup from the Dragons is just leeching out of the spawn. They've even got the rally coming online. They've got the Transcendence too. Looks almost unlosable for the Dragons right now. They just need to find the kills, but Lijigon ends up going down. Choron once again finding the better in the brick duel as the Defiant now in a 5v4 situation. Lob the dynamite over and get that payload moving.
Oh, but we're starting to look at that territory where who's going to get those support ultimates online second? And are they going to have the sustain?
You got a touch. There's the rally from Lee Jae-gon. Choron gets his online and instantly pops it, and now they gotta go. Fleder with the pulse could end it here. Nice pulse onto the supports. That should be it. The Shanghai Dragons with a Transcendence to top it all off. It's Finale on the point as Choron ends up going down, and the Dragons, they start off the tournament run with a bang.
Whew! Oh my goodness. Shanghai Dragons, I feel like just throughout the course of this series got better and better. You know, I love the way that they're able to adjust and adapt in any type of situation, and they're coming into this tournament very hungry. That's for sure.
Yeah, they're hungry for gold, like the mythological dragons, I suppose. I mean, it feels like that series and the way you put that sums up Shanghai's run in the regular season too. They start off a little bit cold, but then coming up pretty big. Still a good look from the Toronto Defiant though. A team that I think a lot of people pegged as not doing super well against the Shanghai Dragons, still gave them the runaround a lot of that time.
Absolutely. I mean, especially just even not on just the Doomfist. I think that was what was really impressive about the way that Toronto Defiant played is, you know, at the beginning of the series, we kind of prefaced this match as Toronto has looked best on this Doomfist composition. But the fact that they were also able to show us different compositional moments and still perform well bodes really well for them for the rest of this tournament.
Yeah, looking super good. We'll see what they can do in the lower bracket run, but the Shanghai Dragons do end up advancing, and the player of the match for this series is gonna be a Lip. It wasn't a flutter deadlift, it was a Lip deadlift in Eichenwalde. His Sojourn looking so good still. I mean, what can't this guy do?
Yeah, it's definitely easier to count the things that he can't do on one hand than the things that he can, because that's a lot of things, that's for sure. I mean, look at this. Like, the way that Lip was able to clutch out these final moments on Eichenwalde with the overclock active and just really performing on the Sojourn, or the Ashe. I mean, Ashe is just such a standout hero for Lip, and it shows, whether it was from Bob finding value from just having point presence or using it to be able to zone the rest of the members of Toronto Defiant off. It's great to see how Lip is able to adjust based on the situation.
Hell yeah, almost 10 final blows per 10, almost 12k
Bonkers.
damage per 10. Yeah, pretty insane right now. And yeah, we talk about the Bob being the sixth person on the team, but it does a whole lot of work. Like, it's harder for you to touch the point. Like, yeah, you can discord it, you can burn it down with a Zen, but if you're building up Bobs like routinely, and you definitely expect Lip to be doing that, and he did just that in the series just gone, it's just so much value, like an unbelievable amount, especially on not only obviously the push, I was gonna say push, but like escort maps and hybrid maps, but like on Control we saw it too. The amount of times it's just, Lip just put a Bob on the point, and then you don't really have to worry for at least a few seconds, and then it gives your team a lot of space and time to maybe execute a dive.
Absolutely. I mean, hey, we saw Bob cap the point on Control.
Exactly.
So
what more can you ask for? Well, maybe another game. We got Philadelphia Fusion and the Hungry Spark coming up after the break, but we're gonna take a quick breather and we're gonna head over to the desk after this. We'll see you in a sec.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by the University of Hawaii at Manoa. Go to takemetomanoa.org today.
Welcome to Game Break, everybody. I'm here joined now by Lip from Shanghai Dragons. Lip, congratulations on the win. Before we get started, because this is my first time talking to you this season, how are you feeling right now? 자, 일단 오늘 승리 너무 축하드리고 인터뷰 시작하기 전에 아무래도 이제 1년 만에 제가 봤을 때 립 선수와 오랜만에 이야기를 나누게 됐는데 좀 오늘 소감 한 말씀 부탁드릴게요. 어떠신가요?
일단 오늘 이제 5월 달에는 이제 동서부끼리 그 경기를 하지 못하고 이번 달 들어서 이제 이번 연도 처음으로 이제 동서부끼리 경기를 하게 됐는데 일단 안 지고 이겨서 다행이라고 생각하고 이제 앞으로 더 많은 서부 팀들이랑 경기를 할 수 있게 되어서 더 재미있을 것 같아요.
All right. I mean, in the previous tournament, which was the kickoff clash, we didn't really have the time to go East versus West. But this tournament currently is the first iteration of the East versus West. So first of all, I think I'm very thankful and happy that we got the win today, and I'm very excited for the next matches that are about to come up because we're going to have a lot more of these East versus West matches. Talking about the East versus West, Lip, I do want to ask today. Of course, like you said, it was the first time that we were seeing that sort of battle. And you guys did come on top, but I do feel like Toronto, despite the 3-0 loss, 0-3 loss for them, they did put up a really good fight. What were your thoughts on your first opponent, the Toronto Defiance? 일단 첫 번째 질문 방금 말씀하셨다시피 립 선수가 어떻게 보면 동서부의 첫 번째 경기였는데 3대 0으로 오늘 이기셨지만 제가 봤을 땐 토론토가 그래도 굉장히 좋은 모습을 좀 보여줬다고 생각을 합니다. 립 선수가 보시기에 오늘 토론토의 경기, 토론토 좀 어떤 팀이었나요?
일단 제가 듣기에는 그래도 토론토가 이제 지금 서부에서는 그래도 그렇게 막 강한 팀이라는 인식이 저는 아직 잘 안 박혀 있어서 그래도 이제 방심하지 않고 대회를 치렀는데 그래도 멤버가 좋은 거답게 그래도 조금 힘들었던 것 같아요.
I mean, I did hear from people around me that saying that Toronto Defiance in the West weren't really a strong team, but we didn't really think about that going into today's match. We focused up and we sort of prepared as much as we can. And despite their loss, because they have a really, really solid roster, so it was definitely a tough win for us. All right, my second question for you, Shanghai Dragons, or Lip from Shanghai Dragons, is also I feel like Shanghai Dragons this season have found a lot of success after leaning a lot towards the Wrecking Ball dive composition. Do you believe that is sort of the best composition currently in the meta, or are you guys sort of just playing to your strength? 자, 두 번째 질문은 요즘 상하이 팀이 레킹볼 다이브 조합을 좀 기용을 하면서 좀 더 좋은 모습을 보여줬던 것 같아요. 립 선수가 보시기에 이 레킹볼 다이브 조합이 지금 현 메타에서 제일 좋은 조합이라고 생각을 하시나요? 아니면 좀 더 상하이 팀에게 좀 맞는 조합을 그냥 찾은 거라고 생각을 하시나요?
현 메타에서 안 좋은 탱커는 딱히 없다고 생각하고 그냥 자신들이 제일 잘할 수 있는 조합을 가지고 가는 게 저는 제일 맞다 생각해서 레킹볼은 그냥 저희한테만 잘 맞는 챔피언인 것 같아요. 저희가.
I do think that currently in the meta, there's not really a one top pick for the composition wise. I think what's for the current meta, the best thing is whatever the team feels comfortable or confident in, whatever they're really good at. That should be the composition that you should run for this meta. So to answer the question, the Wrecking Ball dive meta is sort of our color. That is what fits our play style the most for the current meta. That is why we're using it the most. All right, Lip, that is it for the interview. Thank you so much for your time, and again, big congratulations on the win. 자, 이걸로 인터뷰 마치겠고요. 립 선수 오늘 승리 너무나도 축하드립니다.
네, 감사합니다.
All right, Dusk, back to you guys. Bye.
Thank you so much, Danny. I'm just going to pause before we go into the recap. Every single time he knocks out like a translating interview like that, I'm just sitting here going, he is a god. He is an absolute god, just going back and forth. So props to you, Danny.
We love Danny. Danny's the GOAT.
We stand Danny.
He's amazing. Although he's in Hawaii and we aren't, so.
Because he's talented and we're stuck here.
Yeah. You're right. We got to learn a new language. But congratulations again to the Shanghai Dragons going 3-0 there. But Costa, I'm going to come to you because it seemed like from the desk's perspective going into this game, it wasn't going to be as close as we actually saw for some of these games, despite it being a 3-0.
Yeah, it was a 3-0, but it's one of those classic coin terms of it was a close 3-0. It's not, the scoreline doesn't show like how close this match was. We say it a lot. Yeah, it's really getting a little bit monotonous, but it was true. Like the Toronto Defiant, especially here on this Ilios, it looked like they were poised to take it the first 2 rounds. Their dive, playing on that Muse finale, just going forward all the time. Izayaki and the Shanghai Dragons just were really struggling to get positioning on the map and were just struggling to get anything done, but just by the skin of their teeth, just through the experience that they have as a team, were able to just claw down some of these maps. And they do get this win onto Ilios after some pretty clean wrecking ball play from Fate. But then we head over to Eigenwalder, and this could have been a very different map if that C9 by Fleta does not come through, because that really turned the tide, because that was going close to being Dragons held on the second point. Instead, it flips on its head, and they do manage to fully cap, and Toronto Defiant just did not have the answer themselves. So for me, Shanghai Dragons weren't their fully formed self. I think they were struggling with the aggressive Doomfist Tracer style that we see so commonly in the West, but they were slowly starting to get it. But I also want to give props to the Toronto Defiant. They played incredibly well, especially for the expectations that we had for them coming into this tournament. They're by no means the best team that we have in the West, but the execution of those dives was just immaculate. But the 8'7" gaming warlord and Lip said, enough of this. Gets over to that Ashe, and that was a big Ashe diff here on this Dorado, and that ended up getting them the win in this series.
Absolutely, and I do want to continue talking about Toronto Defiant right now because, again, they aren't out of it yet. Just because they took a loss on day 1 doesn't mean that they have to kiss the tournament goodbye. They are going to drop into the losers bracket. So, Johnny, what does this team really need to polish up to ensure that this loss does not happen again?
Honestly, not a lot.
Yeah.
Like this Toronto Defiant that we saw today, they're the lowest seed going to the tournament. They're like 12th seed. And you look at that number and you're like, wow, are they bad? They're 12th.
Wow, that was brutal.
Bad. But that was a really good performance. Probably the most controversial thing I'll say all day is that I think they're like maybe like 2 changes away from being like maybe getting like 5th in this tournament, or maybe like even competing for like
5th.
2 changes.
4th. They're two big changes, okay? Because they're pretty.
Okay, what are these changes?
It's not like I make your hair in the morning and you're fine. It's like pretty big changes. Like, first of all, I really liked the attack on Eichenwalde, because I think that was an instance of them like putting their foot forward. They were playing the Ana Sen composition and they were playing Muse and Doomfist, and they really forced the Shanghai Dragons to like, whoa. We gotta adapt, we gotta play around your composition, and that's when you start competing and taking it to like Lit. That's when you force Fate to be a little bit uncomfortable. But then we saw them, they were actually like on the back foot when they played against Fate on the Zarya, and they were like Doomfist themselves on defense, and then they're like, whoa, like they play a Zarya, like we're a bit passive, we're a bit timid, like we don't exactly know what to do. See, if I was the Toronto Defiant and I re-watched this series, unlike a lot of matches, I wouldn't look at what we're doing wrong and how we can fix it. I would look at what did we do right and how can we keep doing that. And I think you'll see a lot of aggression coming in from them, setting the tempo, like Costa mentioned, the dives coming in from Finale and Muse at times, really good, and just like completely shut down the Shanghai Dragons backline before the fight even started.
Yeah.
And then, I mean, the second thing, they can't really fix themselves, so we're just like, Lip was just like really good at times. Lip just like got picks, and I was like, oh, well, I guess we'll lose.
That's what I wanted to question. I was like, how do you fix the problem that Hisu just got heavily outpaced in the hit scandal? Like, that was, in my opinion, the crux of the issue of if Hisu had had a better performance.
Is this cope? It's not that bad. It was not that bad. Okay, just hide, pair on the corners a little bit more, like don't get picked as much.
Yeah.
But, like, Hisu had some moments. There was like a 2v4. Finale and Hisu had like a 2v4 on point B Dorado attack to cap it out. And I was like, wow! Like, that was amazing.
Just do that all the time.
Yeah, well, that's the Toronto Defiant life. They can't.
I do need to cut you off, but hopefully Toronto Defiant can make those 2 quick changes, even though one of them is kind of out of their hands. But I mean, listen, speaking of hit scan, we got to talk about our next and final match of the day, where it's going to be Philadelphia Fusion taking on Hangzhou Spark, which is actually our first East versus East match, I should say, for this tournament. So Johnny, I'm going to come to you first because listen, we were just talking about Hitscan, and we have two of the best Hitscan players in the world coming into this game. So what can we expect?
MN3, one of the best hitscans in the world. I mean, you're right?
Yeah.
Because MN3's like elevated, perceived like reputation going into this matchup is like a lot of it is based on his performance against Seoul Dynasty. He just like one of the best hitscan performances ever.
Yeah.
Like ever. It was that good. And so now MN3, he has the opportunity to continue on that momentum and really take it to some of the best players around the league in this very tournament. I would say that Shy is the better of the two Hitscan players, like on an average, a more consistent average basis. But MN3, if he repeats that performance, he could be like an MVP of the tournament because that was insane. That was utterly crazy.
Yeah, and you can just see the stat card right here. Like you can see Shy, he does that more damage, he does have those more final blows. And I think this is going to be a crazy head-to-head, but not just these two players. I think both the Philadelphia Fusion and the Hangzhou Spark, they're very DPS orientated. They're really big, heavy hitters are in their DPS lineup. So I think Alpha Yi going against Zest is also going to be a big performance and determining factor of this series. They both do like to play that Genji, but as you said, Johnny, if MN3 has this performance like you're seeing right here, he went crazy and he was the sole reason, really, they got over the line against the Seoul Dynasty. So if MN3 can replicate that, I don't think the Hangzhou Spark will have an answer.
Definitely not. And we're looking at the MN3 highlights right now, and I think we have a couple from Shy coming up in just a second.
This is just nuts.
Yeah,
He's
just it's all reaction at this point, and it just impresses me because Hitscan players over the years, you know, when I was a player, it was like people were getting a critical hit accuracy of like 15%, and everyone was like, oh, that's pretty good. But now these guys, 30% critical hit accuracy on the Widowmaker, on the Ashe, they just do so much consistent damage, and they are like, if you can have that performance, people are going to be able to do that. And Shy's been doing it. I said this last year. I'm going to take credit here. I said Shy was the best hitscan in the world last year, and I think he is still performing to that level from time to time. He is not
the best hitscan player in the world.
I think last year when he was starting to put up some of those performances, the Spark team is not always that good around him, but I think he has put up those performances.
I need you to say it, Costa. I need you to say it.
I don't think he is right now.
Okay.
He has been, and he has put up those performances, and he can be.
I tried, Oli. I tried.
I know, he tried.
I chickened
He
out.
tried
I'm sorry.
so much. I'm excited. Hey, we still have a full week of this, so maybe we can,
That's pretty good.
Maybe we can get it out of him. But guys, I'm excited to get into this final match of the day. I already have a lot of Fusion fans hitting me up asking for Grandma Ovally cookies, as we discussed in a previous segment today. But I mean, listen. All of us want to see the match, so I think we should jump straight into it. So let's hear from our casters once again, Jaws and Necra. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Oli in the desk. Look, if you're gonna hand out the cookies, maybe
I want one.
You know, bring them in for tomorrow, and we can get a little taste review. We can turn the stream into a food review channel, maybe. I don't know.
Love
Custer and I'm sure Custer and Johnny will fit into that role quite well. Yeah, MN3 versus Shy. I think that is the matchup for today. It's not Philadelphia Fusion versus the Hangzhou Spark. It's MN3 trying to kill Shy, and then Shy trying to kill MN3. It's the rookie versus the veteran, Rose.
Absolutely. I mean, that's kind of what the story of this entire match is, though, right? Both of these teams have incredible veteran talent, but they've also have both been infused with the rookie talent from their respective academy teams. And so when we look at how all of these incredible players have kind of started to formulate into their teams, I just think we're going to be in for such a treat, especially because Philadelphia Fusion and Hangzhou Spark have played each other a few times already this season.
Yes, they have. Let's have a look at the Philadelphia Fusion starting lineup, who we're going to see today. Yeah, of course. MN3 is in. Of course he is. Zest, Bellasaria, Aim God, and Fixer are your starting lineup right now. Yeah, look, at the end of the day, Rose, I know Johnny's got a lot more crazy predictions and crazy, takes. I just want to see, as the week progresses, Johnny's hair getting crazier and crazier. I'm sure it's gonna, he's gonna be losing his goddamn mind. It's gonna,
yeah, I mean,
it's gonna be a fun week.
Over there?
That's why I cast Overwatch, is to see Johnny just go get progressively more crazy as the week goes on. It's gonna be good. But there you go.
That's why it's called Midseason Madness. Yeah, I love this. Hey, this is a look that we've seen a lot from the Philadelphia Fusion. Obviously, we're going to see Bellisria start out in that tank role, but we would be remiss to not show you the lineup from the Hangzhou Spark as well to see who is going to be leading the charge there. And of course, we talk about the whole MN3 versus Shy matchup, but you also have to look out for Alpha Yi in that DPS role, don't you, Jaws?
Yeah, he's also been incredibly scary. And man, I'm excited to cast this team. I really am, because people have been also hyping up Alpha Yi. They've been hyping up Super Rich for a long time, and like, this is his year to finally make the league. And the Hangzhou Spark doing an exceptional job so far in the regular season, and that feels so strange to say, because the Hangzhou Spark, if you look at the last couple of years, they've just been so like, whoa, they do crazy amount of work, and then it's like, okay. Then they have this 12-man roster, and it was like, who are they going to play, and how do they mix? And like, this feels like a more stable, static roster that they're willing to run, and it's good to see them doing well. And Custer called it last year, at least, and he said on the desk, like, Shy was like one of the best hit scan players, right? But he's not had that same like consistency this year. But then can MN3 kind of emulate that? And because he's already had a pop-up performance, one of the best hit scan performances out there right now, but can then he now keep this rolling to potentially be crowned one of the best hit scans in the league?
Oh, for sure. I mean, I think we need to point out that Philadelphia Fusion has been inconsistent, you know? Like, they either look really good when they're on and they're focused, or they don't look super great and their opponents can walk all over them. But I have to point out one thing. You know, you mentioned that there is this kind of core of Hangzhou Spark that Hangzhou has really been relying on to be able to take them through these matches. But usually it's Bernard that's going to be in that tank role instead of Gushui, who we are seeing on the Reinhardt as of right now. But it makes a lot of sense because we are starting things off on Li Shang, and Gushui's Winston is a great way to kind of glue together this dive that we're seeing from the Spark.
It's definitely going to be a problem for MN3. They kind of like spotted him out already. His effective range, of course, you can stand way at the back in the little house, but actually getting onto the bridge and not getting instantly checked by the rest of the Hangzhou Spark is going to be a bit of a problem. I can hear him, and I think the rest of the Hangzhou Spark can, and nice deflect. Gets the shot onto MN3, Gushui finishes him off, and that's going to be the big problem here for MN3 to actually operate. He can't stand too far, he can't stand at a reasonable distance away, because that's just not how the map is laid out. Fixer got the boot kill onto Gushui, and now he's in the drink. All right.
Oh, well, I mean, look at that. That one kill was enough to bully MN3 off of the Ashe completely, and we're seeing MN3 come out of spawn with a Sombra.
Okay, big change up. I mean, no. Oh, both supports. Okay, Fusion coming out the gate, so wing it.
All right, I mean, hey, that works. Bellisria is such an aggressive wrecking ball that this is going to be a really nice compliment to MN3's Sombra if this is what he decides to stick on. The other thing that I like about the Sombra, too, is it's not even just the hacks, Jaws. It's about controlling the health packs in the areas of which Hangzhou Spark are actually able to approach.
Yeah, if you can hack that mega health pack there, that is a large amount of their health pool disappearing from the supports. Nice boop onto Gushui. Denying the space right now is Bellisria with those mines, but Fixer dies to a pulse bomb. Alfie got nanoed on the point, didn't earn himself a blade, but pressure on the point is what Hangzhou Spark need right now. Bellisria is not really doing much damage to the backline of the Spark because he's the one that's having to contest. Good pick off from Aim God, or Jacked God, depending on if he follows Instagram or not. He takes down Shy, receives a little cookie. The blade's going to get popped. MN3 standing all the way at the back. And yep, the naked blade doesn't do all too much. Bellisria cleans him up and pushes Gushui off the map.
Yeah, look at that. Fixer coming back in time to be able to use the rally. And now Philadelphia Fusion, they keep control of the point, which is super important. But they also have a finishing move here, Joss, and that's the EMP that MN3 has earned in that last team fight. You could open this up with a pick from Zest's Pulse Bomb, or you could kind of go with the surefire way, which is try to get as many members as possible in this EMP and close out this first round that way.
Nice boot. Little bit of revenge from Super Rich, taking care of Bellisria. Do Philadelphia Fusion want to try for an EMP? Looks quite unlikely as they've lost Aim God. Goodbye, MN3. Nice little smart reset there. You don't want to waste too much time, Rose.
No, exactly. Especially when you're already in that one fight territory, you may as well just, you know, try with the pulse bomb. It didn't get anything. Zest is already working up towards another one, but you still have that EMP to try to re-engage with this fight. You're also looking at Bellisria kind of being able to use those mines too, but is there enough damage on the board to be able to deal with these critical ultimates here from the Spark, like that sound barrier?
Oh, pulse bomb for Shine now. Chasing away Bellisria. Spark at least have this sound barrier, but it's again the dance between MN3 and Super Rich. Perfectly timed. Super Rich leading that dance to perfection. Pulse bomb from Shy will finish Aim God. That should just be it. There you go. Both supports down. Super Rich stayed out of sight that EMP, and it did take a fair while to build up and use it in the end. And it was rather ineffective. Gushwei still taking a... Yeah, okay, I was going to take a lot of damage from the Primal Rage, but gets away.
Yeah, look at that too as well. Like, you know, Spark, they're playing with that Lucio and that Moira, so they get a chance to play really aggressively here. So I kind of like the switch off of the Ana so that Spark can have this Coalescence and this also Dragon Blade to go into this final fight with. But yeah, we're in that last fight territory here. It's do or die for both of these teams.
Yes, indeed. Coalescence available. They got it. They use it. Pulse bomb and Transcendence thrown out. Fusion aren't going to go down without a fight. Nice little kill onto Gushwei is going to be good. Can the Hangzhou Spark hang on to this? They have got that blade, like you were saying, Rose. The Fusion find the flip. Patience now for the Spark as they do hang back. They know they had a few percentage points there to give. And Alfie now putting himself on point to try and contest. Nice little early engagement from Bellisria, but he is pretty low. Hack onto Alfie doesn't result in all too much as Bellisria ends up going down. BMP is absolutely massive. The Hangzhou Spark didn't see that one coming. Alfie couldn't even pull the blade in time. Shy throws the pulse bomb, goes a little bit wide, and now the Fusion trying to end this fight with a rally. Gushwei gets back to the point just in time to see himself flop over and face plant the floor as Shy gets cleaned up. An easy kill onto the Moira as the blade comes back in. Super Rich was low before he got any damage off. Same with Alpha Yi. And MN3 might not be on the Ash, but his impact is equal on the Sombra.
Yeah, that first EMP, not fantastic, but that second EMP came online at just the right time to be able to close out that first round for the Fusion. I would like to see MN3 play something a little different on Control Center. I think that hit scan damage can go a really long way here, especially when you have so much natural architecture to be able to play around. But let's see what these tanks decide to do to lead the team. That's what I'm really curious about. You're in such tighter quarters on this round. So yeah, Doomfist makes a lot of sense here if Spark decided to come out on that. And then, ooh, we get some Reinhardt. Okay.
Okay. I like it. Rush versus the Doomfist. Doomfist is way more like cooldown reliant, of course, than Ryan is. All right, Shy just trying to get some off angles. It's nice to charge up with the shield Rose, but that's really about it. Like, just waiting for the speed boost. Oh yeah, they felt the wall behind them. That's always the worst feeling, I think, at Overwatch, is feeling the Mei wall behind you as you try and hold S.
Yes. Trying to back up, but there's no escape. There's no escape from the Mei.
Exactly. It's kind of horrible. I think I still have nightmares to this day facing Mei, to be real, even in Overwatch 2. Oh, Bellisria with a nice kill on the Ana. Nice nice body shot from MN3. Point is unlocked, and the Fusion get the cap. See what I mean? You just get run over. I wonder if the Spark end up changing here. They invested a fair bit into the Doomfist. They've almost got the ult, but it feels like a change is better than just kind of sticking out for the meteor strikes. Not crazy effective.
Yeah, you don't want to get into this sunk cost fallacy of, I've been on the Doomfist, I almost have the ultimate, so let's just go for it. But maybe it's going to be what Spark needs to kind of open up this door, especially as they're pushing Fusion away from that choke.
Yeah, that opening of the door is going to be quite tough. In the neutral, the Fusion is just, you can easily kind of run over the Doomfist as soon as you use that power block, but
Yeah.
Spark way more ultimate reliant. Good kill onto MN3. Shy once again up on that high ground, controlling that space to perfection. Oh, aim god, okay. Trying to go for a little flank maybe. The rest of your team are dying, by the way, and they're dead. Nice flank, but unfortunately wasn't able to help the rest of his squad. It is now aim god versus the Well, and the Hangzhou Spark end up capping the point.
Well, I think what AimGod wanted to do there was to just control that corridor to make sure that Shy didn't get a flank. You know, if AimGod had been able to find Shy there, then yeah, you just take the Sojourn out and then you might be able to still win the team fight. But didn't work out that way. Philadelphia Fusion, they've got to go again. They got a lot to be able to make this work.
How is Zest in the back line? He walked through 5 people. There's the Blizzard, the wall. Luckily, Hangzhou Spark have a Lucio at their back, so they're able to run away and they don't get frozen. Speaking of being frozen, Zest already popped that block. More vulnerable, but runs back to the rest of the team, and he should be good. Gushui, unhappy about that engagement from himself. MN3 ends up taking the kill. There's the Nano, there's the Blade. Beat to match, 35 HP in a dream. Alpha Yi is going to get healed up, and he's already found 1 kill. A window to sustain aim god through the fight, and a lamp to keep him alive and well. He was anti, but it didn't mean all too much. A re-engagement from the Spark as they use Alpha Yi. Where were you shattering, Bellisria? There was nothing there. What are you doing? Okay, well, maybe... headset the wrong way round, maybe. Directional audio messed up. Don't matter. The Spark brains are messed up right now. Zest is still on the scene as Gushui comes back from the grave and is met with a frosty death. They eventually find the recap. 70% for the Spark.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm still thinking about where Bellisria was aiming that shatter.
What's he shattering?
I don't know. Hey, just in case. It was
It's like, it's a Sombra next to me. It's like,
yes.
He's not in that game. Fortunately,
didn't tab fast enough. It's fine. Well, you know, the good thing here for the Fusion is that they're going to have another Blizzard online that will help to be able to control the Spark and where they decide to engage. But look at the flank that they're taking. This high ground for Shy.
Man, yeah, Shy's been kind of dominant up here thus far. But with the rest of the Fusion just backing up to help the rest of the team. Should be fine now. Well, there you go. Backing up, not quite so much. 93% in building for the Fusion. Just stall time now for Zest. Does he have block? Not sure he does. No, he does not. Still they get OT. Spark have 70% now.
How that fight went so off hilter for the Fusion. Like, they got so split there. Now, Philadelphia Fusion have one more chance to come back. Spark are going to have a full 5 ultimates here. MN3 just switched over to the Cassidy. Feels like this is a start of a bad joke here for the Philadelphia Fusion. But let's see if they can make something happen with this Blizzard and this Shatter.
I mean, the Spark... Oh, Zest trying to do it again. He's trying to go for the big flank. He's going to make it before the rest of his team die. I don't think so. Alpha E receives the nanos. 5% towards that Blade. There's the Blizzard. They find the pick onto Honor. And the Alpha E with a nice little ghost dash straight to the front line again. Double kill for the Genji. A nice little reset. Can't get on the Lucio just in time. Fixer's got fancy footwork, but is it enough to put him on the point? Aim God is dead, but MN3 comes back on the legs. Fixer falls, no healing, but that's a healing station from MN3. The Soldier versus the World, that's about it. OT ticking down as the Spark are in control on what was a good start from the Fusion. Slips away from them. Control center belongs to the Spark. We'll go to round 3 on control.
What was really tough about Philadelphia Fusion running that Reinhardt composition is that with that comp, you really just kind of want to pick a target and just go forward and smash into the enemy composition. But what ended up being difficult about the way that Spark played that is that they were so spread out that Fusion didn't have a good target. So if they were going after Gushui, for example, then, well, where's Alpha Yi and Shy? They're just kind of in your back.
Ooh.
Bellisria. Okay. Had a few rough ones.
To be fair, Genji and Doomfist is pretty mobile, right? They've got Lucio, so it's like, Shatter's kind of hard to land on the outside, I suppose. But yeah, that's,
no, you're right. But
not the best thing to be caught on home video there.
No. We're just gonna go forward. Belisaria's not playing Reinhardt this time around. In fact, we're gonna see the Ashe and the Wrecking Ball from the Fusion. We're also gonna see the Sojourn Winston coming out from the Spark. So very different flavors of these comps.
Man, Shy just, it permanently has that 100 charge every single time we look at him. Nice little spawn push from the Spark. Half the Fusion was split there, Rose. Like, they were getting towards the point, and then half of them were just kind of stuck in that choke, and Spark took advantage of that. Even without a Lucio, they were able to capitalize on the space.
Yeah.
Point was unlocked and captured by the Fusion, but with the DPS doing this much damage, not really much else you could do if you're Philly.
Yeah, if you're the Spark, you just wait. Fusion can cap the first couple of %, and then you just go in when the time is right and take back control. I love the way that Spark is just has all these different angles as well. I mean, you can see that Zest is trying to go on a flank here, but it's not working. Not how Spark are playing so spread out.
Oh, I heard a pulse bomb a million miles away.
Worked,
yeah, there
actually.
you go. Not bad start. However, with the Spark's comp still fairly survivable. Alpha Yi doing something sneaky. Oh, whiffs the pulse bomb. Shifted to the right instead of the left. Unfortunate. Philadelphia Fusion find the recap. I thought Spark maybe hold on for that a little bit longer. Apparently not to be. Mines available from Belisarius as he tries to find some environmentals. Going to have to be careful though, because Briggs Bash can send you over the edge. Belisarius finding the backline, scouting the rest of the team out. That was a nice little like UAV there from Belisarius. Finding the position of the rest of the Hangzhou Spark. Alpha E is pretty low. Same with Shy, is now getting chased down by the Wrecking Ball. There's 45% and building for the Fusion as the mines finally laid onto the point. Shy in a whole heap of hurt. Gets killed off by MN3 and an extremely late double support ultimate use there from Spark. They used the Nano and Alpha E and then they used the Rally?
Yeah, that's not it, Chief. I mean, look at this. Belisarius is like in their spawn or something? Philadelphia Fusion still have control of the point? This is not looking good for the Spark right now. They're struggling to get these ults online. And they're struggling to keep members up.
Oh yes they are, look at that. MN3 doing what he does best. Of course, I said that and we switched to him and he gets headshot. Unfortunate, but it's all good. I mean, Fusion, what? 80%? Bob?
Yeah.
Rally? Like,
Look,
his post bomb from Alpha is going to have to be big.
I mean, MN3 can just also send the Bob in from afar. So it's okay that he went down. He can still be useful. Bob will do something. But Spark, I mean, they just haven't been able to find any value so far because of how fast of a pace Fusion has been setting these fights.
There's the rally. The point is being contested by only a single Alpha Yi. He needs help. Someone send him help. Pulse bomb goes wide. Philadelphia Fusion holding onto the bomb, but not for long. MN3 takes care of his super rich. The bomb taking a little bit of a nap, but it should wake up and get a little bit of damage down. Somehow, in amongst the chaos, the Spark end up capping the point. Now it's up to Belisarius, Zest, and MN3 to try and find a little something, but with their supports dead, that might be little to nothing. Belisarius still trying to push people off the map and get some value, but the Hangzhou Spark end up coming out on top.
They will indeed, finally getting something done and getting more percentage on the board. But what are they really going to have to follow this up? We saw the unfortunate use of the Rally and the Nano. So Irony will be able to get at least the Nano back online. But I feels like everybody else on the Spark is just too far away for that Nano to really help top something off that's going to be really impactful. Like Alpha, you might not hit the pulse.
Nicely. Oh, no, not quite
also
luckily
just
enough to get the Nano off. Yeah, not a good start. Oh, they do trade, but you trade for Zest. Belisarius got the mines. A lot of HP still. Can't believe Ball has 700 HP. It's kind of wacky. Funny and wacky.
A little wacky, a little weird. Hangzhou Spark still have control of the point, though. But let's see what Belisarius is able to get done with these mines.
Yeah, he's going to need to do something, Rose, because overtime is here. Spark have 99%. Double support ultimate available from the Spark now. And they've even got the rally to back them up. Aim God needs to survive. He gets this transporter, Transforce at an unopportune time. Could be bad news bears. Rally is up. Overhealth be stacking. Zest trying to be clapping, but it ain't gonna work. There's too much healing on the side of the Spark, and that overhealth was too much for Zest to chew through. He's got the Pulse Bomb, and the Philadelphia Fusion have found the flip, but not for long as the Spark, every single one of their members is on the point already. Zest had no recall, and Alfie just chases him up. Bellatrix is back, but not for long, and the Spark will claim map number 1.
Wow, look at that. This was so scrappy. I mean, this is what we were expecting coming out from this series, right, Jaws? These two teams have been going at it this entire season so far. And I love that Spark is coming out guns ablaze, especially when Gushue was playing in the lineup today, too. Haven't seen much of him yet.
Oh, man. Bellatrix showing the play of the game, the double boop off on the supports. An incredibly close game. It looked like Philadelphia Fusion had that one in the bag. It was like 99%. They had good ults coming in, but fortunately that one goes. Spark off to a good start though. 2-1 on control as we jump into the break. We'll see you on the other side. What's up, Famalams? We are back. Hangzhou Spark versus the Philadelphia Fusion. Eichenwalde is our next map. And we're going back to something that's a little bit more familiar, Rose. We have Bernard coming back in. Yeah, we haven't seen Gushue at all. Really recently.
Not really.
Comes in, wins a map, easy game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, maybe that was just the secret weapon of the Spark, right? Play just one map of the entirety of the Midseason Madness qualifiers and then come out guns blazing on this first map of this series. And definitely seemed like it caught Philadelphia Fusion by surprise, especially when Gushue is so good with those main tank roles. Really loved to see it. But we do have Bernard back in the roster, and this has been a look that Hangzhou Spark have heavily relied upon for their Midseason Madness qualifiers, and even just like looking at how the kickoff clash went. So Bernard definitely bringing some spice.
Yeah, I mean, what Gushue played about it's about like 13 minutes or something. It's been crazy in the qualifiers, which is insane. To then obviously the first game you play in the actual tournament, you're like, wow, we're gonna put Gushue in. But like you said, Rose, maybe it was that secret weapon, and that was against the Chengdu Hunters, and he did pretty well when he played the Winston.
Yeah.
So yeah, you know, carrying on that streak. Why not? Why not? But yeah, Bernard's back in for the Spark. So as we head to Eichenwalde, what do you expect we see?
I mean, this is a tough one because I feel like just the diversity of the Philadelphia Fusion makes it really difficult for me to pinpoint what they're going to play. But when you take a look at how Bernard has been playing, I feel like you just end up kind of seeing a lot of synergy around like the Sojourn play, the Ashe play, and then also just the Tracer from Alpha Yi, and Bernard just really helps to support those hero picks. Definitely expect you to see more of that come through as we head over to Eichenwalde, but this is Philly's map pick, so they've got to have something up their sleeve for this.
Yeah, they've got to be cooking something, that's for sure. I mean, as well, Eichenwalde is, you can play so many different comps on this map. It's kind of crazy. Like every single point is so different in the way it's laid out. Like, can be tough to say, but I can imagine Philly just want to play the Ashe. Let's be real. They want to put MN3 on Ashe, and it's a good map for it. You reach second point, you have a dominant Ashe on the high ground. Like, feels pretty good.
It does feel good, yeah. But I do like that you point that out because of Philadelphia Fusion's flexibility. I like that they could just change things up if they need to, and I don't feel like they're going to end up being on the back foot. So let's say we get to third point and the Ashe is not working anymore, or whatever else they're playing, they can just kind of say, ah, okay, well, let's switch. Let's see what happens when we switch things up and go a different route.
Okay,
but yeah,
defense for the Spark. Then, yeah, got a little bit shy on the Sojourn, and then Alpha E on that Tracer. Okay. Kind of a semi-aggressive defense, I suppose. I love the core trio of Sigma with the BAP and the Zen. The amount of outward damage is kind of insane. Especially if you have a good Batiste, they are just pumping out damage as well as heals, because it's not like Ana's gun where it both heals and damages with the same bullet. You can right click, but then you can left click to do damage, and you right click to heal. It's kind of ridiculous sometimes, especially when you have a window up.
I think that this is a double-edged sword, though, right? Like, Sigma, BAP, and Zen can synergize really well together, but also means that you have to play with a slower tempo overall. And I feel like with the composition that Fusion is playing, look, Bellasri is already behind the team. This is going to be a fast one.
Oh, nice little double boot tech there by the looks of it. Yeah, he's taking a lot of damage, and that is only a mini pack, mind you. It's not a mega health pack. Bernard is already dead. MN3. With the help of AimGob's Discord, took the tank out, and now Zess is in the backline. Should be a pretty easy cleanup, especially if they can kill this Zen. Bellasri doesn't have to worry about anything. Zess 1 second away from that recall being available, and gets it online, but gets the heals before he even needs to use it. There you go, there is the dive straight on the supports, just kicked into the wall, no escape for you, kicked out of the lamp. Thank you very much. Hangzhou Sparks defense falls.
Yeah, that's such a quick take, and look at how much damage Zess did. Already has a pulse bomb? Hello? Whoa! Oh, Spark didn't even get back to touch.
Yeah, I thought maybe, I was like, I don't want to call it too early, but it looked like they were gonna get in touch.
They were poised too.
But
absolutely.
But yeah, that's super unlucky.
Yeah, that definitely doesn't feel good. And now Spark is in this bad position where they had to fall back, but they're not really set up the way that they would want to. I mean, look at how isolated Bernard is on the Sigma, just kind of down in the lower parts of the castle. Don't like that.
Almost Zest almost hitting the one clip there. Yeah, should be chased out. Yeah, goodbye, goodbye. No more escape routes. It's kind of annoying about the disruptor shot. You just like put it on a doorway. Anybody that's trying to escape a fight or anything, they just can't go. It's very frustrating. What's even more frustrating is losing your Zen that early. That's a nice right click from Aim God. A recall, no pulse bomb attempted by Alpha Yi. As the window from Super Rich just try and see them back in this fight. A rock through the window is going to be good enough to kill MN3. Not sure how much damage that is, but I can imagine it's a lot. Nice pulse bomb from Alpha Yi. However, it connects with a shield, so he does get a stick, but nothing of anything. As Fixer tried to return to sender, but didn't quite get it. I mean, the Fusion still moving this payload roast.
Yeah, at some point, Spark's going to have to drop down onto the payload and try to contest, but...
Wow, look at Shy. Unable to get any overclock shots off. There was a Transcendence right in front of his face. Fixer was also trying to bash him out the way. Was enough for them to end the fight. Forcing the Transcendence like that, it's just go time for Bernard. Use the Flux straight after Trance, and then you're good to go.
Yeah, it was a nice call and response there, but it was very expensive. I mean, that's a lot of ultimates to throw at trying to contest this point. Bellisria is still in your back line. Does anybody know? Do they know?
They gotta know.
Someone's about to go off the bridge. That's all I have to say. Look at that. They don't know.
Oh. You go. Whoa, that was close. Wow. Bernard's thankful for the tank passive there. So you get booped as much. You do be floating though, so maybe Sigma should just step over the ball, don't they? Oh, couldn't even get the pile driver there. Wow, Bellisria's health bar almost evaporated.
Yeah, that was, maybe Bellisria shouldn't do that. I don't feel like that's been working. But maybe it's enough of a distraction. I mean, Aim God just found a nice pick.
Again, he picks up another support. Last fight was the Zen, now the Bab. Like, you don't want to be in a position where you're just losing supports like this super early on. Payload's being moved in the meantime. Shy sitting on the high ground. Aim's pretty clean, but it still needs to build up the charge on the railgun to make any meaningful damage. Now going straight to melee mode. Hello, goodbye. Nice headshot, and the melee will finish off the MN3, but it's very scrappy, which has been the tale of this entire series so far, Rose.
Yeah, I just doesn't feel like. Yeah, I mean, the action just hasn't stopped. I feel like neither team has really taken the time to reset. And I'd love to see Philadelphia Fusion just try to approach this final stretch of this objective as a full team of 5. Like, Bellisria has been trying to do some fancy stuff. And the fancy footwork kind of helps, but it hasn't been as impactful as Fusion really needs to get this cart to its destination and also try to reach that 3rd checkpoint.
So no C9?
Go W.
Maybe Zest? Oh no, look at that. Alpha Yi is playing so far back. He's like, no. We watched Fleta earlier on. We ain't letting that happen again. Oh, no way. All right. There's Alpha Yi making an impact in the fight. Throws Pulse. Gets Lap forced out, but there's a Transcendence to stop all the damage from the Flux. Through the window. MN3 kills Shy with an overclocked railgun. And that's everything thrown into one small corridor fight. MN3 finds 3, maybe a 4. Oh, tries to go for the little whip shot there. Misses Super Rich, but Fixer cleans him up. Philadelphia Fusion. That was a more definitive fight. I think that's been the most decisive fight we've had all series so far. It's been very scrappy, but they do unlock the doors.
I was just laughing at the fact that Bellisria was like jumping on the payload, like as it inched forward. I don't know. There was something about that was just amusing.
I just
Oh, look, and a big change, though. This is what we were talking about with the flexibility of the Fusion. Not off the Wrecking Ball now, and over to the Zarya. now this is like a really strong forward W composition where Bellisria gets so much charge, and if you can just go in and beam people, you're pretty happy about that. So Fusion just posturing for themselves to get Bellisria up to full charge, or just get a huge pick.
Wow, okay. MN3 takes care of Alpha Yi. Overclock pop by Shy. Finishes as like for like, and there you go. That's exactly what you were talking about. Perfectly timed bubble of Bellisria. A triple blink, and a stick, and a kill for Zest. The Philadelphia Fusion, a few meters away from completing the payload with time to spare. There's a minute to go. As the Hangzhou Spark do have the spawns, the Philadelphia Fusion need to end this fight. They need to find pigs. They don't want to be staggered out. And in fact, that's exactly what's going to happen to them. Shy comes back to the fight. Headshots Bellisria and the Philadelphia Fusion. They've lost their foothold.
Yeah, and this is dangerous territory as well because you've got 40 seconds left. You're starting to lose cooldowns. You're losing members left and right. Burner came out of spawn with the Wrecking Ball just to be able to stall, and it worked out beautifully. And so now Philadelphia Fusion have one more chance at this. They lost the charge on Bellisria. They're going to have to try to get it back, but it's hopefully going to be off the back of this amplification matrix.
Okay, not someone that Alpha really wants to tussle with is Zest. Can get a pulse, of course. Nice scouting by Zest, though, I will say. Just going up there. Normally you wouldn't, but you just got to make sure someone's not chilling. All right, well, there's the window. Bellisria might be able to earn a grab in this fight, but we'll have to wait and find out. Big slam in the back, forces the Transcendence and the Lamp at the same time. Not good for the Fusion. They need to be able to find a fight now. The backline's a little bit more vulnerable than they'd hope. Alfie does throw out the pulse bomb, but can't quite find anything. And in fact, a huge right click from the Zen. Straight through the window. The Hangzhou Spark, just in a blink of an eye, just eradicate the Fusion with a nice little spicy defense just before point 3.
Really well played by the Spark, absolutely. I mean, I think Fusion gave it their best shot, but ultimately couldn't get the ultimates that they wanted online fast enough to be able to just really push that cart over the edge. I mean, look at how they had to approach Spark's defense on second point, Jaws. They had to throw 4 ultimates into a tiny room to play tiny Overwatch just to be able to capture that second point. It was a lot of investment. They just didn't have that same type of investment for that third.
Yeah, if Bellisria got that grab online, I feel like it would have been such a different story, but it started out with a giant slam from the Spark, and then as soon as that happened, you use Trans and you use Lamp at the same time. Like in those split second circumstances, you know, the comms are wild. Like they're going out of control.
Absolutely.
But it's not really something that, you know, like only use Lamp, you know, only use Trans. It's just kind of a, well, we're right next to overtime. We need to find kills. We can't get off the payload. And it just so happens they overlaid him. The Lamp is just so crucial, especially around those corners. Like, it can be so valuable for Bellisria to stay alive, to grab, and obviously the Transcendence too, right, to help the rest of the team stay alive. It just kind of fell apart as soon as those abilities came out.
I feel like there was a miscommunication issue, right? I feel like I saw some of the Fusion, especially the backline, try to disengage, but Bellisria was still tanking in the front line. It didn't really get the memo to back up. So yeah, I think that alongside just the over investment of those cooldowns made it very difficult for Fusion to actually get what they wanted, which was that third point capture. But sides are swapped. Let's see how Spark choose to approach this attack.
Oh! Man,
That's a good
Shy
start.
versus MN3 is just all MN3 right now, it feels like. It's just the aim of this guy is unreal. We've got some ridiculous aimers. And I like the fact that Scott brought up on the desk about, you know, back when he was playing, back in the day, you know, it was like, wow, 15%, you know, 15, 16, 17% crit accuracy, that's kind of cracked. And then a lot of the players these days are picking up 20+%. You're like, Jesus. And we're seeing a lot of like the railgun headshots too. Just those percentages are sky high. And it just shows you how good players get over the course of the game's like lifespan, you know, just every single year. The competition and the level of skill and the level of play just unbelievably shoots upwards. Like, It's
absolutely
kinda nuts. Big stick. Nice. Like, imagine if you transported MN3, Zest, any of the Tracer players, any of the Hits players, back to, like, 2018. Like, how much of a god they'd look, you know?
For sure. I mean, I feel like every single year that skill ceiling gets higher and higher. And this is a great example of that. I mean, Spark definitely putting on a show for everybody, too, about how good some of these rookies are. I mean, come on. I know we talk about Shy, but what about Alpha Yi? Gotta talk about Alpha Yi. Alpha Yi's Tracer has been pretty phenomenal, whether it's been getting big stakes or just the duels.
Yeah, he's very much a dueler. Unfortunately, though, Rose, I knew that was going to happen. You were like, Alpha Yi's great, and then he just died. Of course it was going to happen. I mean, let's be real.
I was going off on the tangent, and all of a sudden I see Philadelphia Fusion lighting up the kill feed, and I go, well, there's no turning back on this now.
Yeah, I don't want to back out now because I've already gone too far. So
exactly.
Oh, there you go. Anyway, the Spark, look, they got a lot of ultimates coming into the castle side. I mean, ideally, you want to put Alpha or someone on the payload to push around, go for that flux, maybe. We'll see.
What about those amp matrices, though?
Ambitious. Tracer can throw, but she can't throw that far. Not against a Sojourn, anyway. Jeez, mobility's a little bit ridiculous. Belisray almost half HP already. Still got the mines. Nice boop away. Shy and Banar already just destroying the Fusion. Flux, overclock used. 2 support ultimates in the back pocket. Belisray tried to go for that big slam there, Rose. Slam into the mines, just got completely denied by Super Rich.
Absolutely. I mean, look at the way that Spark are just kind of putting Philadelphia Fusion on notice. I love that Super Rich especially has been just keeping a really good eye on the backline so that nobody is left alone to have to deal with Zest's Tracer.
Well, they're going to have to deal with it at some point. He's got Pulse, but Fusion, they got 5 ults. Hangzhou Spark, they got 2 support ults. There's the window, there's the Pulse, there's everything else. Rally for the Hangzhou Spark is now Zest trying to just contest payload, so Hangzhou Spark can't put it in. The Fusion have to just fall out of these tight corridors, and MN3's done just that. Now sending himself to the sky, straight into the mines for a little bit of protection. But unfortunately, the rally was just too good from the Spark. It's still an unbelievable ultimate. Luckily, Aim God is still doing the damage necessary to keep them in the fight. They just have to now deal with Fixer in the sky. A slam straight on top of Alpha Yi's head, and actually Banar falling over. The rally was good, but the Philadelphia Fusion outlasting the Spark at the very end.
Wow, Fix's moon boots. My God.
Stay alive for so long.
Even Bernard was able to hit him with an accretion. And he still, like, didn't get stunned. He was already, like, super jumping. But when the rock hit, I mean, look, Bernard looks a little frustrated. Actually going over to the Wrecking Ball now just to try to up the pace a little bit because Hangzhou Spark are running out of time.
He's got a bit of wall ride tech there. Oh, wow. Fixer. The cojones on that guy not to use Lamp there. He was 1 HP and was like, oh, I'm good. I mean, to be fair, the BAP shift right now is a little bit insane with the instant HP, but still.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you get it back really quickly, but...
They lose Aim God again. 1 minute and 18 seconds to go for the Hangzhou Spark. The Fusion, they lose 1 support Rose. The Spark still need to gain a lot of ground here. They're not going to be able to gain too much as that window gets used, and with Banar, gone, they can't really create that space like they could before. Look, Shy trying to peek his head around the corridor to get a kill onto Aim God or Fixer, but it's impossible right now. Belisray with a nice slam, saved by the lamp. And now Shy trying to take matters into his own hands with the overclock. He does find 1 kill, but that might just be about it. He hasn't got much support left and has to back off. He only got 1 shot off, and actually Zest comes back with a pulse onto Super Rich. The Hangzhou Spark unable to win a fight on this final little point here before the checkpoint unlocks.
Wow, even after LOSing the supports out of the way, it was just Belisray to try to contest the payload. There's a big stick, though. I think Hangzhou Spark got this now.
Yeah, okay. There we go. Felt like it. Man, Shy just got completely denied in that last fight. Hangzhou Spark with 14 seconds to go. They do manage to cap, and they get the doors open. Map will end here regardless. of who wins, as the Fusion didn't end up capping, only got 62 and a bit meters.
Ooh,
okay.
Well,
Alrighty.
That's big.
That's big. That's bad. It's not quite the werewolf, but it is the Hangzhou Spark. Shy does end up going down fairly early, however. The Fusion, I think they're definitely happy with that. The spawns are at their backs. And especially happy as Super Rich used that rally. However, once again, these traces just getting dealt with. MN3 in a little bit of trouble.
Wow.
Those mines can't survive those, unfortunately. The pile driver into the mine combo is perfect. And Bellasaria can go straight back to spawn to get all his health back, but someone's going to touch. Please touch. Okay. Okay, we're not on the west. Not anymore. Two Eastern teams playing, let's be real. Zest manages to touch the point just in time, but with the Transcendence, the Spark might be able to survive the oncoming onslaught of damage from MN3. But Super Rich and Bernard jump straight towards the spawn to give him no space and time to act. And the Spark will take map number 2 and find themselves in match point.
This match still looks close. Still gonna call this close.
True.
But Hangzhou Spark just seem like they're starting to pick up the pace a little bit. Maybe this is gonna even out the scoreline between these two teams. Philadelphia Fusion has the edge so far in their matchup history this season with a 2-1, but looks like Hangzhou Spark are making the comeback.
Yeah, I mean, the story has been MN3 versus Shy. It feels like Shy's getting the better of him right now.
Yeah.
And like you mentioned, Rose, Fusion, 2-1 versus the Spark this season. Will it be 2-2? Will Spark take it home? Just one map number 2. Fusion's time to choose. Where are they going to go? We'll have to wait and find out. See you in a bit. Welcome back. Fusion and the Spark head-to-head currently. Shy do be giga-lifting right now. Thank you for the stat, Avril, by the way.
Yes.
22 final blows for Shy versus MN3's 11, which is the highest on the Fusion. Yeah. I said it at the very end,
Wild.
but I didn't realize how big the gap was currently. Shy looking mighty clean, facing off against the rookie.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you saw on the eye test that Shy was kind of diffing MN3, and I love that we've got the stat to back that up. Definitely feels like it's playing into Spark's favor right now, and now Philly trying to get some leg in this, get some stay in this game. You know what? My point is that Philly has picked Circuit Royale, and they have some subs. We've got Carpe and Fury coming into the roster.
Yeah, so it does mean we get to see MN3 Widows. That's also
That's true.
Fantastic. That little replay package that we had at the very top of this game, just MN3 clicking on everybody's heads. And when you're on fire with the Widow, or just like any hit scan, there's like no shot you can miss, you know? You just,
yeah,
it's just in your veins at that point. It feels so clean, but can he actually get that feeling back? Can he just continue his Widowmaker performance from the other day? Of course, it's different day, different server, different, different team you're facing up against. But like, if you get on a hot streak as Widow, it feels so good. And maybe that's what they need to come back in this series, Rose.
Yeah, well, I mean, the other thing that I'm thinking about is that MN3 is a rookie. You know, yes, we've seen some incredible performances from the Fusion so far, but I hope that MN3 isn't getting into his own head about the performance so far and kind of Shy doing more damage and having a bit more of an impact. We've seen Philadelphia Fusion on Circuit Royale, and the big match that everybody is probably thinking about right now, and we're going to talk about, is the Philadelphia Fusion versus Seoul Dynasty match, which was one of the final matches for the Midseason Madness qualifiers. On Circuit Royale, we did see MN3, Carpe, and Fury in the lineup, and it was that Widowmaker, that Sojourn, and that Sigma. So hopefully this is enough to be able to deal with what the Spark are going to be coming out with, but I would still be a little concerned knowing that Bernard is so good at these off-tanks.
Yeah, it's still pretty scary. And you're on the back foot.
Yeah.
We have the veterans, of course, Fury and Carpe coming in, so... And AimGod, to be fair.
Yep.
AimGod's a veteran at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is what we were looking at for these rosters playing together. We've got mix of veterans, mix of rookie talents, and sometimes it is those veterans that hold the glue of the team together, just to keep their heads on straight and focused for the matches ahead. But Philadelphia Fusion, really hope they're not destined for second place again. Gotta win this match, keep themselves in the game here on Circuit Royale.
That is the tiniest mug of all time. Super.
Wait, what is that? Is that an espresso cup?
I think it might be an espresso one, yeah. That is the tiniest mug. Nice. That's no way near the Sato 2L. That's super rich tea. That's super rich tea. Actually, that kind of makes sense. Probably an espresso though.
Maybe.
Yeah, the rookies versus the veterans. I mean, look, if there's one map you can do it on and get that hot streak going, it is Circuit Royale with the Widowmaker. So we'll see if MN3 can stand up. And I was just thinking about it too, with this kind of rookie and the veteran kind of debate. You can kind of see in the stats from Eichenveld that I spoke about at the very top. 22 to 11 final blows. 68% railgun accuracy, 16 railgun kills, way less deaths. Like Shy right now, gigalifting the Hangzhou Spark on that map. And like I said, if you're on with that hit scan, Rose, you just carry that through the series and you can just carry your entire team. If Shy, I don't think he's going to slow down just yet.
I don't think so either. I mean, you got to remember that this is a team effort, right? Like, yes, your DPS, if they're really good, can carry you, but only so far. So have to give some credit to the rest of the Spark for being able to support this type of solo hero play coming out from Shy. And also just, the positioning of the team as a whole to make sure that Shy can really put in the legwork here. But yeah, these stats are staggering, Jaws.
Yeah, like...
Oh my goodness.
13 bit K damage done. Not bad whatsoever. We should just be heading into game in just a moment. Looks like we're just waiting for the teams to ready up. And one of them's ready, but we're just waiting for the other one now. So should be all good to go. Yeah, I was just thinking too, Bernard specifically, he was around contenders at the time. That was like the Sparkle era, the Doha era, Goats, like, and then Doom, Goats, and Element Mystic, etc. Like, he grew up and he was playing Fusion Uni at the time, and he grew up with a lot of the players that are now in the league at like the top of their game, and he ended up joining the London Spitfire for 2020 and just didn't really find anything at all on that team. That was 2019 to 2020. That was the weird year for London Spitfire, and they didn't do hot at all. And it's good to see him now showing what he can do on this big stage against a team like the Philadelphia Fusion, against Seoul Dynasty, Shanghai Dragons, etc. throughout the regular season, because I think he's always been a player with exceptional talent, and it's showing right here, right now. Yeah, Shai's putting in a lot of the leg work and a lot of the deadlift in there, but I don't think you can count Bernard out of that lifting, especially with the way the Hangzhou Spark have been playing over the last few weeks, Rose.
I agree. I wholeheartedly agree here. I mean, we see this in some of the Western teams too. Your DPS, they can be good, but it's not usually enough to be able to carry a team, and I think this is another great example of that, where Bernard's, Sigma, whatever it is that he's really going to be coming out of the gates with, is plenty to make sure that the rest of the Spark feel supported to be able to do their best work. Bernard is going to be sticking at Sigma for this defense, and Shai on the Widowmaker to duel it out once again with MN3.
Yeah, I'm always curious what Widow goes to the grapple shot there. You'll see if it's a little bit more of a passive Widow or an offensive one. Oh! Okay. We started off. This is what I'm saying. You get the moves, you get the blood in your veins pumping when you're on that hit scan. That can just roll through and carry you through some games. Like Widowmaker play, we've seen MN3 do it once. We might see him do it again right here to keep him in. And there's another kill. Just stick it on MN3 permanently. Just perma look at MN3, because he is going to be lighting this one up. Shai and Alfie dead super early. Look at the push now from the Fusion. Should be easy on this first corner. Another kill. Make that 3 for MN3 already. Carpe eventually picks up one. Even tracking Alfie through the skies. Grapple up. There he is. If he hit that, I would have crushed my headset. I would have thrown it on the floor.
Yeah, I mean, wow. Philadelphia Fusion wins those, hands down. Spark couldn't even hold a candle to whatever was happening over there. I mean, now MN3 gets to get set up. Gonna get sights on us so fast. Look at how much MN3 is outpacing Shai right now. Oh my gosh, Shai can't even walk out of spawn!
God, that was nasty. And this is it too. This Widow mind game they got going on. When you've got a couple of kills up against the enemy Widowmaker, they're going to be way more scared to actually peek you, go for the grapple shots on you.
Yeah.
Because the enemy Widowmaker's just, they're online.
Yes,
they're ready to
are.
go. And now MN3 is such a massive advantage with the sights too. Big flux from around the corner. Super Rich got lifted up. Didn't have the lamp, got killed in the air anyway. And now Fury is just plowing through the rest of the team.
Yeah, I mean, oh my gosh. Oh, stop it. MN3. What a roll so far the Fusion have. Look at how much confidence MN3 is playing with right now. Sparker's so scared. I would be too. I am scared. I am scared for Spark.
5 minutes and 20 seconds.
Yeah!
Is, up to point 2. That is insane. And they've already gotten high ground. What more can you ask for?
Oh my gosh. Yeah, nuts. I mean, Fury gets really low there. You see the Immortality Field able to keep him alive. But MN3 is still on the hunt for somebody's head. They can just wait out these sites, though.
Yeah,
you don't have to
all
beat this.
Good. Fury can just hide behind a shield. They know where the Zen is, but yeah, you ain't peeking that.
Nope. you see that? Amcod's like tempting fate there.
Yeah. To be fair, if you make a shot there and your Widow jumps around the corner as well at the same time, like it can be quite an easy duel for MN3. He is low. Please heal. Thank you.
Let's see. Like the Widow mine just to check the flank. But oh my gosh, MN3 is just looking
Bit of an
for
easier
someone.
point now for MN3 just to kind of set up shop. Big corridor to look down. Bernard needs to be able to touch the point, but right now it's actually all on Alpha, just kind of juggling away. He spots the enemy Widowmaker as MN3 and has to back off. A nice flux kills Fury. Amp was nowhere to be seen, unfortunately. Nice reflect. Alpha doesn't get his head taken off. Fusion still though. Look how far the payload has gone already, Rose. They're so close to that final point.
I mean, this is ridiculous as well, because on Circuit Royale, we don't very often see completions of this map. It looks like they're going to be stopped for a little bit longer as Fusion have to, you know, they got to reset here. But not without MN3 taking a few names first.
Yeah, it's just about the Widowmakers right now.
Oh, what is this?
I've never seen a fight directly on this corner. There's two windows looking straight at it. Nice reflect kills from Alpha Yi there. Yeah, Fury has to back all the way up. They were touching point, as you can hear the music. MN3, does he get the shot? No, he doesn't. Alpha Yi's right behind him. Not sure how MN3 ended up there. Was feeling himself just a little bit, I think, Rose.
Oh, yeah, why not?
Well, I'll just put myself in the middle of the team. We'll see what happens.
Hey, I don't blame him. I mean, maybe you get the attention turned back towards you if you're on cart. I mean, Fusion were trying to play on this super weird corner by the pool, and now they're back as a full team. Another use of the sight lines, though, here for MN3 just to try to grab some amount of a pick.
What a bold peek there from Shy. Luckily, he took a body shot. It wasn't a headshot. Flux coming out from the Fusion. They got a whole lot of ults going on at once. Overclock has also been used. There's the play from Alpha Yi on the corner of the payload, but it's going to get negated by that Transcendence. MN3 finds Shy. Not a body shot, but not a headshot, but a body shot this time around. Oh no, he just killed Carpe, I think, with a reflect kill. He's even claiming his own team as kills. Alpha Yi is now in his face, gets rocked by Fury, but the spawns are still good for the Spark. They are going to force Philadelphia Fusion all the way back. 3 minutes have been burnt off the time bank. It was this. It's got to be a reflect kill, surely. Surely.
Yep.
Yoink. We take those.
Oh no.
I mean, okay, I've fallen victim to that so many times. You try and predict the end of the reflect timing.
Yeah.
And you end up either killing yourself or killing the teammate. Like, it feels pretty bad. Shy now, grappling to the sky, kills Fixer. He's put his name on the board, but someone's on the flank. He has to be careful. Who is it? Of course, it's MN3. He's not satisfied with the Widow duel anymore. He's going to go onto the Genji instead. Shy's pretty low. In fact, 70 HP, but he's still peeking. Irony does find the kill onto MN3 eventually. And now Super Rich on the height has got a nice little perch to sit on as he heals up Bernard. The Philadelphia Fusion unable to make good use of their time bank and now only down to 1 minute and 15 seconds.
But this is good for the Fusion if you want to see them get a full map completion here. They got the window out of Super Rich, would be a great zoning tool for the Spark to have. And realistically, the only thing that's going to be a major impact that's going to take some time off the clock is going to be Shy's sights. But that's going to expire with plenty of time for the Fusion to build up to some of these more critical ultimates. I mean, this window also another zoning tool, but in the favor of the Fusion this time.
Yeah, but it feels pretty bad using it there. I mean, I guess you get high ground, but the Spark are fine with that because they just back up to the last point. They know they don't have window to deal with anymore. Flux for Fury, and Carpe may be nearing an overclock of his own. Alfie finding the people in the skies, and I mean, Bernard just got his off a little bit better than Fury did. And a few resets for the Genji. 20 seconds to go. The Hungsho Spark have burned down a gargantuan time bank that the Fusion built up, capping point B. I don't think they're going to be able to get back in time. Maybe Fixer on the Lucio, but that's about it. Oh, Fury on the Doomfist. But this fight is not looking great. Transcendence and Blade available for the Spark.
Ooh, okay. Doomfist rollout gonna get Fury there, though.
Goodbye. And then you're done, son. Oh, yeah. Oh, no. Alpha use space. I'm glad we got called that one on camera. Does end up going down, and a Transcendence. MN3 actually kills Bernard through it. A slash and a dash will end his life before the Trans can heal him up in time. Overtime is still ticking down as Carpe unleashes the overclock. Everybody's in the corner, protected by the immortality field, but it's long gone. A nice anti, actually, from Fixer. He comes back on the Ana. It's going to save this fight. Somehow, the Fusion in OT get back to the point in time, and Fixer comes up absolutely massive. AimGod clears the mech of Bernard, and that'll be it. The Hangzhou Spark are eradicated, and the Fusion, by the skin of their teeth, cap point C.
Oh, wow. We were in panic mode there for a little while, too, Jaws. It didn't look like Philadelphia Fusion with 15 seconds left were gonna be able to touch. And then Doomfist rolled out, barely bought some time. Boy, Fix on AimGod sure did carry that last fight.
That was a massive, massive anti. Like, everybody was cowering in that corner with the lamp. Nice placed lamp, though, behind the pillar, so they can't kill it easily, but Fixer comes up huge. Well, there you go. They managed to get the completion rows. I still can't believe there was 5 minutes and 30 seconds in the time bank. A Circuit Royale, it is hard to complete at the end of the day.
It is. You've got the respawn advantage for the defending team, and unfortunately, if you're going to continue to stick to the Widowmaker, I think we saw a really nice example of how sometimes the Widowmaker on those third and final points can be a little tough. If you're not getting the picks as the attacking team Widowmaker, you're not really providing a whole lot of value because you don't have point presence either. But look at that anti. My God. And then, yeah, AimGod just... Yeah, AimGod and Fixa. They just carried that entire last fight.
The supports do be carried.
That's gotta feel so good, though. Like, I love that we get to see that highlighted in Overwatch 2.
Yeah, definitely feels good. Stop stealing our limelight. Nano the Zenmore. Luckily, a lot of teams are doing that right now, so I'm not complaining. Jump peek from MN3. Sees nobody. All right, double Widowmaker again. You'll love to see it.
But will it work out better for Shy this time around, playing the attacking Widowmaker? Not getting anything with a grapple, unlike MN3 on the first grapple shot.
Yeah,
but
I mean, I feel like this point of the map is MN3's domain. Like, the amount of clips he's gotten.
That's true.
Ridiculous, Rose.
Oh, he's practiced. He's practiced this map and the angles. Absolutely.
He's just like, the only thing he's been doing is just spawn camping people in the Overwatch 2, the beta. Oh, well, whoops.
Oh.
Carpe not really having much of an impact this game, and even less so now as he gets rocked.
Yep, MN3's really trying. I mean, at this point, you do have to wait for the rest of the Fusion to get back here, namely Carpe. So, gotta give up a lot of space here to the Spark as they start to round this corner.
MN3 still trying to scope out where Shy is. You can see through these little railings as well, like all these little like arrow signs, I guess. There's like small little gaps you can shoot through, but very limited angle.
It's gonna be a little bit easier for Shy to find an angle here. But MN3 is still staying relatively safe.
Ooh, see ya. All right, nice headshot by Carpe. Going to start off the fight. They don't really need to worry about the Widow anymore, so they can attempt to dislodge Bernard. Murray's rooted in place at this point.
Look at this. Even Alpha E has been kind of sussed out of the hiding spot. But I love that Fusion's still playing this very patiently. Like, a lot of teams might make the mistake of, well, you got to pick, so move in, right? But that's definitely not how you want to be playing this corner. You could overextend.
Oh, that was nice. That was a really nice by MN3. A big headshot, then a quick headshot to finish him off, and then Carpe just through the window cleans up the rest of the Hangzhou Spark. But Rose, they're taking so long to really find or do anything. They got 1 minute and 20 seconds to go.
Yeah, that's not a whole lot left for the Spark. They don't have a whole lot more distance to cover to be able to capture this first point, but Yeah, that time bank is certainly starting to run out. I mean, Shy hasn't even worked up to the ultimate yet. And Alpha Yi barely getting there with the Dragon Blade. You're really, as a Spark, waiting for these ultimates to come online, and then you've got to kind of use everything here. Good start.
All right, very good start with MN3 dying. Shy now takes a nice little position. Oh, Lamp's gone too. Not good for Fusion. Might have to burn the trance. Carpe, can he come alive again? Nice body shot onto Shy, finishes him off. Bernard's next in his sights. Nothing much else. He has 100 charge and an extremely low Alpha Yi dives in with the blade. There's a Transcendence used by Aim God. He's just slashing at air right now. And it's MN3 with the sights. Fixes end up going down first for the Fusion. As Alpha Yi, in fact, finds a triple kill. Maybe a quad. No, not quite. You see, what? He just said in his headset? Yeah, MN3 with a quick 180. Clears up Alpha Yi, but not before the Spark can win that one.
Yeah, dang.
We get to see that?
Replay? Replay? Okay, look. Well, you at least get to see Alpha Yi try to go after the rest of the Fusion, right? And so after Alpha Yi does get these picks on the Aim God, and Carpe tries to go up after MN3 as well. But we didn't do him too dirty, right? We didn't show MN3 taking him out after that point.
That's true.
But it did win them the point.
Oh. Yeah, don't want to shoot that one. Not again. Not again. I wish there was a stat for like team kills, like the reflect kills onto your teammates. I think it'd be really fun. This is who ends up
friendly
with the most-
fire.
Yeah, friendly fire. Yeah, exactly. See who ends up with the most friendly fire damage at the end of the year. I think it'd be
Oh no.
very silly. A very silly stat. All right.
I would like to see that.
Last corner now before this point. Shy almost hitting the head there of MN3, but the shield was in the way. Both fluxes are available. Transcendence is not quite there, so a lamp to counter is going to be the plan. First flux used by Bernard, and Carpe already dies. The lamp has been used already as Fury ascends to the skies using a flux of his own. Gets a little bit of damage, but that's just about it. MN3 is completely out of the sight line. Luckily, Fury with a couple of extra spheres finishes off one, but now a late window from the Spark is going to push them around the corner. Alfie is already into the mix, but Fury takes care of him. Lamp will be coming up soon for the Fusion, so they're good to go on the aggression. MN3 kills Super Rich, and that'll be the Spark now with a minute to go on the time bank. A very different story. What we found earlier on with Fusion, they steamrolled point A and B.
They did, and I mean, when you look at what the Spark even have to be able to complete this second point, you're starting to scratch your head a little bit. Are they going to be able to actually do this with the Blade? There's a great answer on the Fusion, and AimGod is surely going to get that Transcendence online before Alpha Yi is able to pop that Blade. This is it, though.
I mean, yeah, I mean, he's 5% away, so he should be good. It's up to Shy to really open this one up. Sights available for MN3. Ideally, you counter sights in the last few moments. You don't want to give the Ember Widowmaker an opening. So I can imagine that's why MN3 is currently counter sights. There they are. Okay, only about a second or so. Nice rock onto Fury. Stops him using that, the suck. And now it's up to the Spark to really touch. Alfie gets rocked again, still has the blade in his back pocket, and AimGod, like you mentioned, Rose, built up towards that Transcendence a long time ago. It might as well be in a different era. Flux available for Fury in 10%. Alpha Yi trying to find something. Another nice rocks again. Stops Fury from doing all too much, but he's still building up for a long time on that ultimate. The window is a little bit ill-placed. The AimGod Transcendence, not even needed. Okay. Now he's going to use it to stop that flux going off. They weren't worried about the blade whatsoever. Bernard going super low. Arnie's going to keep him alive, but not quite alive enough to touch the Fusion. They have their way with the Spark on Circuit Royale on the back of MN3. 13 final blows at the end of it all. 21 elims with a disgusting amount of crits. The Philadelphia Fusion not out of this series just yet, Rose.
Maybe we're gonna, it's comebackable, as Avali would say. Comebackable.
True that, a comebackable. All right, the Hangzhou Spark still match point. The Philadelphia Fusion claiming that map. We're gonna be seeing Spark's map choice after this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a sec. Yep, welcome back. Fusion and the Spark head-to-head. Currently, Spark are up 2 maps. Fusion looking for the reverse sweep. It's possible. Very possible. On what was a stellar performance on Circuit Royale. We're going to Colosseo as our next map, but we're not seeing the same roster as we did on Circuit Royale. Surprise, surprise. Fury stepping back. Bellisria back in, as well as Zest in for Carpe Rose.
Yep. I mean, I feel like this is going to be the lineup regardless of what push map we went to, but for Hangzhou, I think they had one choice, and it was just not New Queen Street. That's it. Like they were picking map, they just can't pick New Queen Street. Don't give MN3 Ashe sightlines. Because Fusion will run with that. You know they will.
Oh yeah, if they had their map pick, yeah, 1000% against New Queen Street, that's for sure. Colosseo, a little bit of a different beast. I mean, you can see we can see the rush here. We've seen that a little bit already, but
yeah,
a lot more of this dive, I can imagine, just with MN3 sitting at the back, and you can still play the Ashe, to be fair. But the long sight lines, especially when they have dive, they run at you, and you're gonna die. You just got to be careful of that.
Yeah, you die against the dive. Is that right?
You die against the dive. Well, the thing is, it's only like one track, right? With the robot.
That's true. It's true.
So you get a few good shots, but the robot also provides like a substantial amount of cover when you're in that corridor. And there's a lot less of like a small off angle for the Widow to find kills on the supports. It's very much just like a tunnel, which is sometimes good, but sometimes kind of bad. For the Ashe is a lot better, to be fair, with the dynamites. So probably what Fusion are gonna stray towards, I can imagine.
For sure.
But we'll see. We will see.
We will see. Yeah, we're back to the starting lineup. Means we're probably not gonna see this like double hit scan. I mean, more Zest Tracer. We love Zest Tracer. Yeah? Sojourn Tracer? That's kind of what I'm expecting here. We've seen some teams just really utilize these flanks with the Tracer just so beautifully. And especially when you have a Tracer like Zest that is going to be landing so many pulse bombs. Boy, we get treated on this map now, don't we? With the Tracer pulses.
Like, how did Bernard get up there? It was right. But then I was like, oh yeah, stone spawn, you can switch. But damn, that is some unnormal tech. Unnormal. Abnormal is the correct word for that one. It's getting a little... It's 11 p.m.
It is late. It's 2. It's 2 a.m. We're entering gremlin hours here on the East Coast.
That was 2021 for me. The whole year. So, yeah. Welcome. All right. The Hangzhou Spark. And now, well, what they've done in the past, I mean, they just have to shut down MN3, right? Easy.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Playing the Ashe.
Hard. Yeah, easy. Easy clap.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, that's how you do it. He was looking one way. Shy was looking straight at his back there. Nice engagement from Bernard. They burnt the lap super early. Thing is, with the Philadelphia Fusion combos with MN3, like I said, the flank routes for the Ashe, not great. For the Wrecking Ball and something like that, they are pretty good because you are so quick.
Yeah, I do like that we are seeing these Wrecking Balls and Tracers on both teams playing together, but with the differences in the Sojourn for the Spark and the Ashe for the Fusion, I think Fusion's going to take a bit longer to set up here. Shy just has way more mobility, so it's easier to be able to try to take better angles against the other team. Look at this, even Bellisria just kind of getting bullied away. Fusion doesn't really have a choice except to try to play the bridge, but what happened there?
Don't know. I don't know. I think people died. I will almost guarantee you that people died. I mean, wow, the Fusion just kind of flop, unfortunately.
Like, that's why I'm confused. Like, what was that? That wasn't the defense?
That wasn't a defense. That is my favorite line from you ever. That wasn't a defense. What was that?
Well, it wasn't, was
it's true. It's very true. Well, we'll see if they can make more of a defense on this point. Oh, Super Rich just planks. Unfortunate, but Shy on locking his hidden beast. Oh, he's got the mines for cover. No one can approach him. He just has to land the headshots. There's one. Can he get another? They're on the tight corridor. Oh, gets kicked away. Doorman Zenyatta. And once again, Bernard setting himself up with a DPS. Oh, someone wasn't moving the bot. Oh no, someone stole the bot, sorry. I think it was Zest who ended up stealing it. Okay, I was going to say.
Don't worry.
All right, Hangzhou Spark on an absolute tear. Plus, they got 2 support armors coming up.
They do. I mean, this is just a roll right now. Spark gonna capture this first objective. We enter into the butt scratch mode just briefly, but not before I feel like Spark get a chance to gather their breath here if Veloceria is getting bullied.
All right, the mines come out, and Bernard's asleep. But at least Shy ends up going down. Nice Discord. Nice kill from Zest. They do end up getting the forward spawn, which is nice. There's the supports holding each other's hands, just walking away. Should be good to join the rest of their team. That they will end up losing that forward spawn as soon as that bot does enter the middle of the map. So that's a little bit unfortunate, but they still 65 meters off your first push, and you spend a lot of time down. Not bad.
Yeah, but now we're looking at Philadelphia just being able to do some stuff with this nano.
Oh, they nanoed the bomb. He's nanoed. Look at him go. He kills Shy. Oh, yes. I don't think that nano was supposed to go on the bomb, but it ended up working out. The pulse bomb gets thrown in by Alpha Yi to find a semblance of this fight, but nothing comes of it. There you go. That's what you get when you nano the Bob. An easy win. I've got a good feeling that was supposed to go on MN3. Not sure it was supposed to go on Bob, but whatever. It was cool. We don't see a nano Bob every day of the week, so...
It's okay. I mean, Bob's an Omnic too, right? If you're gonna give the nano over to Zenyatta, then, you know, Bob needs a little love also.
That is true.
Just a thought.
Ooh. Nice 180 pulse there from Zest. Very nice work. MN3 does end up going down, however. Philadelphia Fusion still in control of the bot, edging it slowly forwards, but a nice right click from Shy will end the life of both supports. 41 meters to, we'll call it 66 for the Spark, as the bot makes his long trudge back.
I feel like Sojourn being able to chase a wrecking ball feels just unnatural to me. But, I mean, look at these shots. Holy moly. Okay, you know, we got the chance to highlight like MN3's Ashe, but I feel like this match has been all about Shy. The Sojourn specifically, just so good.
Rather clean so far. I mean, final blows, he's on 11. The closest one to him right now is Alpha Yi on 2. Hell of a deadlift by Shy right now. Make that 12. It's all Shy. It's a Shy world, and we're just living in it. The Spark have control of the bot. He's on the high ground. The 1v1 versus MN3. An easy cleanup. Make that 13. The Philadelphia Fusion, as a combined total, currently have 12, and Shy has 13 final blows. So, yeah, not the best. They unlock their the checkpoint once again. The Philadelphia Fusion struggling to find too much. However, they're fighting in the courtyard right now, way far away from the robot. Alpha E cleans up Zest, who I can only imagine was trying to find a pulse bomb kill on the backline.
Yeah.
Spark setting up for success on this final approach.
No, you're absolutely right there. I mean, Zest didn't even get the pulse bomb online though. But whoa, Veloceria the backline once again with the mines.
Earnings going pretty low. Super ends up dying to the pulse bomb. Can Alfie turn this fight around with the pulse bomb of his own? No, he cannot. The bot is in no one's control currently, but still the Hangzhou Spark with 100 meters on the board. Shy, unfortunately, didn't have a say in that fight. It's still 74% rail accuracy right now.
That's unheard of.
He's looking
That's
smart.
unheard of. Like, you're lucky, I feel like, sometimes when you see a stat and you go 50%. That's pretty good. But so it's 74?
Might be some more now. MN3 goes down. He's looking for blood. Almost a collapse. Didn't quite line up correctly. A nano onto Ingot, who uses Transcendence. Slayer in the support ultimates to a whole new level. He gets a little orb off, but that's about it. Shy trying to find yet another kill, but it is Bernard who steals it away from him. He's eventually shut down by Veloceria, but not before the backline of the Philadelphia Fusion just get owned. The Spark are cleaning up. 2 minutes and 50 seconds to go, Rose. Double support ultimate, the mines, the pulse bomb. The Spark almost have everything online for this next fight.
Yeah, they do. I mean, look at this. Even Fix is going to go over to the Batiste here just to try to have something, some amount of utility. The immortality field, just anything. This is going to be rough for the Fusion.
Pulse. Zest sees opportunity straight in the small room. Nice transcendence from Irony. However, he does double layer the support ultimates, which is rather unfortunate. Now Fixer is gonna die pretty quick. He's got to get out alive to keep the rest of his team in the game. Not quite so lucky though, as Alpha E deals with the lamp and then Fixer's life. The bot's not moving, but it doesn't need to, as the Spark gain control once again. Zest chased down. Alfie still got the recall if he really needs it. Looked like Irony there was trying to touch the spawn, and God does end up killing him, but the Spark are now pushing on forward yet again. A couple of extra meters will do. With 2 minutes left in the bank, the Fusion need to find a way back into this game and into the series.
Look at the lead that Spark have, though. You're definitely looking at this and saying Fusion might not be able to overcome this obstacle. But why are these wrecking balls behind the team?
Okay. There's
Oh,
the
he's
ball.
with Alpha Yi.
Alpha Yi. Oh, he's got the pulse. The lamp's already dead, and so's aim got before he hit the ground. Alpha Yi just going crazy. He wants to at least match the kills on Shy, and he's found 11 final blows. The bot is getting stolen by Zest this entire time, but that means it was just a 4v5 in the front line. Alpha Yi determined to not get deadlifted by Shy. He wants some of the glory too.
Yeah, he does, but wow, I mean, Philadelphia Fusion still have their work cut out for them. We've got a minute left. And Spark at this point are looking to just complete Coliseo outright. Alpha Yi could get a big pick, opening things up with this Pulse Bomb. And then you also have Shy that's been doing absolutely nuts on this Sojourn. That overclock is going to be coming up post-haste.
Nice slam on Aim God. Another lamp to try and save him. MN3's now on the board with 3 kills. Okay, that's what you want to see if you're Fusion. Make that 4, in fact, a 5th. Yes, there it is. A 5K for MN3. The team kill is there. But is the game? 20 seconds to go for the Fusion. They need to make at least 3 perfect fights to take this map.
Oh yeah, this is going to be hero run here for the Fusion. I think they can do it. They've got the Transcendence up. As long as nobody gets picked by Alpha Yi's Pulse Bomb, they might be able to make it to this checkpoint, but they cannot give up control of this bot.
Nice control of the battlefield now from Zest. Aim God waiting around the corner to clean up the kill. A Pulse Bomb almost killed Zest. That would have been embarrassing, not a way to end the game. Irony is still alive, and the Spark have a good spawn position. Both support ultimates are coming up rather soon. And in fact, Fusion used both of theirs to keep them in. A slider drive-by onto Fixer. Shy is demolishing the Fusion right now. A Transcendence online for the Spark. I'm not sure they're going to need even to use it, to be honest with you. Overtime is here, it's ticking down, and the Spark 3-1 the Fusion on the day 1 of the mid-season madness. Almost a deadlift by Shy. An unbelievable performance from the veteran.
Yeah, wow. I mean, we were looking at this matchup at the beginning of the match and just saying, hey, it's gonna be the MN3 versus Shy show. That's what we're looking at to make the biggest difference here. Is there's not many other differences we can look at for this team. But yeah, Shy just completely DPS diffed. That was absolutely bonkers.
That was like, he was like giga lifting the team up until the point that Alfie said hello. Like, he almost managed to tie the final blows of Shy at the very end. But wow, what a performance from the Spark to start off today. I mean, wow, honestly, like, you go to a map like Circuit Royale, you expect MN3 to do extraordinarily well, and he does on Widowmaker. But it felt like Spark had every single answer to MN3 and just the Fusion as a whole.
Well, the desk pointed that out, that's what Spark were going to need. Is if they wanted to win this matchup, they needed to be able to keep MN3 in check, and they had so many ways to do that. I mean, you even just look at the way that we saw Bernard play the Sigma in order to keep that shield to be able to block a lot of that damage. And sure, yeah, while we did end up seeing Philadelphia Fusion take Circuit Royale, it wasn't easy, especially when you look at that final point. It took them so long. It took them 5.5 minutes.
I know.
What?
It was close. It was very close. They did manage to get one map in Circuit Royale, but we got to do the honors. The player of the match. Who's it going to be?
No
of
surprise.
Course, yeah, it's Shy. His Sojourn performance this series was immaculate. Just overall, to be fair, he had some cracked shots on the Widowmaker too. Can't count those out. He looked great throughout the entirety of it. And if they can keep up this performance, the Spark, they're going to go pretty far.
They absolutely can. I mean, it was the entire team that really set up Shy for success. Like, look, Bernard sets him up, Shy knocks him down. And the way that Super Rich and Irony really helped to keep Shy alive, I mean, that's just ridiculous. Like, Shy was able to do some really, really crazy things. Yeah, that's super, super nasty.
I mean, they came into this series 2-1. This is the Fusion. They came in 2-1 overall versus the Spark this season. It's now tied up in the head-to-head. But that was also the first time that Spark had managed to take a push map off of the Fusion in more dominating fashion too. Look at that railgun accuracy at the end of that game.
Gross.
Oh, this match, sorry. Not even that map.
Yeah, well, that map was, it was at 74% like most of the Coliseo.
Yeah.
Like,
oh yeah. Almost 10 railgun kills per 10. 13 limbs per 10. What can't Shy do? Not much. Like, it's almost like, you know how you get some players, they just gravitate towards a certain hero, and it feels like the hero is built for that player, like Jonak and Zen, for example.
Yep.
Sojourn for Shy, maybe. Like, it's almost the perfect hero for him.
I think so too. I mean, just the way that Shy is able to use that mobility, it's very obvious that he understands all the map architecture as well to be able to take some nice flanks and get those sweet angles. Huh, what a treat. I love the East region. That was so cool.
I mean, well, we aren't done just yet. We're going to take a quick break. We've got something spicy lined up straight after it. We'll see you in a bit.
Welcome to the Watchpoint Post Show, everybody. I'm here joined now by Alpha Yi from Hangzhou Spark. Alpha Yi, congratulations on the win. Now, 3-1 victory for the Hangzhou Spark. Great way to start off the tournament for you guys. How'd you guys get the win against the Philadelphia Fusion? 자, 일단 오늘 승리 너무 축하드리면서 토너먼트 첫 경기 3대1로 승리를 하셨습니다. 굉장히 좋은 모습으로 토너먼트 첫 경기를 시작을 하셨는데요. 오늘 승리, 필표랑의 경기를 좀 어떻게 해서 승리를 거두시게 된 거라고 생각하시나요?
저희가 이제 스크림을 할 때 뭔가 이제 뭔가 피지컬보다는 약간 합을 엄청 중요시 연습해가지고 이제 포커싱이라든가 이렇게 상대 딜라인을 무는 그런 플레이를 좀 많이 연습해서 뭔가 잘 먹혔던 것 같아요.
I think in our scrims and our practices, we didn't really focus on our individual plays. We focused more on our team synergy and just focusing on a certain target as a team or really attacking the backline together as a team. And I think those sort of plans really helped us out in today's match against the Philadelphia Fusion. All right, second question. I've asked this a lot of times to the Western teams, but to the East teams I actually haven't. So this is my question to you. Is there? I mean, today's match was another East versus East, but in the matches moving forward, I'm sure we're gonna see a lot more East versus West. So Alpha E, is there a team from the West that you really want to beat in the tournament, and why? 두 번째 질문은 이제 오늘 경기는 동부 대 동부로 어떻게 보면 좀 항상 해왔던 팀들과의 경기였지만은 이제 앞으로 미래에는 좀 더 동부 대 서부 좀 이런 경기가 좀 많을 거라고 생각을 합니다. 알파이 선수 개인적으로 좀 이 팀, 지금 서부 쪽에서 이 팀만은 꼭 이기고 싶다라는 팀이 있다면 그리고 이유 부탁드릴게요.
저는 이제 댈러스 퓨어를 만나서 이기고 싶어요. 이게 제가 같은 팀이었던 사람들이 2명 있어가지고 좀 적팀으로 한번 해보고 싶은 마음 그리고 이기고 싶은 마음이 있어가지고 댈러스 퓨어인 것 같아요.
Team from the West, Dallas Fuel. Mainly because I have two friends in that team, two ex-teammates in the Dallas Fuel that I was with previously. So it would be nice to see them as opponents, and it would be really nice to beat them in this tournament cycle. All right, Alpha E, that is it for the interview. Thank you so much for your time, and again, big congratulations on today's win. 자, 이걸로 인터뷰 마치겠습니다. 알파이 선수 오늘 시간 내주셔서 너무 감사드리고 승리 다시 한번 너무나 축하드립니다.
네, 감사합니다.
All right, thank you. Alvin, back to you.
Thanks, Danny.
First time.
I thought that they could pull off the reverse sweep. What happened? I was so confident in the Fusion coming into the day.
Yeah. I tried to warn you. We did try and tell you that this is what it's like.
Hey, you predicted them too.
I know, but as I said, I'm a veteran at this point. I'm used to being let down by the Philadelphia Fusion. I'm just trying to support, a newcomer.
Can I just say something? I don't think Shy should be allowed to play the game anymore. As a Fusion fan, that's just all I have to say.
Yeah, I think it's a little... Well, you have MN3. He did
he did have MN3. Yeah, no. Those were some incredible bits. But guys, 3-1, at least it wasn't a 3-0. Help me out here. Where did Fusion go wrong? Don't laugh! Don't laugh that hard, Johnny! Don't laugh that hard!
It's a loaded question because we could get. Do you want to go back to the franchise or the whole thing or just this match? Oh, well, let's just focus here on this match from the Philadelphia Fusion. It felt like they were in control for parts of this match.
Yes.
And especially on this Lijiang Tower, everything was looking good. It felt like they were having their moments. And then for me, one of the big standout things, especially when they're playing this dive, is Bella's Rhea is just going walkabout. Bella's Rhea is just existing in the backline of the opposition team, which is great to have those flank opportunities, but it didn't feel like he was having enough impact on the game. So his dive alongside with Zest just wasn't getting that sort of support and that sort of effectiveness, and that made it really hard for MN3 to maneuver around the map and contest Shy, who, as you said, just went absolutely crazy. So, which was a problem here for the Philadelphia Fusion. They did get it back here on Circle Royale with some great individual heroics from MN3, but they only just clinched out this map.
Oh yeah, and I believe, Johnny, I think that you were actually the only one who had predicted Spark from the predictions. Don't quote me on that, but I think that you were there. Okay. Well, so then you predicted this from the beginning. So what made you so confident in predicting that?
Bias. Look, I haven't been invited to barbecue from the Hangzhou Spark, but hopefully I will in the future. I've heard it's really good. Really, just though, I think that Philadelphia Fusion, even though like they've had these amazing pop-up moments and like MN3's performance against Seoul Dynasty is so fresh in our minds, this is also the stage where they lost to the Los Angeles Valiant. This is also the stage where they lost to the Chengdu Hunters. I do think that they beat Guangzhou Charge, just from the top of my head. But like,
nice one.
They've been inconsistent. Like, they have lost to some of these weaker teams. And so, yeah, they had that great win against the Seoul Dynasty, but it was also like double push week. And they're good at push. We heard how you don't want to play them on New Queen Street because they're so good on that map. So, to be fair, they did win Control here, and they looked really good on Control as well. Belos Ria's Wrecking Ball, for example, the way they played around that, I thought it was really good. But overall, I do think that Hangzhou Spark, they've looked the better team at times, so they've been more consistent when they play around Shai's Ash, they play around Shai's Sojourn. They like to slow things down, the Hangzhou Spark, and I think in general, they have a pretty good game. We haven't even mentioned Alfie's Tracer.
Yeah.
Phenomenal so far. Like, this damage pairing from Hangzhou Spark so far this tournament, impeccable. So the Hangzhou Spark, they came out firing. They lost Lijiang Tower, but besides from that, they're going to be a tough opponent from whoever decides that they want to play them.
Yeah.
I would like to go back to a thing. I will actually say out loud now that I think Shai is the best hit scanner in the world right now. And I want to add to that of the idea that you have to add flexibility into that as well. His ability to go over and play some of these other heroes, the Tracer, the Echo, on top of his performance to be able to play the Widowmaker against the best in the world. His Sojourn looks to be one of the best in the world. His accuracy is bonkers. Like, I genuinely think he has that carry potential. If the team around him can play well, I think we would see better performances and more people would agree overall. But I think he gets sort of overlooked to players that are on better teams like Lip, like Arns and stuff like that.
Lots of, faith in the Spark as they move on to the rest of the tournament. But Cust, I'm gonna need you to help me and the other fellow Fusion fans out there right now. They're dropping into the losers bracket that we're gonna see later on in this week. What do they gotta change to make this comebackable victory for the tournament?
Comebackable is not a thing.
Comebackable is a thing.
It's not a thing.
It's not a thing. It's going to be a thing.
I think Philadelphia Fusion, like, they have those individual parts through the lower bracket, especially in those first couple of rounds. I think that will get them across the line. For me, like, they have those players like MN3, they have Zest. They are good individually, and that will probably work against, some of the teams that we saw lose today. But I think overall when they move further in, it's going to be more difficult. They need to have more team coordination, more chemistry, and not just rely on MN3 to kill everyone time and time again.
Definitely. Well, with that victory, Hangzhou Spark are going to be moving on to tomorrow. And for everyone who is waiting to find out who's going to play who, because as we know, the top 4 seeded teams are going to be able to choose their opponents from the 4 victorious teams today, we will have that bracket for you shortly. Not just yet, but shortly in this post show. And I just want to point out, can we call this Watch Point After Dark?
This is 100%.
It is very dark outside. Like, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to hit the glass to show that it was dark, but I'm trying. But listen, we're gonna move on to our next thing, which is best of the day. And guys, I know that it's my first time joining you, so I'm gonna go first, and I'm just gonna say that, I came in to the show today. I came out swinging for Fusion, all right? Did they come out swinging for me? In the series, no, but in game 1, yes. In game 1, we got an amazing, oh wait, where's this? Do we have all the predictions right there?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, those are all of our predictions for the day.
Is this your best of the day?
This is my best of the day.
You're just gonna
This
gloat
is my best
over choosing
of the day. Predictions, I selected the Spitfire. I thought it was gonna be the Spitfire, and guess what happened?
Why did you think it was going to be the Spitfire? It didn't even come down to analysis or anything. It was just because you went to a barbecue.
Yeah, Robin invited me to his barbecue.
This was going to be the Fusion winning.
Yeah.
Originally, and this was your backup point.
So,
your best of the day, if Fusion would have won, would have been everyone but me predicting the Fusion.
This is my actual best of the day. It's my actual one. I'll show it to you right now. This one right here.
Oh, okay. All right. Fair enough. Okay. Saved. All right.
Come out and bump lump them both with the wrecking ball.
Okay.
Listen, we both came out swinging. Again, maybe not in the series, but I do want to call out, my amazing prediction. That was almost flawless.
Almost. Until it wasn't.
It was almost flawless. we were so close, but I don't think you could top my best of the day, but what do you got for us?
Well, mine's a lot more nuanced because this is not anything you probably would have seen. I saw this out of the corner of my eye when I saw the game, and this probably isn't even Finale meaning to do this, but it's an interesting individual play, and it's protect the Bob. It feels like we always get Bob to protect us, but we never protect Bob. So we're going to have the Bob from Hisu get booped by Lee Jae-gon with a great boop into a corner where it can't be that effective. Lee Jae-gon wants to boop it again, but Finale says, "Get down, Mr. President." He puts his body in front of the line of Bob so he stays shooting and being effective. So Finale takes that. On top of that, he protects him once again. The third whip shot that Lee Jae-gon tries to throw, he gets pulse bombed by Finale. So Finale's the hero of Bob in my eyes, and I respect that because, we sometimes throw him off the edge. We sometimes leave him to die. We sometimes put him in useless places. But Finale respects Bob, and I appreciate that.
It's good to have a little bit of respect for Bob at the end of the day, especially when, as you said, so many people just aren't giving him the love. Throwing him away like he's nothing. Not cool. We've seen him do multiple great plays just today. But Johnny, for you, can you match up to Bob?
I've got someone getting punched into traffic. This is so cool. I mean, just brutality at its finest. Doomfist, and they're just going to smack him. He's asleep. Look, he's asleep. Dante's asleep. He's like, oh, I woke up. Time to punch some tracer. Boom! Boom! It just straight into the traffic. Look, he just woke up. That's what he does for breakfast.
Oh my! Should have used your blinker. Oh God!
Get out of here. Get out of here. I love to see it. That's amazing. I just love how it just pops up and it's like, I'm asleep. I'm awake. I don't know.
Chooses violence.
It's amazing. I love
Straight into oncoming traffic. I love that. Should have used your blinker.
Yeah.
That's super cute. But all right, those were all of our best plays of the day. So now all that's left to do is to take a look at the bracket that we have after today's results. So let's go ahead and take a look and see who has selected. Oh, would you look at that? San Francisco Shock picking the London Spitfire. Then we are going to see the Los Angeles Gladiators choosing Houston Outlaws. Seoul Dynasty selecting Spark. That's interesting. And then last but certainly not least, Dallas Fuel.
Dallas Shanghai.
Getting stuck with Shanghai Dragons. That's going to be a good battle right there.
Oh, wow.
Quick thoughts.
Okay.
Where do you want to start?
Okay, I want to start with the first pick. Let's start with San Francisco Shock. They're choosing the London Spitfire. This makes sense. These teams played recently in the last couple of weeks, and Shock dominated them.
They're so great.
Just confident in the matchup right there.
Yeah. And I mean, then you have the LA Gladiators playing the Houston Outlaws, which Gladiators did dominate the Houston Outlaws, but there was also a couple of C9s involved in that. There was a few stepping off the payload, and Seoul picking Hangzhou, which they already know. And then Dallas Fuel saying, I just told them on the matches. I'm sorry, I just picked all the matches. But I'm really just so happy, by the way, that Shock, a Western team picked a Western team, that Gladiators, a Western team, picked a Western team, and that Seoul, an Eastern team, picked an Eastern team. Like, great, good job. Yeah.
You want to know what I think? You want to know what I think is funny about this whole thing?
I want to know what you think is funny.
Dallas Fuel versus San Francisco Shock. We are a year later to what we did last year, but they're both kind of playing the similar comps to what they did last year. Dallas Fuel is playing that Lucio Moira Winston.
They are.
Running it down, and the Shanghai Dragons are playing Wrecking Ball Zen.
Yeah.
So it's literally the repeat of last year, just a year later in Hawaii once again.
We're pointing at each other like we know.
Yeah.
We're pointing at each other like we know.
Yeah.
Tomorrow's going to be a very fun day. I mean, today we already had amazing matches back to back to back to back. We had a 3-1, 2 3-0s, and then another 3-1.
Sure.
Yeah.
I
love the attitude that you're giving. And by the way, what fans didn't get to see while we were watching the matches was in this final series, all of us were screaming.
Wow, yeah. Johnny's cheering on Shy, obviously saying it's not fair that Shy exists. We're cheering for him in 3. It was all over the place.
It's not fair at all. There were a lot of angry sentiment and words just being chucked across the production truck. But hey, we're just getting started for this tournament for the week. But gentlemen, any final thoughts before we close the day, Scott?
Ooh, I am excited to see more East versus West. So thank you very much, Overwatch League teams, for not giving us that. But we got the Dallas Shanghai one coming up, so I'm excited for that.
Johnny?
No.
No.
No? You got nothing to say?
No.
He's just so happy that he was right about that final prediction. I mean, I guess from me, thank you so much to everyone for welcoming on my first time at Watchpoint. Hopefully I didn't disappoint you too.
Oh yeah, I'll say that.
The way that the fusion has slightly disappointed me. But that's it for our show today. Thank you all so much for watching, and we will see you all tomorrow.
Woo! Woo! Bye!
Vamos esculachar! Apagando.